All right, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome, welcome. We're going to be jumping in with Turin in chat, actually, right now.
Who else was a big... It was really, like, alternating. Alfredinho played Empire a couple times as well in Faction Wars. Very, very top tier there.
Hey, how's it going, Turin?
Hey, welcome back, man. You ready to party?
Oh, we are so ready. Definitely excited.
You think we're getting the Ogre Brettonian matchup? I think they're probably still drafting, right? There's no way you would pick Ogres. I mean, Ogres with their pigback riders would probably... Well, you had an experience with this a couple days ago, right? You played this matchup?
Yeah, I was just telling you before the stream started. I had a matchup recently. I think it was against Tactical Lich, where it was a land battle, Brettonia versus Ogres, and I just got locked in jail by Yetis with their Slowing Aura and their Frostbite. And then the Pigback Riders countercharged and just murdered everything. They are very good when used well. That anti-large and the charge bonus means they can definitely like countercharge even cavalry units, and especially like rear charging anything that's pinned down. It's disgusting.
Don't the RORs have like 50 charge bonus or something? The 500 build one?
Yeah. Yep, which
absolutely
means
crazy.
Something like monstrous infantry, let's say, that's going to countercharge in and like their models get really saturated, right? That 56 charge bonus times, 100 unit models. If you get a lot of models in contact, like that's why charge bonus on infantry just gets crazy super fast.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I've had the same experience. I feel like Ogres have a lot of like tools to just counter Brettonia, and like on top of that, their heavy cav are quite good too. Like the Crushers and the Mornfang cav, just heavily armored, so Knights of the Realm just bounce off them. I mean, you do have the Hippogriff Knights, which can do some work, I suppose, if you mix them in with, I don't know, like an Alberic, give them anti-large. But even still, Ogres have, like, top-tier shooting and Lead Belchers and, yeah, just so much that I think can just crush Brettonia. So I seriously doubt that's what we're getting. Let me see if they actually sent us any data on their picks. Okay, they're currently doing the Matrix. Got it. So they're still in the pick and ban process, so that's not going to be this cursed matchup. That would be. Yeah, I just don't see how Brettonia could win that with like equal terms. I mean, obviously, if there's a player advantage in terms of skill, you can, any matchup can really be won, which is kind of the beauty of Total War. But yeah, I wouldn't see that being a first pick here.
Yeah, I think you could probably crack a build. Maybe in land battles more so. In Domination, because the Ogres, their monstrous infantry that's kind of the backbone of their faction is just on average pretty fast. Their ability to reinforce, I mean, maybe if you relied heavily on your like cheaper anti-large cavalry like Pegasus Knights and the Knights of the Realm, just to try and get as many bodies on the field as you can, but even then, I don't know, it seems really tricky.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. So Brettonia will probably be one we won't see today. I mean, they are strong and have won a couple of our single faction tournaments, and even in the last season. But they're a very hard faction to play. And I think when all the marbles are on the line, like a high stakes event like this, which I think the combined prize pool for this event is like, what is it? It's several $1,000s. I'm pretty sure. We can check that, of course, over the course of the stream. But yeah, I'm not sure that we would see that. Greenskins will probably be a pretty common pick. I think that Ogres will be picked a bit as well today. Khorne will probably see some picks too. I think that, historically we've had DLCs, like, you remember back in Warhammer 2 when, like, Lizardmen would get DLCs and, like, it just wouldn't improve them. They would get, like, a Coatl and just, like, a bunch of janky units. But most of these factions got some serious sauce and were already pretty good, at least in Dom mode. But
I would imagine...
How does the Greenskins fare in land battle? I was curious about that.
Greenskins, they're pretty solidly middle of the pack, maybe lower middle of the pack last patch, but with some of the improvements, especially, from the hero's perspective, Snagla, his kit is just insane, especially for the cost. You get a snare, you get a summon, his magic missile has a disgusting contact effect debuff that will just ruin the stats of whatever it hits. So, I mean, that definitely helps. The Black Orcs with shields, I wasn't sure, honestly, how much they would improve, but I have found them to be pretty reliable backbone in matchups where you need something sturdy to kind of hold up. Greenskins famously flimsy in terms of leadership, so having something sturdy that can kind of anchor your formation definitely helps. And likewise, the Flinger is another one that I was like, oh, it's an Arachnarok with an artillery attack. Like, how special is that? But in practice, it's pretty nice. You can apply pressure in melee and at ranged from a pretty significant way. And just in general, it's, yeah, they are much improved. The Manglers are banned today. I don't know if we mentioned that already, but they are insanely OP. Their explosion in particular will just kill any unit that's fighting them in melee. So, yeah, they are unfortunately banned. But
yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame because I think they're like the coolest unit probably the DLC in terms of just like the look, and yeah, they're kind of good against everything. Like you can put a Mangler Squig up against like an SAE and it'll do really, really good damage. I mean, because you have 4 models at 220 weapon strength with high AP, right? So the combined weapon strength of a Mangler Squig, if all 4 models are piled in, is like greater than a Dread Saurian basically.
Right.
Yeah, so that's pretty savage. And on top of that, they annihilate infantry, heavy cav. They can kill characters. Don't really have too many weaknesses. So what you're seeing here in our first match, it looks like the picks are official. We have Wood Elves versus Greenskins. So in Domination mode, Wood Elves are the strongest faction in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah. Like 80% of their roster has Vanguard. They're great on the charge, and a lot of their units can, get to the other parts of the battlefield very quickly, like high average speed, right? So makes sense.
Well, and it's been a couple like patches of buffs, like little things that have made a massive difference, right? Like we obviously had that huge buff patch where they buffed the Deepwood Scouts, the Swift Shiver Shards, and then they kind of got brought back a little bit. But in doing so, we also saw the Wild Hunters of Khorne get armor piercing, which addresses one of the big weaknesses of dealing with heavy cav. And on top of that, Chaos Warriors like Slanesh and Nurgle, and they used to just armor check the Wood Elves, back in the day. But now the Wood Elves have the Wildwood Rangers. With anti-infantry bonus, so they're not like remember how they used to just be janky and get like a bonus for fighting in the woods. Well, now they just get the armor piercing anti-infantry, so they're very meta. You see Wildwood Rangers a lot when you're expecting armored infantry in Dom mode, that is. But yeah, Greenskins I think are one of the few factions that can hang with them. And you were talking about the Flinger Shrine. I think the Flinger Spider is very good here. It's nice at kind of poking down some of the archers at range. I'm curious if we'll see that, but it is a very fast Royal Rumble map. Yeah, so we'll see.
I'm curious. Definitely, in land battles, you definitely see a lot of like cav-centric builds from the Greenskins here to just try and overwhelm the Wood Elves with heavy mass and numbers. I'm curious in Domination, definitely having that mobility will be very helpful, but I'm curious to see what these players bring here. You think the new Bolt Thrower is an option you might see?
Maybe one. Yep. I don't know about the Bolt Thrower. I think your assessment is pretty accurate. And like, there's not, I mean, a lot of matchups are very similar in Domination and land battle. Like the compositions are almost identical. Just the difference being is that the meta for Domination mode is typically to open with your infantry and archers and kind of slower characters, the things that need to march up and take time to get where they need to be on the points. And then it's just kind of cav spam from there. So what you'll probably see from Soli is going to be a wide battle line of Orc Boys and Chaff, followed up by, just swarming hordes of Orc Boar Boys, right? The 650 Orc Boar Boys, the big uns potentially if need be, but that's very meta in Domination. Like the Wood Elves are probably going to open with a Dryad-centric army. So Dryads, Eternal Guard with like Glade Guard, and then they're just going to be calling in mostly Cav for the rest of the game. The Glade Riders and Wild Riders actually are very popular here too, I think. So we'll probably see some of those. Yeah,
definitely. From a Lord perspective, is Durthu a very common pick in Domination? Because I know he's super strong in land battles.
He is. He just got nerfed. So I was looking at his stats and his cost. He did, I believe, get a cost increase. That obviously is not like I don't think we've had like public patch notes or anything like that. But he just got a cost increase. But yeah, he's very good. He's super obnoxious. I mean, Flock of Doom pre-patch was one of the best spells in the game. So you just bring Durthu with just Flock of Doom and then have like a Branch Wraith or something with Earthblood to heal him if need be. But yeah, Durthu's really, really good here. Sometimes you'll just see a generic caster, like some sort of an Eagle caster, just to cast, magic missiles at Greenskin Lords and try and pick them off over the course of the game. More of the question is, who are the Greenskins going to bring? Is it going to be Gorbad? I mean, he is shielded and somewhat durable. Probably more going to be a cheap caster type character, like the Goblin little cheap wolf character is also not terrible. So yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. This matchup definitely pre-patch was I would say Wood Elf favored, but with some of the new tools, maybe the Greenskins are going to be able to pull it out. And also, Solasora is technically the Domination World Champion right now. They won the last major event. So major events are considered the CA official tournaments, like what you're seeing today, as well as the Total Tavern Season Finals. And so Solasora is the standing champion. They defeated Tim the Wilder. I believe it was 3-1. And the last time they met about 2 weeks ago. So yeah, they're definitely a favorite to win the tournament as it currently stands. But again, Chicken Feed also has won a major CA event too. So yeah, it's hard to tell with these guys.
Yeah, definitely will be interesting. Do you think probably bringing like Snagla, I mean, is an obvious pick, but do you think we might see the other lord for some addition, or the other hero rather, for some squig summons? Like you mentioned, like the caster on a wolf being a popular pick, definitely is a favorite of mine in the past. With that caster lord, then it opens up 2 hero slots, so you could take, you know, both summoners, try and get an extra 5 units on the field. I don't know. It seems like bringing the spider summoner, the Regiment of Renown and Ragnarok, is probably too risky against the Wood Elves, given it's a huge target. But
yeah, if you're gonna go spider, the Flinger Shrine is better. The little kind of spider blob it shoots can chunk down the Glade Guard pretty hard. So having that just kind of like sitting offset, like off behind an objective, can be pretty damn good. But yeah, I think that'll probably be the meta for the Greenskins. I think you nailed it on the head pretty hard. Is having a caster lord. So whether I actually like Wurzag, to be honest with you, like I like having Wurzag now and having Effigy of the Git. And also having Snagla, because then you get double net, which is really brutal. So you have what, 2 effigies and 3 charges on his net? I know it's an obscene amount. I think it's pretty high. So yeah, you get double snare, which is very good. But Wood Elves, typically they kind of just march up with an infantry wall and archers, and they just like poke you and force you into them. So I'm not sure how effective the net would be, but it looks like our Wood Elf player's ready. By the way, for like Conquest and Land Battle, what are the pick and ban systems looking like? And then once you explain that, I'll kind of go over what we do with the pick and ban here as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, it depends on what kind of event you're running. Different hosts will typically use different formats. Now, I've experimented with some different things. Like for my South Sea Mercenary League this year, we did like, what was it, 2 global bans, and then it was alternating, like, pick ban. And basically what I found is, like, even though it might seem on the surface that like whoever's picking first might have an advantage, or some people might say whoever's counterpicking has an advantage, generally it's if you get enough bans on the field, you can usually get rid of most of the OP stuff and come up with some pretty balanced matchups. And I know you guys have been using the Matrix pick, which I, you know, recently kind of dove headfirst in. It seems like it's pretty balanced.
Yeah. It's very solid. The only downside of it is it takes a long time. So I think it's probably one of the most balanced pick and ban formats. So today, how it works is, so player 1 and player 2 meet up in a match. Before the matches even start, before they get into the official picking and banning, each player is allowed to globally ban 1 faction for the entire series. So basically, Solosora could come in and be like, "No Kislev for you today," and then or them. So the factions affect both players. So there's 2 factions for this series that are currently banned out and can't be played. So that's a really good way of addressing like super broken top tier factions. Like Kislev historically was just like 80% win rate, just something disgusting, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, and then from there you do the 3x3 system, which we use in pretty much all our tournaments. So yeah, and very, very kind of what we talked about, right? We got the Eternal Guard, we got the Dryads, and you see the Dryka pick here. I think that's actually not bad. That's some summons on the table as well. So would you like to go over the Wood Elf army real quick?
Yeah, sure. We got Dryka here. She's rocking the summons, and it just Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma, so nice cheap kit. As far as the rest here, we've got some Glade Riders, Starfire Shafts, a Glade Guard, and that's pretty much it. Like, kind of, you know, like you said, infantry and archers, couple of light cavalry for support, and then the Lord. And then, I mean, in reserve, I'd imagine we've got, like, Wild Riders, Stag Knights, possibly. For some heavy hitters, we could see maybe some Wildwood Rangers also, especially given they have Vanguard. What about looks like a Waystalker here as well. Arrows of Kurnos, good as ever. But how about that Greenskins army?
Yeah, I'm surprised I thought Arrows of Kurnos would be an ability that would get a little bit of a nerf hammer. It's very, very good, but it's also very flavorful for the Wood Elves. Actually, in tabletop, it's a really interesting anecdote. Before every battle starts against the Wood Elf army in tabletop, their Lord has an option to like shoot an arrow at your Lord. It's like a warning shot, which is really, really like cool, and it potentially can wound the enemy Lord before the game even starts, which I think is like really flavorful. But yeah, Greenskins army, oh dude, it's on. We got the shielded Black Orcs, which I actually think they have some nice applications in this matchup. silver shields, 110 armor, dryads will bounce off them, arrows will bounce off them pretty well, but that's why you're seeing the Melkoths is to deal with the heavy infantry. But essentially going to be goblins with black orcs and orc boys, so just a durable, relatively shielded front line with squigs, and we do have the dreaded double caster, or not caster, but Night Goblin Big Boss. Those squig summons are just too cost effective, right? You get a mounted character with, oh, he actually brought them on foot, but on foot, they're like, what, 450 gold? And you get 800 gold worth of summons. It's nuts. And last but not least, Goblin Great Shaman with Vindictive Glare. So we basically nailed that one on the head. And now the battle is on, and it looks like the first skirmish is going to be taking place up at Objective 1.
Yeah, this battle for it's a map. Oftentimes, this high ground objective will see some kind of skirmish, sort of mobile phase, and then you'll have the infantry clash on the main ground here, which it looks like is exactly what is developing now.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the little goblin boss. I mean, I actually thought he had a shield for some reason, but it looks like he doesn't. And there is going to be a response from Solus Sora on the high ground objective, using the Orc Boar Boys in tandem with the Forest Goblin Spider Riders to push the Wood Elves off. And usually I would assume in this situation, the Greenskins would triple cap the Wood Elves out of the gates. They're more aggressive. It kind of suits their game plan already to just move up and take those shots like champs. But Wood Elves kind of look like they're moving up to meet them. Now, there are some people in Domination Dov who like to do what's called a build-up, or we've coined it as like a Mordor tactic, where instead of like bum rushing, they build their power in the shadows like a Dark Lord, and they amass an army that they believe can counter their opponent's army before moving in using the toolbox they have of summons. And we could see that from Chicken Feed. He's probably making a read on the army right now and feeling as if he maybe doesn't have the correct tools to advance yet.
Yeah, I could definitely see how, just wanting to build up your forces. And, from our perspective, it also gives us a nice, big, almost land battles-esque clash, which definitely makes me happy. Even though, we will have to fill a little bit of time if they do end up building up forces here. But the thing about that is, though, at the same time, your opponent is also reading your army, right? And potentially bringing in more counters to the things you already have on the field, or trying to anticipate maybe the counters that you're going to bring in to the stuff they have, right? But we already see some damage coming in on some of these goblins on the point. Looks like their leadership's not doing great as the blade guards start to open up, loose some arrows in that direction.
Indeed, and it looks like there's going to be a mainline clash. On Objective 3, the Wood Elves have moved up just enough to get in range with their 2 Glade Guard, and they are poking into some of the goblins and the very chaff-centric units in the front line, but very, very conservative play coming in here from Lord Chicken Feed, not wanting to overextend and get overwhelmed. Kind of as a bit of a diagonal formation here where he's not quite on Objective 2, but he has a nice defensive concave, trying to bait the Greenskins in. And it looks like the Wog is going to be taking the bait, and the horns of war have been sounded as the Orc Boys are getting ready to get massacred by the Dryads, but certainly a numerical advantage for the Greenskins, and the Squig Herds will be very effective at cutting through those Dryads.
Yeah, and then up on this objective number 1 here, we've got Wild Riders coming in to try and hold back the Orc Boar Boys and the Spider Riders. We've got the Glade Riders also here in support, sort of a nice cavalry engagement. Looks like the Goblin Great Shaman kind of hanging around that area, looking to get some magical support in. But the Black Orcs here, somehow the Dryads just like ran right through them in pursuit of those goblins.
Yeah, there's some funkiness in this game from time to time for sure, but the Black Orcs still do stand firm. We got 80 Black Orc models right here, and I believe the other unit is going to be in mortal combat with Dryka, which isn't terrible. I mean, they could tar pit Dryka for like 45 minutes, and we do see the Wood Elves being stuffed back really hard, and the Greenskins have found a way in. And it looks like there's going to be pump wagons being called in. So we got the Flappas. Do you see those? Yeah, look at those. Just
the Flappas' increased speed and charge bonus definitely makes them that much scarier. A favorite unit of mine, definitely, just because of how silly they are. Honestly, Warhammer's silliness, this is one of the things for me that makes it so enjoyable. And the Flappas are a perfect representation of that.
They are. And dude, do you see the damage? They just crushed those Glade Guard. I mean, I know there was squigs there, but there has been a recent trend in Domination, at least, of Flappas being very popular. Sometimes we see high-level players bring like 3 of them and just have these like goon squads rolling around and getting a lot of work done. And overall, it looks like the Wood Elves are just kind of being stuffed back on every objective. Interestingly enough, I trained this matchup with some of these players a couple times this week, and the Wood Elves were winning pretty consistently. So it looks like they were withholding their actual builds from me as they come in and, make some serious progress. On the high ground, it looks like the Greenskins have been winning pretty decisively in the cav fight, I suppose, although it's close-ish, but we do have the pump wagons up there now and a Night Goblin boss and an infantry advantage too. So looks like the Wood Elves are really just stuffed back right now in their deployment zone.
Yeah, the Flappas, you might not think to use them in cavalry engagements since they're chariots, but because they have so many unit models, kind of the way that they can get in contact, use that speed and charge bonus to really good effect. Very cost-effective, actually, at combating enemy cavalry oftentimes.
Yeah, there was a time. Do you remember when the pump wagons were just like super busted and could kill like SEs and like people would be running like bricks of like I don't know if this was ever a thing in land battle, but in Dom there was a time where pump wagons were like bugged and they could basically just like take down anything. Obviously they're not in that state anymore, but still seem to be pretty darn effective as the value lead gets worse. 5.5 for Solasora, 4.3 for Lord Chicken Feed. Looks like Soli's trying to come out to a pretty quick win here and showing certainly why they were the standing champion right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty nasty. I mean, there's not a lot of engagements that are going well for the Wood Elves, and at this point, you've got Black Orcs kind of locking down the summoning points here for the Wood Elves, so it's going to be hard for them to even deploy any more units and get them where they need to be.
Yeah, I think this game's pretty over. I mean, there's a couple variables. Obviously, value trading is one aspect of things, but points are, another aspect, right? And we already see Solasora approaching, almost 800 points. At which point, it's rapidly going to become a situation where if the Wood Elves wanted a chance to win, they would have to control all 3 points. We see kind of a last push coming out, the last ride of the Rohirrim, and they're going to get run down by the Pig Harem here. And we do see the Bacon Boys as well as Spider Riders moving in, Goblins with their anti-large spears, Squigs, and more Savage Orc Boar Boys coming in to just stuff those Wild Riders back in their deployment zone, putting them in the old can. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be a very quick game one here in our tournament here today.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Soli here. Manages to take a quick win. Nice and aggressive build, just like the Greenskins love to play. Love to see it.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. I played this matchup maybe 4 or 5 times this week, and I think the Greenskins won maybe once. But again, the people Tim, I was playing with Tim mostly, and he's a much better player than me, so I don't think it's like an apt comparison. But overall, yeah, that was a crushing one. The Black Orcs, I love seeing. I mean, I think the coolest part about this game, for me at least, and I'd be interested to hear your thoughts, is that the elite infantry, though they didn't get a ton of value, were actually like viable and like a threat. And the Black Orc with the shield, I think, is such a cool addition to the roster. Like you said, you nailed it pregame, right? Like durable, shielded, and good stopping power against light armor too, right? They can chop through dryads, no problem.
Oh yeah, they'll outtrade, low tier infantry all day. And they can hold up against, missiles much better. Their leadership, psychology, just lots of benefits.
Correct. And for anybody asking, this is a best of 3. So we have 4 matches today. We have 2 best of 3s in the semifinals. We'll go ahead and give you a look at the brackets on both sides. So we have Chicken Feed versus Solasora on the bottom side of my bracket, at least, and Tim the Wilder and Armin. So best of 3, best of 3. Third place is also going to be best of 3. And then the grand finals will be best of 5 to determine who is going to be our grand old champion. So shall we switch over to our other match here?
Yeah, let's load in and see what they have prepared for us.
Yeah, so this is going to be Tim versus Armin. I believe Armin was in your qualifier, right? So he got second place in your qualifier behind Chicken Feed?
That's correct.
Nice. Yeah, and Tim, of course, got second place in my qualifier, so... Oh, how dare they? Did they put a password on this lobby, dude? Oh my
Could
goodness.
It be the ultra secret?
It's just 1, 2. It's just 1, 2, 3. We're good. It's the classic. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be all good. So yeah, we can go over while we load in here. The prizes for today. I'm gonna pull up some witchcraft here and get that all set up here. I think he posted it somewhere in there, right? I know it's around here somewhere. Let's see. Is it in here? Is it in here? We'll figure it out eventually. Then we take a little break. I know they posted it somewhere. Was this it? I don't know, man. I'm getting old. Can't remember things.
I feel you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure first place is like $2,000, like $1,500 or something like that. So it's pretty substantial. As far as like total war goes, this is about as big as it gets as it pertains to prizes and things like that. So
yeah.
All right, I am successfully in the lobby.
May have to have. Oh no, there it is. There it is. Just loaded in.
You got it?
Got it.
Sweet. It's go time, man. Let's get it. This is going to be fun. So we got Tim the Wilder versus Armin. And you see Wood Elves being picked again, but this is going to be fun against Ogre Kingdom. So we're almost getting all the new stuff. And that's always like the fear when you host a hyper competitive event on the wings of a new update, right? Like sometimes players are too afraid to try new things and, use the new stuff, but it doesn't seem to be a problem today as we're getting Ogres and Wood Elves being picked right out of the gates, which is super fun.
Yeah, it's great. Love to see it. And part of the reason, too, sometimes, give Creative Assembly a lot of credit. They do some great work, but the balance sometimes isn't very consistent on release, let's say. Some things might be a little overtuned, some things might be a little undertuned. It's nice, and I think this DLC did a pretty good job. There's only a few outliers, but I would say broadly, most of the units add something useful, and also their balance is pretty good to where if you use them right, they're effective, and you can also misuse them and have them not do what they need to.
Absolutely. Oh, dude, it's the most forbidden units on the Ogre update. The Thunder, have you, in your experience, have Thunder Tusks just been super, super strong?
Yes.
Yeah,
they're
okay. So
great in melee. They're just wonderful in melee.
Yeah, really good in melee, and their hybrid shooting too. The snowball attacks they have probably going to be pretty good against Wood Elves. Because what do they have? They have like 130 or some obscene amount of armor, and so they'll be able to endure against most light shooting, especially with Troll Guts. And on top of that, right, their snowball attacks at medium range. I think it has like 150 range or something like that. Is going to be able to counterplay against archers, which I love, and spears. So very, very curious to see how they hold up, because going double Thunder Tusk, historically, like double big SE against Wood Elves is super risky.
Yes.
But Ogres with their healing and their meat feast that they have now, that big old double heal they can get, maybe it's going to be enough to weather the storm from Tim's archers, which I think I saw 4 of as we loaded into the game.
Did you check the Thunder Tusk? I know like the Stonehorn has a pretty good amount of missile resistance. Is the Thunder Tusk the same way?
I think
we'll
it is.
See here as we load in.
Yeah, hopefully it won't be too laggy. And if we do have any serious lag issues, we obviously have players connecting from the United States, from Central Europe, from Eastern Europe. If we do have lag issues, what we're going to do is just probably jump back to the other series, and then from there, these guys will play their match out via replays, and we can cast it that way. So we are on. You guys did miss the first game, correct? But now we are on the second best of 3 match, which is going to be Tim facing off against Armin here. And looks like we've loaded in, and things are looking pretty smooth. So the Great Maw smiles on us. You want to go over this dreaded Ogre army? Oh, dude, Steven Seagal is there too.
Oh, yeah. We got the Eshin Maneater, the Ninja Ogre himself. He's, kind of like a hero, but he's a unit, which is nice because he doesn't take up a hero slot. But he's got a nice debuff. He's got his Smoke Bomb. And then backing him up here, we've got a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. It looks like 2 Thunder Tusks, like you said. Frostbite on shooting, Frostbite on melee. They do have 25% missile resistance. Okay, confirm that. So they'll be able to shrug off at least a little bit of the ranged damage of the Wood Elves. Here we've got plenty of Pigback Riders, the Regiment of Renown, Pigback Knights as well. That should be a lot of fun here. The Pigback Riders do have shields, unlike the other Noblar infantry, which is a nice benefit.
Yeah, no, I certainly think the Pigback Riders are going to be the status quo as far as Ogres go. And yeah, I mean, we've seen like mass Noblar armies in some of the early testing games we had. We were seeing like Noblar hordes perform pretty effectively with just a couple monsters backing them up. So it looks like yeah, that's going to be the case here, as we do have the big old Slaughtermaster with the heals. I'm seeing a little bit of lag. Hopefully it won't be too bad. We'll try and get through this game, and then we'll make a judgment call after that. Now, taking a look at the army here for Tim the Wilder. Vanguard Dryads, very solid, right? Vanguard and Domination is incredibly strong. It allows you to reinforce your army much quicker. And the Dryads are going to be able to move up to objectives very quickly and grab those, but they are going to be contested, it looks like by Steven Seagal here hiding in the bushes. So he's going to ambush them and maybe try and push them off that point. Rest of the army standard anti-ogre tech. Spears to, poke down the big boys, and then we do also have Glade Guard into the sunset. And Tim going to be using a Spellweaver of Life, who's going to be rocking Earthblood as well as Awakening of the Wood. So that is going to be that for the army. Very standard. Waystalkers are always going to be brought, typically at the highest level of Domination. The Arrows of Khorne in tandem with their just shooting is great, right? Because Slaughtermaster only has 40 armor. So, just using the Arrows of Khorne on anything valuable, and then, or even on the Lord, and then auto-attacking the Slaughtermaster is going to put a ton of pressure on those guys. So yeah, that's going to be pretty rough there. So you guys see my game volume's a little bit low. I will turn it up for you guys. So there you go. We'll turn up the master volume, and Merry Christmas. There we go. Yeah, cool, man. Any predictions? Which army, if you were a wagering man, would you be pulling for here?
Yeah, it's definitely tough to say. I think a lot of it depends on what the Ogres have in reserve, right? Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Ogres tech in Domination, but I would imagine you probably want like a mix of cavalry. Gorgers seem like potentially nice, but at the same time, like a little bit risky here. Like the stock and the Vanguard could be useful, but at the same time, they're quite vulnerable to range damage, so quite a risky pick. But Yeah, I don't know. My gut instinct, no pun intended, tells me Wood
That's
Elves
good.
here, but
Yeah, I would say, I mean, some of the elements the Ogres got in this update are certainly okay against Wood Elves, but at the end of the day, I think that the Wood Elf army with the Archer line, and I would assume Tim is going to have some good firepower in reserve, maybe even like a big Waystalker or something. And it looks like the game did start. Let's see how we're looking on the lag situation. I see Steven Seagal in the trees breathing heavily, so he is moving, which is good. And nobody's moved up quite yet. We do approach 1 second of the game, so it does seem like there's some pretty considerable lag. It might be a situation where we want to just let them play it out and then do it via replays, huh?
yeah, potentially. Let's see. Maybe
Yeah.
give it a few more seconds if it'll stabilize, but I think we're probably
It'd probably be a good community service because the other series was no lag whatsoever, and I know that Araman is either from Russia or Kazakhstan or somewhere in that part of the world, so maybe just it's a bit of a struggle connecting all of us to the States. Yeah, I think we're going to have to jump out and let these guys play it out.
Sounds good.
All right, so we're going to let these guys play their entire series, and we will just cast the other one. And so let's go on over to the bracket here. We will load back in, and I will notify the players. We're going to let them do it, because otherwise it's just going to be too laggy. So
Yeah.
you two play it out. Yeah, we will do it via replays. So hopefully it won't be laggy once they get their business going here. So we'll jump out, because there's no way we're going to get through that.
No,
There's no way.
definitely not.
All right, so let's jump back over to the other series here, Chicken Feed and Solosora, which is nice and secret and safe. We had no lag whatsoever in the other series, which was really nice. So, okay, so let's do this. And we are back in business. So thank you guys for your patience, and sorry about that. It's the nature of Total War. CA, please give us server someday. We would love it.
Someday.
Yeah. The rubric of Armin was showing on the stream. Yeah. Armin is a reference to 40K. It's do you do any 40K stuff yourself?
Not a ton. My interest is less in 40K, although if there were to ever be a Total War 40K game, I'd imagine that would probably change. But like, I didn't really grow up playing like Dawn of War or a lot of the classic 40K games, and I've never been super into the tabletop. I love the aesthetic, of course, especially of the ships. I will say I did play Gothic Armada. That was quite a bit of fun. But for me, like the cathedral spaceships, it's the super unique part of 40K that just really appeals to me.
Yeah, like kind of the grimdark Gothic vibes are very fun. Thousand Suns. Are you a Tomb Kings guy? You like Tomb Kings a lot, kind of the Egyptian aesthetic and everything? Because in 40K, Armin is, I believe he's like obviously one of the main sorcerers in the Thousand Suns Legion. So he's kind of, you have Magnus the Red, who's like the main dude in the Thousand Suns, and then Armin is like his right hand, basically.
Okay.
Or I don't know the lore super in depth, but he's one of the main characters there. Looks like we have Khorne versus Demons of Chaos. So man, we are getting all the new stuff. I think we've had every new faction represented so far, and of course we'll be getting back to that Ogres game. We're going to be doing our best to find a solution for that lag. It's very tricky, but there is some weird witchcraft you can do with like VPNs to reduce lag. There's been players in the competitive scene and head-to-head scene who've been kind of messing around with using a VPN to like reduce lag between countries, which has been working pretty well. So if we need a workaround for that, we certainly will. So yeah. Now Khorne here, if you were playing Khorne against Demons of Chaos, who would be your Lord pick? Would it be a Valkia? Would it be an Arbal? For me, Arbalin might actually not be bad here.
Yeah, Arbal seems like a solid option. Honestly, Skulltaker, since he's immune to flanking, and honestly, Arbal or Skulltaker both synergize very well with Karnak, who is like for me still in many ways the centerpiece of Khorne, just because of how strong his ability kit is.
Yes.
And so I would imagine we'll see one of those two characters alongside Karnak. Either one is good. They both have advantages and disadvantages. I think Arbal's support abilities are probably a little bit better, whereas Skulltaker's a better combat character. And in particular, if you take his Cloak of Skulls and he gets immune to flanking, that's a crazy good modifier. It allows him to kind of operate independently and just is insanely scary. But more than that, I would say the Regiment of Renown Skull Cannon, as you probably know.
Oh, yeah.
It's disgusting. And I think the demons can take it too, actually, if I'm not mistaken. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see it on both sides.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we could even see double Skull Cannon here, because regular Skull Cannons, after their buff they received last patch, are quite good. So yeah, I mean, maybe double skull cannon. Arbol is cool because he does have, I believe he has 50. When you put him on his flesh hound, he gets 50% spell resist, and then he gets 25% missile resist.
Hmm.
So against like magic missile effects like blue fire and things like that, and you know the javelin from the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, for example, he's going to be just like a raid boss, right? He's going to be very very durable. So and the spawn summon is also not bad, you know, like you got a low health demon, like let's say like it's very common to see like an exalted plague bear just like hanging on with like barely no health, right?
Hmm.
So being able to have that execute to finish off those units could be pretty sweet. Scar does magic damage too, right? Scar Bloodwrath, I'm pretty sure he does, right?
I believe so. Yeah, he's got armor sundering and magic damage, I believe. So he could be a solid option.
Yeah, I think that could be cool. Cultists are always amazing. I mean, in Dom mode, it's been the meta for Khorne forever, and I'd be curious to hear about if this is a thing in Conquest land battle stuff as well. But typically, you see the double cultist a lot. Like with Valkia up in the air with like double cultist on the ground, bare bones, the two summons is super super meta. But now it's kind of fluctuating a little bit. Like people are actually using the Blood Reaper now that he has a healing ability, and obviously Scar is making an appearance. Skyla doesn't seem that great to me. The monkey seems a little overpriced.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
The low armor, right? Am I right? Yeah, you've gotten the same impression, yeah.
Yeah, low armor. Like his serpentine tail is kind of like a low tier mortis engine. It doesn't do that much damage. His rampage AOE is all right, but like if you want a rampage AOE, there's much better options for Khorne. I mean, from a land battles perspective, the cultists are not as common of a pick just because like you tend to focus all your resources on like Karnak plus like Scarbrand or now like one of those two horse characters, and then it doesn't leave you a lot of funds for the rest of your army, so you tend not to take the cultist. Just try and pad out, the rest of your army as best you can. But I could definitely see in Dom where you can, have them fight in combat, and their summon refreshes if you resummon them, right? So you could potentially get multiple summons from them. Yeah, for me, I would like to see maybe the cultist get a few more support abilities. Maybe not exactly like what the Blood Speaker has, but in a similar vein, just because you don't have caster, heroes for Khorne. So it'd maybe be nice for me for the cultist to sort of be like a hero Blood Speaker almost.
Yeah, it'd be cool if they had like a couple of the abilities. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I think one of the nuances of Dom that makes them better is their ability to fight on a point, right? Mm-hmm. It's like it's very difficult to remove capture weight. Now, the way it works is in domination mode is that infantry units have 5 capture weight, Cav have 4 capture weight, SEs and characters have 3, and then war siege engines and expendable units have 2 and less, right? So having just like 2 cultists on an objective is essentially having like just a consistent amount of capture weight. That's really tough to route off. So I think that's why they're a little bit more popular. Having like a Sigvald-esque character fighting on a point for a long time and just really being a persistent threat for threatening to capture it is really, really quite big. But yeah, for Khorne kind of like ogres. If you look at the ogre stuff, right? Like pigback riders are good. The Thunder Tusk is good. Yetis are pretty good in heavy cav matchups. You look at the greenskins, the bolt throwers are good. The shielded black orcs are really fun. Mangler squigs are obviously busted. Like their new heroes are great. Their lord is good. Khorne, on the other hand, like Wrathmongers kind of suck. Skull Reapers are awful. Blood Beasts are awful. The Slaughter Brute is incredibly mediocre. Khorne definitely got like the smallest end of the stick, I think, as far as like the new units go. But their hero selection that they got is pretty rad. Like Arbol is cool. Skulltaker is cool. Blood Speaker is really fun. And their heroes are cool too. But yeah, do you feel like they kind of got the short end of the stick as it pertains to their units?
I mean, I've had really good success with the Regiment Renown Wrathmongers specifically. I haven't used the base variant that much. But they seem really good. Like the Regiment Renown Chosen also have gotten 2,000 plus value on them in a few games.
They're not bad. Yeah.
I know it's trickier to use elite infantry sometimes in domination, but definitely in the right matchup. The hero for me, the Khorne's highlights for sure the characters. Like the Blood Beasts and I'd imagine they'll probably get some buffs to be a little bit better at some point. Same thing with like the Slaughter Brute, right? It's a little underwhelming right now. It'll probably get a little bit of help. The Blood Reapers are probably the most disappointing for me because they look very cool, but they're just really not. Their role is also very unclear. They're kind of like a midpoint between Warriors and Chosen, but they don't have the armor of either. And anyway, it's just weird.
It is weird. Oh, dude. Hey, Spirit of Gorg, thank you for the donation, bud. Greatly appreciate it. And we are getting the most forbidden of all matchups. The dreaded quad skull cannon is going to be an artillery duel between two chaos factions. So we have Scarbrand actually with Warrior Wall. So it's going to be Khorne warriors with a double skull cannon. So this is going to be a micro test for sure to see who's going to be able to avoid those shots. But were you expecting 4 skull cannons in this matchup?
You know, I can't say 4 I was expecting necessarily, but I'm certainly not surprised by that.
Yeah. They're very good. And in domination mode, I'm sure in land battle as well. Demons of Chaos are super, super strong. I think they have the highest win rate on domination right now with almost a 70% win rate. And that came on the heels of, I think it was like 2 patches ago or a patch ago. Not with this update, but prior to that, Skull Cannon's getting buffed. We just saw Demons of Chaos like skyrocket in win rate. Obviously the damage buff and demons are great in land battle too, right? Because in land battle, like you can kind of just like loosely obey the attacking rules using some of your poking demons and then just get a ton of spell magic in tandem with the skull cannons. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see spell kiting often with demons, just because you have access to like fiends and like Slanesh mobile units. So
many good units.
Generally, you would see more of like rush-oriented builds for demons in land battles.
Copy that.
But I mean, that's not to say you couldn't. It's just, in land battles without access to like proper skirmish cavalry, you can sometimes get out skirmished if you. Although now with the new skull cannon, maybe not. You might be able to actually do it with just the skull cannons, but.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah,
it's a great point. And I'll take a look at this Khorne army here. It's very unga bunga, very simplistic. So get ready for some in-depth analysis. We have a Chaos Warrior wall front line, and they've come off a couple buffs and a couple patches, cost reductions, stat line increases. So we do have the Shielded Warrior, which is great. They'll be able to go fisticuffs with most demons, and they have silver shields against the Tzeentchian shooting, which is cool. We got double skull cannon from Lord Chicken, just going to be poking into the demonic skull cannons and rubbing their tips together there. And Scarbrand the Exiled feels like a very risky pick, having a big target like this against demons who do have some very excellent shooting, and things like Fiends of Slanesh will be good at kind of tying him down. But Big Daddy, if he gets a good rampage on the enemy chicken, he can do some serious work. So what are we looking at here for the demonic host, my friend?
Yeah, you mentioned fiends. We definitely got some fiends. We got some missiles, blues. Looks like 3 blues, some nurglings here as well, and then both the skull cannons. And this Exalted Lord of Change Rock and Lore of Metal with Final Transmutation and Glittering Robe. Interesting not to see blue fire spam. I feel like that has been just the staple of Tzeentch play since Warhammer 3 was released.
Yeah, Soli loves using Lore of Metal. So Solus Aura in the recent championship, as well as like every game I played against him. So I've run into Soli in our tournaments maybe 3 or 4 times, and just been crushed pretty much every time. But usually it's a Lore of Metal caster. Even when they play Warriors of Chaos, which is another faction I've seen them play, they'll use Sartorial and just use the Lore of Metal. Yeah, super stylish for sure. And do you see the Haggard Skull Cannon duel over here?
Yeah.
Just look at them like scooting around and like super inaccurate shots. Oh, I love it. It's so good.
Seeing these little like fires pop up on the ground just randomly, like what?
Yeah, probably shooting at the skull cannons isn't going to be the best bet. I think just like using their ammunition on the enemy infantry is going to get the most value. Although, hey, look at that. First direct hit of the game there. You see that? Yeah,
the Hellforged Bellowers there. I don't know. For me, like, given the Chaos Warriors are pretty pricey, it looks like he did manage to land a couple of hits on a couple of the Chaos Warriors, but I don't know.
Yeah.
The Skull Cannons don't seem super accurate shooting at each other, but although, I don't know, maybe a little bit. The ROR, especially, if it lands multiple hits on the same single entity, seems to be doing some pretty good damage, but we do see now some Furies being brought in for Khorne, and it looks like, Changebringers for Soli.
That's going to be tough, although the Skull Cannons can waste them. And yeah, look at that. Right as we say that, right on the money, the Hellforged Bellowers break through the shield to the Changebringers and continue to get value. I would like to see Scarbrand run up and maybe try and rampage one of the enemy Skull Cannons. Uh-oh. Yeah, Chicken gets in there. He gets his shield bashed. And are we going to be seeing the rampage attempt? Did he actually bring it, Dov?
He had to have, right? There's no way he didn't. He definitely did. Yes. You see, it looks like the Fury Summon being used by the Exalted Lord of Change here. He managed just to pop up in the air and get the Furies on the field without being rampaged. So, yeah, a little bit late. There it is.
Yeah, he pulls the Scorpion, get over here. He calls him back down to the ground, and the Exalted Lord of Chicken potentially going to be in some danger here. That rampage does not last super long. It looks like there's only a couple seconds left, but if Chicken Feed is able to get the micro going and get a surround on that goose using his Minotaurs, that could probably just be GG. Like, if that chicken dies early on, I would be comfortable saying that he's probably done for this game.
Yeah, the Changebringers, too, got chased by those Khorne Furies. Managed to screen them out, but took quite a bit of damage in the process.
Yeah, so far, really, really good start here for Lord Chickenfeed, getting that Exalted Lord of Change down very low. Minotaurs have incredibly good mass, as does Scarbrand, but he should probably use the Skull Cannons to pin the chicken in from the front and make sure that it can't escape, and it looks like that's what he's going to be doing. Nice micro there. Oh, he just barely misses it. Now I think the Goose might get away. It's going to be incredibly close.
Oh,
no, it's
hits
crumbling.
Demonic Instability. That's done for.
Dude, who doesn't love seeing Chad Brand who just get in there and take down one of those annoying flying lords? That's like super cornate. And a nice skull cannon shot there too, huh?
Yeah, really nice. Lands right in the center. Let's see. I don't know if the Exalted Lord of Change, he looks like his leadership is going to stabilize there. Gets off the final transmutation. And look at those Minotaurs just absolutely melting.
I don't know what it is with Seekers, man. I feel like they do a disgustingly disproportionate amount of damage. Like, that doesn't seem quite right. I mean, to be fair, though, they do have, like, 100% armor piercing, but the degree with which they just KO those Minotaurs basically just equalized the game. Like, it was a one-sided game, but then just instantly losing 1,300 value there just feels so freaking bad. And the Changebringers are also back online as well. And it looks like Solasora is going to be using them on the ground, which is a very common tactic you see to just kind of keep them within support of the Seekers and other ground-based units. And now we get the dogs coming in. So let's see how this goes.
Friendly fire. Those Hellforge Bellowers just took a chunk out of the side of the Changebringers on their own team.
So this seems like a better trade. Like, the Hounds are getting wrecked, but at least they're returning the favor. Those Minotaurs just got absolutely crumped, man. That was rough. And Seekers of Slaanesh are going to be knocked out here, while Solasora just surfing on the ground with those Changebringers, looking for freebies wherever they can.
Yeah, those Seekers managed to get 1,700 value before they passed, so that Fire and Forget definitely pays for itself, and then they're back in the pool to heal up and come back and do it again.
To be fair, he probably has like 3 Seekers in his build, so I don't think he's even going to need to wait for those ones to come back. And looks like Fiends on the outside going to be going after some Marauders, and suddenly it looks like a game where like we were like, oh my god, this is over a minute ago, to the Demons of Chaos are kind of in control. I mean, looking at the objective situation, Khorne has their home objective, but the Demons have battlefield control in the other 2 points. Changebringers are just, having a freebie here. You see that glittering robe on the Changebringers? You see that? Oh, 69 armor, dude. Nice. The blessed number. Yeah, nice, dude. Sweet. But yeah, Scarbrand kind of pinned back a little bit, and he's kind of having trouble, cleaning out the Seekers one at a time. You think Khorne's going to be able to find their way back in this one?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll see. That losing the Minotaurs was quite a bit of value, but the shooting, the Hellforge Bellowers definitely getting the better of that shootout as they managed to get another nasty hit on the Changebringers there.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was a great shot. Changebringers are going to be fleeing, potentially crumbling. And that is one variable that I'm sure you recognize in your casting experience as well, that when we look at the damage valuation up top, it doesn't take into account demonic crumbling and disintegration and, undead crumbling and things like that. So that is something to note, that, there could have been a lot of crumbling damage that took place on the Exalted Lord of Change that wasn't reflected on the damage valuation. But now it looks like Khorne's going to be advancing and meeting the demons head on.
Yeah, looks like they've got, what do we got? Some Khorne Gores coming off the Vanguard point. One benefit of the Khorne Gores for Khorne specifically is that they don't have a ton of, I think they're actually the only Vanguard infantry now for Khorne, right? So it allows you to get not only that, but an anti-large Vanguard infantry is quite unique and very powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. Khorne eating that final transmutation. At least they do have some spell resist to go with that. Scarbrand getting a little bit low, currently sitting at 4k HP, whereas the Goose up in the sky sitting at 1600. Khorne advancing their infantry up from Objective 1, going to be saturating into the middle, but they're going to be meeting some tough opposition here in the form of the Bloodletters, which are a hard counter against Chaos Warriors. And Khorne kind of looks like they're struggling here. The Fiends of Slaanesh getting a good surround on Scarbrand, and I'm starting to think that this game is looking kind of rough for the old Khorne dogs, as the Khorne Gores are not going to be able to get through this mass quick enough to potentially save Scarbrand. Going to be very dodgy right there.
Yeah, the Blues doing a really nice job just taking hits for the Fiends right now, not allowing those Khorne Gores to get in, but a brutal rampage manages to bring down the Exalted Lord of Change. Let's see if Scarbrand is going to turn around and try and capitalize or try and escape. Looks like he does. Countercharge in, hits that Lord of Change hard in the face, will be enough to force the leadership back into demonic instability. Not yet, but it looks like some of those Blues are crumbling. Fiends are pretty much gone. Yeah, Khorne able to get a little bit of a turnaround right there. Kind of stabilize things somewhat, but a nasty final transmutation as the counterpunch.
Yeah, it's going to hurt pretty bad. Scarbrand will probably barely survive, although it looks like he's going to be unstable, negative 36 leadership. Minotaurs are coming in to provide some anti-large, but if Scarbrand goes down, I mean, that's such an expensive piece to lose. Really, everything is going to be relying on this Hellforge Bellowers over here. I don't know if you're watching, but basically Lord Chicken is trying to get underneath that Exalted Lord of Change. He rips the shotgun shot, nails him in the face, and the Chicken, though, his leadership is just not going down. I mean, Scarbrand folded up there pretty quickly, but this thing is... he's here to play, man. He does not want to be leaving this battlefield.
Oh, Scarbrand stabilizes with 116 HP, so I'm not sure if you just want to, like, run him to the corner and have him hide or what exactly, but...
Yeah, this is where Scarbrand goes on a little blood voyage, a blood vacation. He needs to go hide in the bushes and become a Wood Elf, because there's nothing to be gained by having him on the battlefield at this point. I mean, you could send him in for one last attack, but the negative 16 leadership penalty is going to be too brutal. We do see one Skull Cannon for Lord Chicken. The Hellforge Bellowers actually currently crumbling against the Seekers. Minotaurs of Khorne trying their best, but it looks like the Demons of Chaos just barely going to be edging this game out. I mean, if this Goose had been killed in the beginning, Lord Chicken wins this game probably. Oh, another shot. You see that?
Yeah. Another shot almost forces it. Scarbrand gets a little breath as he's kind of trying to get whatever value he can. Does hit those Nurglings. And then we've got these two Skull Cannons just playing bumper cars in the open field. Absolutely beautiful. But the crumbling Hellforge Bellowers, let's see, one final shot. Can they make contact? They do get it off. Nice. Oh. The trade, absolute trade.
Do you see how haggard he looked when he fell? He like bumped up and then like went back down. So that's a big win for Khorne, right? Like Scarbrand is still alive in the bushes, just kind of hanging out. And that's going to, you know, there's a lot of going down, right? You see some of the blues crumbling here. You see more blues crumbling. And maybe Khorne is going to have a chance. But remember, Khorne is... kind of on the back foot in terms of points, although the Warriors were able to move up and get some ground. And could we be seeing a Khorne comeback right now? I think maybe it's on the menu. We'll have to see.
It's definitely possible. It depends on what the Demons can do. I mean, Demons are also a faction that besides like the Slaanesh Cavalry, you know, Furies, you don't have a ton of Vanguard options, especially in terms of infantry. Really only Nurglings, right? So we do see a couple of Nurglings coming in, but I could see the Demons having some capture weight issues and just not being able to secure these objectives, considering these very healthy Chaos Warriors are starting to lock them down.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, it's crazy. Things are starting to look pretty okay for Khorne. We do see the Hellforge Bellowers being killed by these Minotaurs on the western side of the battlefield, which is pretty massive. If he gets that pick, that's huge. Objective 2 is currently owned by Khorne, but it looks like it's potentially going to be flipped, although those Chaos Warriors and Fleshhounds might actually be able to win that fight with the Furies coming in. The hard magic damage rear charging into the Nurglings while the Warrior Anvil holds them in place is super MLG. And looking at Objective 3, we do have a Warrior Wall as well. So some of those Khornate Warriors really showing their mettle as things are looking a little bit better for Khorne. Massive value lead for Khorne, man. Look at that difference now. 13,000 against 10.8. The Skull Cannon gets karate chopped, and Dob, looks like Khorne might be back on the menu.
Yeah, and the thing is, Khorne can win on a 2-cap right now. They don't necessarily have to 3-cap quite yet, although it is getting pretty close. Let's see if they can try and get these objectives. Right now, it's just Demons are playing for time, and they might be able to hold on if they can hold these objectives long enough, but it's all depends on if they can get some good engagements. These Seekers managed to come in and just wreck these two Chaos Warriors. Yeah.
Makes sense. Seekers are so nasty, dude. Are they the same? I mean, I've been noticing a trend of them, like, I don't know what happened to them, but like a patch or two ago, I just noticed they started crushing super hard. Like, I've had my Baeltor's characters, I love Chaos Dwarves, and I've had them just be surrounded and killed by Seekers in like a matter of seconds. Like something about some stat line or maybe a model count increase they got. I can't quite remember what it was, but I do think that Khorne is going to win this game. I think it's pretty much over at this point. I mean, it's a long time before Solusor wins on the 2 points here. Really nice intercept there with the Furies against the Seekers to kind of break their charge and do some damage. Minotaurs and Warriors will control Objective 2. And what a good scrap back by Chicken Feed, right? Like, my morale would have been, you know, it would have gotten in my head for sure if like that chicken got away from me and then I start to lose engagements, but he just kept grinding, found some good fights, and was able to rampage that chicken and blast him in the face, and while keeping Scarbrand alive. Like, Scarbrand's in the trees, man.
Yeah, Scarbrand's out there, you know, counting his toes, and over here we've got his Warriors doing his work for him. But those clutch shots too, I mean, barely got off the shots from the Hellforge Bellowers in time, managed to take out the chicken. Is very, very close. Could have gone either way for sure. But credit to Lord Chicken Feed here. Definitely managed to stay calm under pressure. keep keep bringing those units in, keep prioritizing the right targets, and it's looking pretty good for him right now.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. You nailed it on the head. And old Scarbrand in the bushes is funny. Right as I mentioned, like, I'm like, yeah, and Scarbrand's hiding in the trees. I like zoom in on his face, and he's just, he has that laughing animation where he's like cackling. It was just perfect. But yeah, this is just desperation here from Sully, just sending out Nurglings, just kind of like hoping to the Dark Gods that one Nurgling unit can take on like 3,000 points of Khorne Warriors. But yeah, sometimes when you're in the heat of the moment in a high stakes event, you kind of don't realize the game's over, and you just kind of keep sending stuff out there. But basically a 0% chance. The only way that Sully could win this is if Lord Chicken DCs, and I'm pretty sure they live like almost in the same area, same region. So yeah, a couple of Chaos Furies being called in, but that's great for us, right? Because we get Game 3, which is a win for everybody. We get a Game 3, and it gives us more time for the laggy match to finish its replay. So it's just, this is like the ideal outcome, though.
Definitely, I agree. And it's also nice to see Khorne, being able to scrap back. I mean, as far as DLC stuff, definitely showcases the power of the new ROR Skull Cannon. The fact that both players were, willing to bring it, and Skull Cannons in general, but especially the ROR. We saw it do some nasty work there. Nice to see a few Khorne Gores here and there, too. I don't know if they really did a ton, but just nice to have them.
Yeah, and the one Khorne Gore that got called in got 900 value, which is great.
There we go.
Yeah, and the Vanguard speedy capture weight is really, really nice. That's a huge thing in Dom. In Khorne Gores, there's a lot of elements of the Slaanesh roster that they would be semi-viable against, right? Like against the Fiends and the Seekers, and any of the monsters, Battletoads, whatever. But yeah, Scarbrand was good that game. I mean, he got 1,800 value. His rampages clutched that game, really. I mean, obviously he got punished and sent back to the woods eventually, but his rampages clutched it. I mean, it got the goose within killing range, and then from there, the Khorne Warriors did the rest. And I thought those Seekers, man, were going to win the game. I thought they were just going to run away with it. Look at the value on those things: 2,600 on one Seeker and 1,800 on the other.
Yeah, impressive stuff for sure. Yeah, I think
brutal.
they got an animation fix, because I want to say there was some weird thing where like they're had a too wide of a hitbox or something, so like their models weren't getting in contact, or maybe there was something screwed up with their animations. I don't know. Someone will probably say in the chat who knows better. But I do recall them getting, someone said it was a stealth buff. Spellbound is here in my chat, is pretty good on the mechanic stuff, so maybe he'll have an answer for us. But I'm pretty sure it was, and I think Cold Ones also might have had a similar tweak where like maybe their animations weren't hitting right, or something to that effect. I can't remember the specifics, but yes, there was a stealth buff to the Seekers and the Heart Seekers as well, where they're much more effective now.
Yeah, I think you got it. And that really is a weird element of Total War competitive, is that the effectiveness of many units is determined by like their attack animations and their turn speed and like things like this, right? Like the Khemrian War Sphinx is like a Mario Kart. That thing can just like charge through a formation, keep running, like chunk it for like 30% and like do a wheel into a full circle. Whereas like the Kadai Destroyer, like, so you played World of Warcraft, right? Like back in the day. I think this is like the best analogy you're gonna get. So back in the day in World of Warcraft, you had people who would turn using the A and D keys, right? Like A and D. Was that like a running joke with you and your friends?
Keyboard
like
turners,
yeah, keyboard turners, right? So like the Kadai Destroyer is like a keyboard turner. He gets in there, he does some damage, but like in a high tense PvP situation, he A and D turns to get where he needs to go, right? But like the Khemrian War Sphinx is like an arena player who's like knows how to like use the other keys and their mouse to turn properly, and that really is, I think, very, very relevant here. So
Spellbound says, slight model change. They're a bit slimmer and had a shape adjustment. We're not exactly sure how much it helped. It seemed like it anecdotally, it seems like it helped, but...
Okay, perfect. And we have a good update from the other side as well. So Tim and his opponent were able to play, and they reduced the lag, which is great. Granted, it might still be laggy for us. Tim has some forbidden tech where he uses like a VPN to connect to his opponent's regions, and it just like gets rid of the lag. So he says they're not having any lag right now. So they'll play their series out, and you and I can just hang here and do this, and then we'll do those replays. And sounds like we have a very, very solid fix.
Sounds great.
Yeah, because that was like watching Claymation, that other game. We were there for like 8 seconds, and yes, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, when you're measuring seconds per frame, it's not a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you guys like the keyboard turner analogy? Yeah, Dov knows. We've both experienced it for sure. So the other side finished their game 1. They're on game 2 now, and we'll bring you guys updates. And of course, we'll be casting that via replay. So Dav and I will load in, and we'll do it the old school way, which will be fun.
Here's a tech to consider, right? Just something as we get their picks locked in. So the Changeling, right? Changeling had a minus 400 cost reduction.
Yes.
And also,
he's free now. Yeah,
you get a few more things to turn into, right? More legendary characters means more stuff you can turn into. So, for example, Snagla is only 1,500. Since he always comes mounted, you automatically get him on his spider, which is a nice benefit. You get the snare, you get the summon. You don't get the disgusting contact effect on a magic missile, but that's okay. Yeah. Would you pay... I think he's like 1,500 with no spells or anything. Would you pay 1,500 for Snagla for Tzeentch just for the snare and the summons? Like, I could potentially see that being really useful.
Yeah, that's not one I had thought of, to be completely honest. I did not think of that. Last night I was laying in bed in the wee hours of the night, and I was thinking about what would be the coolest transforms for him. But I did not think... that's actually pretty good. I mean, Tzeentch can get a net already from Kairos, right?
Right.
So is it worth it over Kairos? I mean, it's like a cheaper Kairos, and it gives you the little spider summons. Maybe it could be. He is a little bit snipeable, though, so you're putting your Lord in a bit of a situation where he could be sniped.
That's true.
Because he's very, very squishy, but I don't know who would be the best. I mean, maybe, honestly, just back to old-school Seitang. Scar Bloodwrath could be decent, too.
Yeah, Scar.
Scar, like, could be okay for getting, like, a grindy anti... Like, maybe against, like, Cathay or Dwarves, you switch to Scar, right? Because, although Aecold might just be a better choice, because of the passive healing is better than Scar's heal.
Yeah.
What about Orion? Orion has some good bound abilities, and his items aren't super necessary. So you could get like Orion with Hawk's Talon and the Hounds of Gibson.
Yeah,
but Orion's not even that meta. Like, I don't know who else. What do you guys think in both of our chats? Who would be like the best Lord for him to transform into? I'd be curious to hear.
Nakai, since he got his buffs, now causes terror, and he has a couple of really good debuffs. Well, one really good buff, one really good debuff. You don't get the perfect vigor item, but he's terror-causing monstrous infantry, pretty good stats all around, 120 armor, I think. So that's a possibility for sure.
That ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. What about Arbol? Because you get the Chaos Spawn summon, and Arbal's item is like the one thing you cut on him nonstop, right? Like, people always cut his item. So with Arbol, you get his really powerful armor-piercing explosion, and you get the Spawn summon. I actually think Arbol could be a very good one.
Yeah, and his stats and animations are pretty solid on foot. Skull Taker also is like 40 speed on foot, and you don't get as immune to flanking, but I mean, his stats are disgusting.
Torox, there's some Torox hype in chat. What do you got over on your side?
Yeah, Torox is a pretty good option for sure. Let's see.
Greasus?
No.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Yeah, the not getting a mount takes away a ton of options. The fact that you don't get to have a mount is like, it basically cuts down like 80% of his choices.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, the new Gutsman for the Ogre Kingdoms, the anti-large kind of executioner character.
Yeah.
Right? Because you get the execute, and he's a little squishy, but not like overly squishy. He has a good amount of HP at least, even though it doesn't have a lot of armor. Anti-large, pretty good combatant all the way around, and yeah, you do get the execute, I believe.
And when you do the Dragon Twins for Cathay, you don't get their Dragon form, right? Because I know you only have the one transform. That would be super strong.
That'd be very broken.
That would be busted. Because then you would just get the Iron Dragon and just have him in like the freaking Tzeentch roster. Oh my god, that would be awful. Yeah, Scarbrand is actually not terrible.
Yeah.
Like, Scarbrand is really powerful, and his abilities and items are all relatively decent. So getting a Rampage on Tzeentch could be really problematic, right? Like, imagine you Rampage something and you have like 2 Changebringers waiting to just cook them. Like, that's pretty good. So yeah, I like Scarbrand a lot. Kugath, probably too expensive. I think paying for all the spells, because like that's the problem with him transforming into casters.
Yeah,
is that you have to just pay the troll toll and pay for all the magic too.
Depends on the matchup. Like, certain factions have a really hard time killing Kugath, especially if you back him up with like Tzeentchian halberds. Like Slaanesh, for example. If you have magic damage halberds protecting Kugath, like, what are they gonna do about that? Like, how do they even kill that? So like, there's certain matchups where it can be very degenerate, but yeah, a lot of matchups he'll just get shot to death for too many points.
Is Zinch is top tier in land battle, right? Like
Yes.
I've heard that they're just like the Terminators, like the past couple patches. But is that still a thing?
I mean, they have been for most patches in the game, yes. Like,
Yeah.
maybe one or two patches where they weren't S tier, but for the most part, always have been.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, because in Dom they're like a mid tier faction, like lower mid tier. They actually had a really low win rate last season. It was like in the 40s. I don't know what it is. I mean, they've got a pretty good roster. I mean, their infantry are great. Their shooting is great. It's top tier magic, really good mobility. Maybe
Yeah.
when Centaurs of Tzeentch got nerfed, Tzeentch went from being like a 60% win rate faction down to like 45.
Yeah, I could see that in Domination. I could see, like,
Yeah,
Centaurs as a unit type are just amazing in general, but
yeah,
especially in Domination, everything they bring, oh man.
yeah. Because pretty much every Beastman player, like you were completely right about the Centaurs. Like Centaurs, like if we get a Beastman game today, you're gonna see it. It's like cheap Ungor spears with raiders and like the butchers of Kalkengard. Then the entire rest of the army of Centaurs, they'll like mass Centaurs. They're so effective in Domination because there's often fighting on couple points, right? It's not like a focalized fight as much as land battle is. It still is sometimes, but if it's like an Itza style map where there's like 3 wide objectives, you'll often see like multiple skirmishes and engagements. So mobility is just huge, right? But yeah, so we're getting into our game 3 here between these players. The winner will advance to the grand finals, and then third place will be dueled out as well. So that is going to be that. Historically, for this, we have done third place off stream, so we've done it on the casted it separately on the channel, depending on the circumstances. So we'll see the lag situation, and maybe that might be the case depending on how the final situation plays out. But yeah, picks here. So we've seen Khorne. We've seen Greenskins. Ogres we haven't seen in this series yet. So very likely we get an ogre pick here, I would say. I think we're going to see it from one of them for sure.
I would imagine, probably pretty likely. I'm actually going to go refill my water real quick. I'll let you entertain, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, do your thing, man. Do your thing. So for anybody watching over on old Dobbs' channel here, we are on the map The Jade Tomb, which is made by Bob That Builder. So most of the maps for Domination mode have been created by the community because the original Domination maps we got were absolute potatoes. So you can see all these maps here as we look. I don't know if he's got it on his perspective, but Jade Tomb is a map that is, you have a home objective. So in Domination, there's a couple styles of maps. There's the home objective maps where basically you have an objective at home, and then there's one contested objective in the middle. And those ones are really good for factions that like to just have like a traditional land battle style fight where you have an army fight over 1 point. Whereas mobility armies usually like maps that have objectives spread out so they can really pull their opponent apart and whatnot. But this one is a home objective map where you have a very easily defensible home objective and you're mainly fighting over the center one. So it's not like Itza. And on the side, there's a wood line where you can ambush your opponents and Vanguard deploy and all that sort of good stuff. No, you didn't miss it, Matt. You're just getting here. I'm casting, by the way, with Dob Plays, in case you guys don't know him. I've known Dob since 2016, 2017. We go back. We have spent countless hours hanging out in Discord back in the day. He is awesome. He does mainly Conquest and Land Battle on his channel, but does kind of dabble in Domination mode here and there with his qualifiers and big events. So please make sure to check out Dob if you haven't. And if you have a link, if you have a mod in chat who could link to Dob's channel, that'd be greatly appreciated. So yeah, it's going to be good. We're hanging in there. So right. Solasora, of course, our current defending champion. They won the last major big money event in Domination, and they're down to the ropes against Lord Chickenfeed, who is also a major event winner too. Lord Chickenfeed managed to win the official CA event 2 cycles ago, I believe. I can't remember. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're doing it. You're back.
I am back, good? Hydrated, ready to go. Yeah,
sweet, dude. We were explaining the map. Yeah,
we locked in on Norska versus Wood Elves.
You think we're going to see the Power Monkey from Norska? You think we're going to see the Skyla Angfingrim? Is it time?
Yeah, it may be. I
don't think it's going to happen. No way. That would be such a throw by Lord Chicken. Like, Skyla is so terrible in this matchup. Like, the Eternal Guard will just murder it. It has 50 armor, and all those like archers are just going to tear that thing to shreds. I mean, you might get a cute rampage once, but yeah, it's so bad. What matchups would the Khorne Monkey be good in, though, do you think? Like, if we had to find a place for it.
Maybe.
Just can't think. Maybe Vampire Counts or something? I don't know. Like, it can rampage and...
think he
Probably
doesn't have
not.
enough
Yeah.
armor. He just died to like Blood Knights and Skeleton Spears.
Yeah, this just the zombies will kill it. Yeah.
Probably Skaven. I don't know. It's like a matchup where his lack of AP
No.
is like not going to matter as much, and
Well, but
his speed will
Skaven,
help.
maybe in land battle, because in Dom, Skaven just bring like a brick wall of like storm vermin and clan rat spears, and then just like Skyla will just make no dent in that, and then slingers galore.
Yeah.
I
see
literally
that.
can't think of a matchup in which I would like actually bring that character. If I weren't just having fun, right?
Yeah.
If I'm trying to win a tournament.
Yeah, in all
Ogres?
actuality, like even
Ogres. Ogres, because bulls are lightly armored and stuff, right? So maybe it can like punch the bulls in the face and rampage like a big expensive unit and pull it to its doom. I don't know.
maybe.
Yeah, I can't think of anything. Yeah, it's all fringe, right? Maybe Nurgle, but Skyla doesn't do magic damage, right?
No.
Yeah, so that just sucks. So like demons, it's not even like a fringe viable thing.
Even
Yeah,
against
I
like
can't. I literally can't think of anything.
Empire, any ranged faction, you're just gonna get blasted by arrows and bullets and whatever else. Like
Yeah.
Pistoliers
Monkey
just
isn't
like
it?
cackling as they shoot the monkey.
Yeah, Pistoliers. Monkey's probably not good in any matchups. Yeah, I don't think so, unfortunately. This, however, is an interesting matchup. Norska, isn't it uncanny how Norska's just like. So last time when Norska came out, I was in my 20s, and I'm 36 now. So I was in my 20s, and I was living in Poland with my wife before we were married, and we've been married since 2018. It's crazy. Norska's just freaking ancient. And they've like haven't really been touched at all, aside from a couple like little like bouncing passes, and they still can compete at the highest level, which is nuts, you know. Like so
Yeah.
many other factions have gotten like 3 DLCs, like 12 new units, and these guys they're just going. The Unga Bunga is going strong, you know, through the years.
It goes to show how strong their units are in general, and just like pretty well constructed roster overall. Like a lot of people are like, "Oh, Norska's a fake faction, whatever." I just
It's not
think
real.
like there's so much potential there. It's almost sad that Creative Assembly hasn't given them more, but at least they get Skilla this time. To be
Yeah, they got
honest, I
Monkey.
kind of expected more. I was hoping they'd get like at least one infantry unit because like freaking Beastmen, man, they're just like happy cow
they're
noises over in the
feasting,
corner,
dude.
just like getting all the free stuff every update, and then sad monkey Norska is just
Yeah, you know, if you've looked at the Skull Reaper models, even though Skull Reapers suck, I could have seen them being added to Norska. They kind of have
Same.
a bit of a Norskan aesthetic. They look like berserkers, right?
Yeah.
Like the heavily armored warrior units, I understand them not being added to Norska. It doesn't fit them, but like the lightly armored stuff, I bet
Yeah.
you Norska will get something someday. Like if not like an FLC update, maybe they would get like a new lord and like a couple new units. But
yeah.
like, what could they?
Skull
Maybe,
Reapers for me is just like it seems like a clear upgrade from the Berserkers specifically, and like makes more sense in that context than in the context of like the Warriors. So I don't know. They're also like on the tier of champs, and there's no champs like dual hand weapons, right? Like I don't know. It just to me it seemed like a slam dunk, but maybe like Games Workshop said no or something. Who knows? Or maybe they just don't like Norska.
This would actually be a perfect time to update Norska, or would have been, because maybe in some of the next updates, because in tabletops, I play fantasy tabletop or old world tabletop, and they just added Norska into the game. So you can play a Norskan army. It's like, so Warriors of Chaos have a specialty army, like a sub-army within their book that's called the Wolves of the Sea. It's super cool. So it's a Norskan army. You get skin wolves, you get marauder champions, you get like Huskarls. Oh, we don't have Huskarls in this, do we?
We don't.
So Huskarls would be freaking awesome. They're in tabletop. They're kind of like an in-between of you have the Marauder Horseman and the Chaos Knight. It's like in between those two units. So it's like an upgraded Marauder Horseman that's like kind of like a mini Chaos Knight.
Nice.
That would be sweet. And
like a medium melee cavalry kind of deal.
Yeah. And the Wolves of the Sea in tabletop have a really cool rule that before the battle starts, your Wolf of the Sea champion, you can have one of your champions issue like a blood sport duel to the enemy champion. If they refuse it, you get like a bonus for your army. So it's super awesome.
So cool.
Yeah, it's like you remember in Troy when Achilles fights Boagrius in the beginning, like the two champions like meet in front of the army and fight.
Yeah.
The Troy, with Brad Pitt. Yeah, it's like that. You get to have like a duel, which is awesome. But yeah, what else for Norska? I mean, Norska's got tools here. They have the super durable shielded infantry. They have the skin wolves to fight the enemy mass. Potentially a good matchup against Wood Elves, who are very, very powerful in Dom right now. Yeah. So like Chaos Winged Lancers, sort of, not quite the durability of Winged Lancers. They probably would have like 60 armor, but would be maybe like a little bit faster than a Winged Lancer. Would probably be the Huskarl, but yeah. Oh, you could also add a Famir Lord, right, Dove?
Oh yeah, Famir Lord, Famir, or even like a Skinwolf Lord. To be honest, it depends on how deep they want to go on the lore on it. But there's also a bunch of missing monsters from the Chaos like monster book, right? Like the Chimera, and there's some other like no-brainers you could add, right?
Dude, what about a transforming werewolf lord? That would be the coolest, like a shape-shifting, like shaman. Like he's like a caster that like can do like weird wild magic. Like he's got like a combination of like lore of beasts and like something else. And then he can turn into a werewolf form, which makes him like an anti-infantry, like armor-piercing fighter with regeneration. So he's like running around, regenerating, and like turns into human form to cast some spells, and then goes to werewolf form to fight. Dude, that would be the coolest thing ever. Oh, just some wild shaman lord.
Oh, come on, so man. Cool.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, Skinwolves are great though. They're one of the one piece of the glue that holds together Norska for sure.
Definitely,
they're super powerful.
Like you got to have werewolves in your fantasy, right? So
yeah, we do. They're cool in tabletop too. They're pretty similar. They have like regeneration, and they get a lot of work done. You can see the players readying up. Like they've been like probably second guessing their builds and changing things at the last second. Yeah,
it's an important decision, definitely.
A Famir Matriarch Lord would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot they could do. Who's going to be next, do you think, Dov? So obviously Slaanesh, right? We're going to get Slaanesh as the Chaos faction, but do you think it'll be Slaanesh and Elves?
I don't know if it'll be all Elves, just because, like, the Wood Elves, like, don't really have... They'd have to, like, make up stuff to add. They kind of did already for the last Wood Elves DLC. The Dark Elves, I think, are in a similar position. The only, like, Elf faction that actually has stuff to add still, I think, is High Elves, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, High Elves are missing the Lothern Skycutter, which would be really cool.
Yeah, like that's a great centerpiece unit for sure.
Yeah, and it's the Lothern Skycutter is a mount also. See, like I played in a tournament about a month ago, and the guy who won the tournament, he was using a Lothern Skycutter mage. It was super cool. So it's like a flying chariot that can charge and like have chariot effects, but it also has a bolt thrower mounted on it. So it's got like a flying like machine gun chariot. It's like a flying Scourge Runner, basically. That can be used as a character mount, which is really, really awesome. So it'd probably be viable for sure, right? Like,
yeah. Oh yeah. I mean,
are Scourge Runners still popular?
They're
people still
quite
use
good.
Scourge Runners?
Yeah, especially after some of the chariot updates in the last couple patches. They're pretty good again. And like you can get, especially if you get like 600, 700 value from the shooting, you can make up the rest in terms of their melee prowess, which is pretty easy to do, honestly. But yeah, I would think like Slaanesh, High Elves, and then my heart of hearts wants Norska to be the third faction. But I know it's probably not going to be the case.
Yeah, you're always like, I don't think a single faction that has come into the game as a race pack, like Chaos Dwarves, Norska, Tomb King's Coast, not a single one of them has gotten a DLC, I don't think, right?
The game ones have, like Wood Elves and Beastmen have.
Yeah,
but none of the game 2 and the game 3 ones have. I would imagine we'll get a Nagash DLC at some point that would probably hit all the undead factions, like all 3 plus Nagash, but I don't know.
That would be a super fun DLC. Imagine if it comes out like around Halloween or something. We get like just triple undead. Oh, that would be such flavor. Yeah, Ogres. Okay, Ogres actually got one. That's right. Yeah, that's a good point. Ogres are like yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Well, Ogres were a launch faction though, weren't they?
Well, kind of like Warriors of Chaos. They got
yeah,
a DLC
but that doesn't count. Ogres were a launch faction basically. They just came with the pre-order or whatever.
Yeah.
Wood Elves and Beastmen, yeah, in game 1. But yeah, typically Chaos Dwarves, it's tricky. I don't know if they're missing much.
No, I don't think.
Let me think about tabletop. They're one of my main armies. I'm trying to think if there's anything in their army book. They have the Infernal Ironsworn, the Infernal Guard. You have the Black Orcs. Oh no, they don't have that. That's an FLC for sure. Because in tabletop, Chaos Dwarves have Black Orcs. You can bring them.
Interesting.
But also, it's a little bit different because in the time period that the Old World takes place, the Chaos Dwarves, Grimgor hadn't led the rebellion yet.
Okay.
So like the Black Orcs are still hanging out with the Chaos Dwarves. So maybe that's why they're not in this one. But imagine getting like a good shielded Black Orc on the Chaos Dwarf roster. That'd be sweet. Although you kind of have Infernal Guard already, so yeah. Anyways, would you like to talk about the Unga Bunga army over here?
Let's talk about the Munka. No Munka. Don't have Skilla here, not surprised, but that's okay. We've got a bunch of Marauders and some Champs, and then some Ice Wolves on the flanks, one Spear, and Wulfric, Mr. Lore of Boats himself, has his Lore of Boats. Yep, and Fight or Die, and that's pretty much it. No Caster. I guess his Caster's in reserve for now.
Yes, yeah. So he what he's kind of doing is like a maximum pressure build. He's rather than spending 1,000 gold on a caster, he's just trying to get like 2 or 3 extra units, probably to stuff the Wood Elves back quickly and get like a capturing advantage. And then he's just gonna call in his wizard as probably his first call in, which I would anticipate a Burning Head caster, probably going to be a fire caster against Wood Elves. Sometimes you'll see shadows. That's very viable. Death is also good if you're expecting the Wild Hunches of Karnas, but yeah, that would be my guess. And looking at Wood Elves, dude, you see the Mass Vanguard going down here from Soli. We got the Ancient Tree Man with a little bit of life magic, a couple Dryads, and the new Wildwood Rangers, which are an excellent tool against Marauder champions, by the way. Love it with their anti-infantry bonus. And Archers in the Deep Vanguard with Spears. But yeah, Wood Elves really love this map because they can take advantage of the Vanguard zones. This map is very friendly with Vanguard deployment. So yeah, immediately Wood Elves are going to get some good capture pressure, and that will put Norska on the back foot.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I guess, am I misremembering? Skinwolves don't have Vanguard, do they?
No, the only thing he could use would probably be the Marauder Horsemen, which is risky against Wood Elves because the Vanguard Swift Shivers would just tear them to shreds.
Right.
So here's Norska. Norska looks like they're making a bit of a beeline for Objective 2 while also hugging the periphery of the woods. So there are Vanguard spawn points on the edge of each wood line. So if you want to do like sneaky tactics and kind of ambush your opponent's back objective, or let's say they have artillery, you can sneak through the woods there and usually get a good jump on them. But yeah, Norska are going to be playing really defensively, Dov, and it looks like this could be a build-up situation. So it is not an uncommon tactic to build up a massive force and try and alpha strike your opponent. So you let them have the objectives initially while you just summon out a massive legion of swarming elements against missile-centric factions, and then you just push in and try and alpha strike them with one, killing blow, basically. But it's very risky because you give your opponent a huge point lead, and if they're able to hold your alpha strike, then you just kind of auto-lose,
Yeah. And I noticed he's putting all 3 of his champions here in the woods, kind of hanging these other Marauders out here to take the missiles. I guess one champ is kind of hanging outside here as well. But then, yeah, starting to bring in some javelins. We've got Lore Firecaster, as you predicted here. Looks like just Burning Head there. No Fireball or anything. But Wulfric also on foot.
Lore Boats, as you call it. I love that. That's amazing, by the way. And he just cast his boat on the Deepwood Scouts, and it did not do anything. It basically just kind of tickled their pickle. Yeah. So he's going for an envelop here. He's moving his Marauder infantry corps around the back of the Wood Elf army. I love it. Isn't it thematic? Like, you got the Warhammer Vikings like moving through the woods to ambush. I love it. And they're going to be collapsing on point 3 and trying to steal that. And he's just encircling the Wood Elf army, which is going to be very precarious for the Wood Elves. But they are getting good value melting some of these Marauders here.
Yeah, chewing a little bit of chaff up here. Wasting
arrows.
Not
happy.
Maybe not wasting, but...
Yeah, it's probably fine. Like, the ammunition situation isn't bad for him. The Deepwood Scouts are still at about 50%, and he's broken the initial vanguard of the Norskan army. The 2 Marauders here. Wulfric has also lost about, 10% HP, 15% HP, which isn't bad at all. And overall, things are looking good for Solisora out of the gates, but now it is the revenge of the Sith as we do see Lord Chicken advancing out, although on the outside he might lose the Hound unit. Nope, looking like he's okay. And Objective 1, 2 going to Norska.
Yeah, looks like the Hounds dropped their move order, right? They did get charged by the Sisters Thorn, didn't do a ton of damage, but their leadership looks like it's not gonna hold up there. Yeah, Solisora is starting to kind of fall back and shoot. No surprises there, but we get some of the Ice Trolls. Interesting choice here. You'd think their leadership and Flammable would make them quite vulnerable, but a nice Burning Head here gets really good contact on those Deepwood Scouts.
That was a sweet Burning Head, dude. Oh my god. But did you see the overcast damage that Shaman Sorcerer took? Dude, he just got KO'd to half health on that. I mean, probably worth it because the Shaman Sorcerer Fire costs 600 gold with just Burning Head on foot. So you could just resummon him later on if he dies. And now Norska is pressing the back objective. The mighty champions have emerged from the woods and will have a very good fight against the War Dancers and the Wild Riders who don't have the best AP. And yeah, now Norska's really putting the squeeze on him. The Wulfric command chasing down some of the Hagbane tips here, as we do have engagements all across the battlefield. Yeah,
looks like we're going to get a clean 1v1 between these champs and the Wildwood Rangers. Here in the center.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
yeah, the War Dancers, I noticed, have their melee defense stance active, so they're not going to be doing much damage, but they should be able to hold out for some time until some reinforcements arrive. Lore of Boats, though, just tears that Wildwood Ranger in half.
Yeah, that was really big because the Marauder champions will downtrade into the Wildwood Rangers, so that really kind of gives the champions a fighting edge. Norska does have the capture weight advantage on Objective 3. We do see it start to slowly slip here as the two Marauder champions do outgrind the Wood Elf core. Although the Dryads are able to fend off the Marauders on the flank, Javelins do advance up, and even though they are anti-large, they still do very feasible damage against light armor, and you can see they have that beautiful arc of fire. And that's one of the advantages of Javelins and bows in this game, is they can usually fire pretty effectively into melee combat. But the objective situation, 2 does belong to Norska, 3 is in flux, but it looks like the Norskins might be able to get it. But towards objective 1, Dov, it does look like the Wood Elves are holding firm.
Yeah, holding firm. The Skin Wolves and the Trolls are having a real hard time here against this Ancient Tree Man's terror. And martial prowess and melee, of course. Skin Wolves rely heavily on their physical resistance, which in this matchup might as well not exist, because most Wood Elf units have magic damage, so they're not going to be as tanky as they would be in other matchups.
Yeah, that Tree Man slapped it up, man. He just is dominating those Norskins. Granted, the Skin Wolves will come back, so if you're looking at the power valuation in terms of the gold damage value, both sides do have a fair amount of healing between the Skin Wolves and the Lore of Life that the Wood Elves have. Probably going to be favoring the Wood Elves a little bit more in that regard. Norska is one of the better grinding factions in the game due to their rage mechanic, and we can see that being reflected on Objective 3 as the champions continue to fight. How many Lore of Boat charges are there? It's 2, right? So, man, if he had a boat charge on Objective 3 right now, that would be devastating. But sadly, I don't think he does.
Yeah, definitely regretting that early boat use that didn't do much damage on those Deepwood Scouts. Would have been put to much better use in a line engagement like this. But even still, Wolfrick's going to get in melee, start to mix it up a little bit there. And yeah, looks to be pretty even, honestly, across the board here.
Oh, so he did have another boat charge. Okay,
oh,
so
he
just used it. Yeah, just wreck those Wildwood Rangers. This is exactly what Norska needed. Looking at the power difference, it looks like 5.6 against 6.1. I would say that's a pretty accurate reflection. It feels like the Wood Elves are a little bit ahead in this game. Granted, the Norskin Trolls and the various wild beasts and Skin Wolves and whatnot, they do all have healing. And Norska potentially can get some good grinding in. Beautiful burning head in the middle. I don't know if you saw that, but that was
really
fat.
Nice. The pin with the Ice Wolves just pinned him right down. Quick follow-up, too, running into the next unit of Swift Shiver Shards there. So some good use of magic and mobility together by Norska, and that Shaman Sorcerer is still hanging on despite blowing himself up multiple times.
What an absolute beast, dude. And yeah, you know, the grind is very, very good for Norska here. Like, even though Wood Elves did jump out to an early lead, we see there's going to be one big thing that's kind of switching up here, right? We're going to see the ammunition start to run out for the Wood Elf archers, so their DPS is going to be falling off a little bit. And also the Norskan infantry are going to be a little bit better in the long-term grind. But that Tree Man really, really is anchoring Objective 1. Norska, though, is massively behind on points, right? The way they decided to play, which is very cagey with like a big envelop, did give them an opportunity to ambush the Wood Elves' home objective of Objective 3. But on that same coin, it did give a big points lead to Solasora. But if he can double cap Sola and then continue to value trade effectively, we could see Lord Chicken Feed, clutching out the W here.
Yeah, the fact that he hasn't actually been able to, like, complete the cap on Lord 3 for quite some time, I think maybe just barely, is going to flip the objective. So that has given Solasora, like you said, quite a bit of time to accrue points here. The fact that the Ancient Tree Man's still quite healthy as well, can kind of run around and try and affect the battle in a pretty substantial way. Let's see how the late game plays out here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that as it currently stands, Solasora would win on just one objective, but it would take a long time. Because he's going to be reaching 1,000 points here relatively soon, whereas, Norska is not going to be anywhere near the 500 points they would need to essentially beat them from the 500 to 1,000 ratio. But yeah, that's the big thing. Lord Chicken Feed is going to have, essentially 500 seconds to try and get the third objective, which he should be able to do. We do see the Wood Elves at 8.2 against 7.9, so value trading is close. But Norskan healing is no joke either. The Skin Wolves and the sustained fighting of the Norskan infantry, in tandem with the fact that the Wood Elves are running out of ammunition, is going to give them some serious work. But now it looks like we're going to have the big Clash of the Titans, as Mini Durthu over here, the Ancient Tree Man, is going to be advancing on Objective 3, bringing his big old Pimp Cane and trying to lay some armor-piercing damage down on Wolfric, which Wolfric, unfortunately, isn't very good against armor, so this could be problematic.
Yeah, with Wolfric just being on foot here, doesn't have much in the way of armor piercing. Didn't even bring the heroic debuff, which does have an armor component to it. That being said, I mean, he is an infantry character. As long as he's saturated in his own infantry, he'll have a much better chance of survival here. You see him get slapped a few times there as he was kind of surrounded by dryads. Treeman just pushing through, but then when he starts to slap the marauders as well, the damage kind of gets divided up a little bit, but Wulfric definitely get beat down right now.
Yeah, he's getting spanked pretty hard by that tree. That's going to be a nice burning head, potentially going to be cooking some of the Dryads and going into the Eternal Guard. And the cab back there, so very good stuff. But yeah, Wulfric getting karate chopped here probably could be a game-losing play. That would break a lot of Norskin's momentum, and at this point, I think the Wood Elves probably got it. Once the big tree got over there, he was able to slap up the Wulfric. We see routes going down on most of the Norskan infantry. Norska is probably going to be able to capture Objective 1 on the other side, but this is not a situation where they can win on just 2 points. Due to how long they took to get the objectives, they're going to need to get all 3, which I don't see them wrestling it from that tree, man. He is just thick, 10,000 HP basically, fat heals, and I think Monkey is in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, and here comes the Wild Hunters of Kurnos, just the elite, like, final sweeper, just shutting down these, routing these Ice Wolves off, and just the amount of value he has concentrated here now. I really don't see the Norskins being able to come back from this one. A huge terror route kicking off.
Yeah, it's such a cool shot, man. Like, getting in those cool cinematic shots in this game is just so fun, man. And the Wild Hunters are a really, really big powerhouse unit. We do see Lord Chickenfeed calling in some spears and some skin wolves to try and provide some anti-large against some of these bad boys, including the Ancient Tree Man. Norska, the Norskan monk, does get Objective 1. We see the Marauders winning their fight against the Eternal Guard and the Dryads. But yeah, Wulfric is on the run. He's on foot. And I don't know, have you noticed this in this patch, or in this DLC? I find that infantry characters, I think something has happened with this, because I've done some testing and I've noticed that monsters are hitting foot characters way more consistently. Like, if you have, like, Sigvald, you remember how when Sigvald was on the ground and he's getting attacked by, like, a dragon, like, oftentimes he'll get knocked over, he won't get hit, it's, like, really inconsistent. But I've noticed that this patch, it has massively changed. I found that monsters hit foot characters exponentially better and can crush them really fast. So if you haven't noticed that, I would recommend giving it some testing, because that is a huge meta-changing variable for sure as we see Solasora close out this game.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's often been the case that, like, you know, infantry characters, like you said, just by nature of getting knocked around a lot and they don't tend to take as many hits. And yeah, I guess I haven't seen too many, like, clean matchups like that, but man, that Treeman was able to just spank out Wulfric and, like, repeatedly. Like, I feel like in previous patches he would have got distracted, like, fighting the Marauders, right? Whereas maybe they just changed something with the priority, where the single entities will, like, keep priority, you know, on the enemy single entity and continue just hitting them only.
It's definitely worth investigating, and this game's over. GG. Wood Elves basically held the storm. The Tree Man was the carry. Like, Norska, their army was solid against the rest of the Wood Elf army, but man, it did not have an answer for that tree. You know, Foot Wulfric was pretty inept at dealing with him. The problem is Throg's a little risky against archer play. He just gets, like, peppered down. So, like, what would you have done? And like, or at least from us having hindsight on that matchup, how do you think Norska could have approached that to better deal with the tree? Just like 5 javelins in the backfield, maybe, or like a Deathcaster with Spirit Leech? What do you think?
Maybe bring some chariots in. Honestly, you'd force the Wild Riders out a little bit sooner. And I just think, looking at this build, like, there's not a lot that can stop chariots besides the cavalry. So I would think probably the chariots are a little bit better in this patch as well. They've had one more kind of additional fine-tuning fix, I think. So I would say, you know, even though it's maybe not a unit you would think about from previous patches, I'd probably try a couple of Marauder chariots and just see, you know, if you can run shop on the infantry a little bit, maybe pull some of those Wild Riders, Sisters of Thorn, out and into unfavorable positions where your Skin Wolves can get a little bit better engagements. You know, the AoE magic damage definitely was effective. It just wasn't quite enough. I think you need a little bit more anti-infantry stopping power.
Yeah, I like the idea of the chariots. And here, the thing in domination mode, and this is a very different from land battle, right? Like, in a land battle situation, you're inevitably going to have to deal with the tree, right? Like, at some point, to win the battle, you probably have to fight their tree. Whereas in Dom, you raised a good point of chariots, right? Like, a couple of cool chariots, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I'm not tested in this matchup, but they could have been viable at pressing the other points hard, and then the tree would just be Benny Hilling around, trying to get to the various points while the chariots could outmaneuver and provide some DPS. But yeah, that's certainly a good call. So I got my bracket updated here. Solasora is going to be advancing to the grand finals, and Lord Chickenfeed is going to be duking it out in old third place. So we will follow their careers with great interest. Should be quite a bit of fun. And now we're going to be setting up our next series here, which is going to be Tim the Wilder versus Armin, which has been ongoing, and that will be done via replays. Yes, so we will be doing that via replays. Okay, that looks good. So we got Chicken Feed in third place and Solasora in the grand finals. And we will find out soon as we cast this next series who's going to be getting to the finals. Yeah, you guys like the graphics? Dov is probably better quality. I bet you he's like has some fancier stuff going on in his stream.
I mean, I'm using the same graphics. I think we both got from.
Oh, but
CA,
do you click? Because I click and drag. I'm like I make a copy and then I just click and drag it, and it looks really haggard. But yeah, it is what it is. I've never been good at these kind of things, you know. All right. So let's get those replays, huh? We're gonna have to fire those up real quick.
Yes.
Get those in our old replay folders, and then we will do that match. So let me see what's cooking here. I believe they have game 1, although nope, we just got game 2 there. Okay, so let's get those replays in here and call it a day. Perfect. Who do you think is going to be like the top dog in land battle coming up here in this next patch? Do you think like any of the new factions are going to change the power dynamic of things?
I definitely think Greenskins. Khorne was already pretty good, honestly. So I do think Khorne will be probably maybe not S tier, maybe A tier, maybe S tier, honestly, depending on how the meta shakes out. It depends on if the Skull Cannon gets banned or not.
Okay.
The Regiment of Renown, but if assuming it doesn't, I could see them being S tier. And then Ogres, just because they have such clear counters, like I think it'll be hard for them to be S tier, but definitely A tier, maybe S tier if you play your cards right. But yeah.
I agree with that assessment. I think Ogres seem like they're going to be a big powerhouse. The Pigback Riders are just such game changers. The having those little shanks mixed in your front line, like having an Ogre unit type like on top of those guys is so cost effective, right? Because you get anti-large, you get your anti-infantry. They kind of like cover all your bases in terms of like dueling potential, which is so powerful. Okay, so I'm going to load up here. I'll let you know when I'm ready to fire off the replay, and we're doing it the old-fashioned way.
Send those to. I don't think were they posted.
Oh, they didn't get them to you?
No, they didn't.
Okay, let me get them to you here real quick.
No worries.
I will find them and send them to you. We're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way, guys. This is the old ways of Total Warcasting. When you have to do it via replays, you basically just like you have a countdown, and then you freaking just launch at the same time, which is really funny. All right, so let's do this. And okay, the replays are coming your way. Uno and dos. Okay, yeah, just answering a rules question for those guys. They had a little question about the pick and ban system, so I took care of that. And let me rename these for you so it's a little bit easier. Instead of just a bunch of random numbers. Yeah, for Dom, I think that Ogres are going to be top tier, if I had to say. I think Ogres are going to be an absolute powerhouse of a faction and will probably be very, very dominant because they were already 60% win rate last season. They were doing very good because having 54 movement speed infantry that can just, sprint up and grab points with 5 capture weight is pretty brutal. But now Pigback Riders like basically skews so many matchups. Any like Kislev, Empire, like how did you deal with Ogre Bulls historically, right? Like oftentimes it was probably by using heavy cav, right? Like when you had an Ogre Bull running up, you just shot cav it, right?
If you're Empire, you just take Huntsmen and Halberds.
Yeah, Huntsmen are great. But like Kislev and Brettonia, like Knights of the Realm, Winged Lancers, Griffin Legion, like you have these annoying little spears now, which is Oh, so somebody in chat asking about the organizational structure of the tournament. So this is a CA official tournament. They are paying the prize pool, which is great. And we had qualifiers for this. So Dov hosted an open qualifier, which 2 people earned qualifier spots with, Armin and Chicken Feet. And I hosted my total tavern season, which was about 2 months of competition with a finals tournament. And the top 2 players in that tournament earned a spot in this. So it's all merit based, no invites. Just everyone earned their spots here, which is how it should be. So
definitely. All right, I am loaded in. Let me just make sure I'm on the right screen here.
Yes, I'm firing up my
factions game now. Right, but that's okay. It is going to be... No, I do still, actually. Ogres versus Wood Elves, so whenever you're ready, you can count us off.
Yeah, I'll be ready in just a second here. Just getting it going. As soon as we get the patch note stuff, I'm sure we'll be breaking it down. There's some stuff Dav and I have noticed for sure, but yeah, we're getting there. Oh yeah, our computer load times are going to be different, so we could just load in and pause and then start together. I think that'd be better.
Yeah, I'm. That's exactly what I did. I'm loaded in and paused like right at 1 second. So.
How excited are you for Steven Seagal here, dude? Are you ready
Dude,
for him?
the Ogre Ninja is honestly like one thing I was most stoked when I heard he was in this DLC. I honestly just clapped. It was so excited.
Yeah, it's kind of. Although he gives me Chris Farley vibes too, like old school. Wasn't there what? There's a movie where Chris Farley dresses up like a ninja, right?
I don't
From the 90s?
recall, probably.
There is. Okay, I'm paused. I'm paused at 2 seconds. Let me know when you're there.
Let's give it a 1, 2, 3, and go.
All right. So here we are. Would you like to break down the Wood Elf army, my friend, of Tim the Wilder?
Yeah. Spellweaver Lore of Life. We've got some Glade Guards. Looks like a couple of Hagbane Tips and Starfire Shafts mixed in. Eternal Guards with shields, and we've got both those Waystalkers already popping off their Arrows of Kurnos, some Dryads in the Vanguard. Looks like swing and a miss there on the Eshin Maneater.
Yeah, Chris Farley, he's elusive. And taking a look at the Ogre army, it's going to be capitalizing on the new most powerful unit in the update for the Ogres, which is going to be the Thunder Tusk. These things are just obscenely powerful. They have 3 attack profiles, right? They have the melee, they have the snowball attack, and then there's also a hunter who rides on the back that throws javelins. So they are just super, super good. Now, the question is, Stonehorns, I believe, have more armor, right? And are a little bit more durable against missiles. These guys have 100 armor with some missile resist of 25%, but is it going to be enough to deal with these Starfire Shafts and their hard armor piercing? That's going to be the question as we see the first snowball coming out here.
Yeah, let's see. It's going to mostly miss there. The second shot on the second single entity does get a nice contact. Good chunk. Yeah. Kills about 12 unit models there and puts a nice speed debuff, so the next follow-up shot should be a little bit easier. But yeah, the Arrows of Kurnos right now. Looks like the others are targeting those pigback riders. Done quite a bit of damage on the knights already.
Who would have thought we would be seeing like these like really expensive like or powerful magic missiles like fearing the pigback riders of like all the targets on the battlefield? But out of the gates, we see the Wood Elves pulling a big value lead. I mean, look at the Thunder Tusks. I personally thought it'd be a little bit too risky to bring these against Wood Elves. I mean, this map though is a map to kind of get away with. There's a lot of line of sight issues. So you'll notice that on objective 1 and 3, they take place in these little pits, right? So within those pits, you have tree lines, which allows your SEs to fight effectively there. But Wood Elves are so mobile that they can usually find angles to shoot you regardless. And out of the gates, it's looking like a very, very good situation for Tim, as both of those guys are low. Wood Elves secure objective 3 and continue to value trade effectively as the birds come in on the flank.
Yeah, we'll see those Vanguard Blood Vultures. They're super cost effective. My experience, Blood Vultures perform not quite as good as like Furies and Crowmen, but pretty similarly, but they cost quite a bit less. So it's definitely a nice unit to have for the Ogres. And like for me, I would take them over Saber Tusk packs. Like obviously sometimes you want both, but for me, they're flying, they're Vanguard, they just offer a lot more upside. And their melee attack buff also goes nuts when it gets fully charged up.
Yeah, we're seeing some very sweaty charging over here from the Blood Vultures, cycle charging the Eternal Guard. Not getting too much of a benefit from that, just losing models and HP. In the meantime, Tim is going to be surging forth, trying to wrestle Objective 2 from the clutches of the Great Maw, using his Waystalkers and his Spellweaver in tandem with the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts to continue screening back the Thunder Tusks, which have kind of been relegated to like a ranged harass unit. They basically retreated from the Wood Elf lines and are just shooting snowballs, which is getting some value, but Tim is just crushing his opponent in value right now. Really, the Wood Elves showing that they are the kings of ranged. Blood Vultures on the outside messing around, but really not finding too much success as Tim is continuing using his Arrows of Kurnos, and those poor Pigback Rider Knights down there are, they're getting a taste of that Wood Elf ranged as they are now down to 39 models.
Yeah, I think if the Ogres wanted to really skirmish here, they probably should have brought some like lead belchers and some more skirmish tools to really try and compete, because right now they're just getting out traded at ranged and like not really getting the value you need. Like the Pigback Riders are, I mean, they're not the cheapest low-tier infantry in the world to just be taking these shots like this, so even though they're a low-tier unit for sure, it's like we see on the value trade, it's definitely going in Tim's favor right now.
Yeah, Tim is definitely cackling pretty hard at his keyboard here, and we do see an awakening of the wood being popped on the pigback riders to trigger the life bloom passive. I do not know what Armin is doing with those blood vultures over there. They're just getting karate chopped. They just keep landing on the spears and then just getting killed by the glade riders, and they're probably going to be routed off the map. This is something I've noticed in a lot of tournaments when people just get their hands on it. They see a unit on a roster, they see that it's overtuned, and they try and shoehorn it into every matchup. And that's kind of what I think we're seeing here with the Thunder Tusks. Now, in most of my early games, I found that Thunder Tusks are extremely dominant in many matchups, like just brutal. Like they will crush melee armies. Their hybrid shooting is really good against like Marauder Horsemen. But Wood Elves is a dangerous one. I don't care how overpowered you are as an SE. If Wood Elf shooting is ready to go, those Starfire shafts, man, you're going to be in some trouble.
Yeah, well, and they're also just not particularly mobile, so they kind of lock you into a certain playstyle. Whereas against the Wood Elves, from my experience playing the Ogres, you definitely want to try and maximize your mobility and, try and, like, get a bunch of, like, your heavy cavalry and monstrous, like, fast monstrous units to try and get, compromise Wood Elf Archer's backline. Just, yeah, these big, even with the missile resistance, these big, slow SEMs just kind of lock you into a playstyle that's a little bit unoptimal, I think, against the Wood Elves.
Yeah, it's risky. I mean, Tim is just kind of like a boa constrictor here, man. He's like just slowly scooting up and poking, not being overly aggressive. It looks like Steven Seagal is going to be routed off objective 1, so he's going to be fleeing here. Ashen Maneater also feels like an extremely weird pick in this matchup. I mean, he can hunt down the Waystalkers. That's probably what Armin was thinking, is that the Maneater would be able to hunt down those Waystalkers and get good value. And even aside from assassination, the Eshin Maneater is really good because of the Marked for Eating, which is an insanely good debuff. It slows the target down, lowers their armor and melee defense. For like alpha striking and synergizing with Ogre charges is very, very good. But yeah, Tim has now got his opponent triple capped. The Ogres are in such a precarious position that they've been forced back, and I don't know how they're going to recover. They're never going to financially recover from this. It's going to be rough. Thunder Tusks are just using their ammo where they can and kind of poking back, but Tim is taking it like a champ here, and it looks like he's going to be probably winning game 1 if I was a betting man.
Yeah, it doesn't look like... Yeah, we'll see. The Ogres, I'm not confident in their ability to really do much right now. It just seems like from an army composition perspective, they kind of made some mistakes. We do see here, some Mournfang cavalry being brought in, so it looks like he's going to try and go for a melee engagement here. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think he has to just swing for the fences now. I mean, he's massively behind. The Thunder Tusks are very low. I really agree with your assessment that the Lead Belchers and or some sort of shooting would have been very good. We've seen Scrap Launchers used here. Iron Blasters can be effective at kind of medium range. But the Thunder Tusks are a risky pick, although I think it's also a map-centric pick. Maybe thinking the line of sight blocking on the trees and the low ground would be enough. But now the Ogres they're coming for some meat here. As we do see the Ogre Bulls getting ready to charge in on objective 1. It looks like the spears stand at the ready.
Yeah, we've got these dual hand weapon Ogres. Let's see, the Mournfangs now clashing, connecting first on this left side here. And yeah, it looks like Shield of Thorns being used on those Dryads to try and counterpunch a little bit, reflect some of that damage back. The Ogres very quickly are just going to flatten the front line and try and path through and get on the archers in the second line.
Yeah, Tim's Wood Elf army, though, is very much like an onion. There's layers that need to be peeled, and as you peel those layers, you're going to be crying. He's got his archers at the ready. He's got Cav in the secondary, Eternal Guard also standing in the second waves as well. Ogres are going to be hemorrhaging quite a bit of value as they move through, and what's really, really helpful for Wood Elves, and look at the wavering in the middle. You see like 3 Ogre units, the Mournfang Cav wavering and breaking, the Ogre Bulls breaking. Just absolute destruction here as the Ogres just get steamrolled on the charge in, and the counter-charging of the Wood Elf Cav is so cost-effective. But, I mean, baseline Eternal Guard are so good against Ogres because they have freaking 80 base leadership or something. Like, you're not going to get rid of them quickly compared to, like, the spears that other factions often have, like our poor state troopers, you know?
Yeah, the main downside is they don't have a ton of HP, but definitely that the armor piercing and the high leadership means they'll trade upwards very well into, higher tier units especially, but it's just very cost effective generally for them. But you can sometimes shock them. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised. Like, I know Lore of Great Maw is very good and everything, and especially with this build, a lot of healing makes sense, but I would think either Fire, maybe we'll take a Fire Belly here and try and capitalize on some Burning Heads, or even Lore of Beasts, even with the nerf to Flock of Doom, just being able to kind of broadcast AoE damage throughout the battle. Heavens also, you know, recently got some buffs, like the Wind Blast might not be a bad option if you want to still take a Lord level caster. But honestly, I might go for the Fire Belly here.
Yeah, like a wide Fire Belly build could be very strong with like Mass Noblars. We do see Objective 3 or 1 being reclaimed by the Wood Elves as they push back the attempt of the Ogre aggression. And the only thing that's really functional in the Ogre army right now are the Thunder Tusks, really showing how good of a unit they are, compromising the archers and some of the spears. Looking at the value on Thunder Tusk Uno, he's at 1,700 value, Dov. Despite that like really awful start, these Thunder Tusks are still like in the ballpark of paying for themselves, which is truly a testament to how nasty of a unit they are. The Wood Elves in Mass Pursuit using Wild Riders and Glade Riders, which aren't really effective against Thunder Tusks, but you know, it'll do pig. You just tie them down. And the Slaughtermaster is also getting a little bit low as well near Objective 1 and could potentially be sniped by these archers.
Yeah, one thing to note too about the Thunder Tusk is they're both heal capped at this point, which means the Ogres have had to spend a lot of resources to keep them operational. And again, that Winds of Magic could have been much better spent, in my opinion, just dealing damage to the Wood Elves army. Even though healing is generally one of the best things you can do, I just think it was maybe not the right thing to do in this situation.
Yeah, we do see the Slaughtermaster getting surrounded and absolutely karate chopped here by the mass legions of Wood Elf Cav. Steven Seagal trying his best to get into the archer line, but I mean, yeah, he's anti-infantry, but he does do a flashy smoke bomb and anime escape right as the battle ends. We got, if you can zoom in, do you see the Slaughtermaster there?
Oh, yeah.
The Eshin Maneater doing his anime escape as the battle's lost. I love it. But yeah, that was a very decisive Wood Elf victory. In Domination, you usually don't see like build losses like that often, normally because you have reserves, you can contour your army. But if you skew that hard into like 2,000 gold plus SEs, you know, that can be a build loss situation. And I mean, Tim played very well. Armin, I would say, played about as well as he could have with what he had. But maybe he could have just tried to Alpha Strike earlier before he took all that damage. But yeah, at the end of the day, Tim really, really had his opponent's number there and was able to get her done.
Yeah, I think Aramem kind of fell into a little bit of a trap here of like thinking the Thunder Tusks are more of a ranged unit than they really are, where again his build didn't synergize. Like if he had brought like more ranged units to go along with the Thunder Tusk and just try and really outshoot, I mean, it's risky, but it probably has a better chance of working. Or else bring the Thunder Tusks and just go all in quick to try and get that initial kind of break and disruption, and then follow up with some fast attack units. I just think from a synergy perspective, the build kind of was trying to do, like, we didn't have the right synergy set up to capitalize on either one or the other, rather than sort of trying to do both, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely does. Absolutely does. And yeah, the Stonehorns kind of worked. You know, maybe the build would have been more fluid if he had brought the cut the Maneater. You know, that's like what, 1,400 gold? That's almost 3 Ogre Bowls, which would have been a lot more width on the battlefield if you get like the Iron Fists, or, you know, maybe cut the Maneater and get like, you know, 6 Noblars, just the shielded variant, just to move up and have something to provide some meat for your Thunder Tusks. But yeah, it was a dodgy build. But now we are advancing on to game 2. You have the replay, correct?
Yep.
You see Bordello landing there?
Gonna go ahead and load in now here. Yep.
Let's do it, brother. Let's get in there, and we'll pause and get it all synced up and have some fun.
Ooh,
yeah, it was a good Wood Elf game. Good Wood Elf game for sure.
Definitely good, solid Wood Elf play. Tim the Wilder here now. We see going with Dark Elves this time on the load in. I see already 4 Scourge Runner Chariots, so we talked a little bit about them earlier. I definitely think a very effective unit right now. So we've got 4 of them. Let's see how they can do against the Green Tide.
Yes, indeed. So I will take a look at the Druki army here, and then we'll pass you over to the Greenskins. Let's pause up. I'm at 5 seconds. Let me know when you're synced up.
All right. Let's see here. And I'm synced. Go ahead and 1, 2, 3, go.
All right. So taking a look at the Druki army here, it's going to be Scourge Runner Chariots coming off a couple patches of buffs for Chariots. Decent anti-large potential against Squigs and Boar Boys, and also some nice anti-infantry capabilities in melee. He's also going to be rocking Bleak Swords, which are the standard rank and file, and the ever so exciting Supreme Sorceress of Fire. Ooh, that's a little bit different, but against Greenskins, very, very effective. I do like that indeed. So what are you seeing here for the Greenskins? Obviously, the continuation of the Night Goblin Big Boss meta.
Yeah, we've got double Night Goblin Big Boss here. Spider Riders to back them up. Wurzag, no dancing. Looks like he is on the boar. So no Happy Feet this time, but well, maybe some Happy Feet. Did he bring Foot of Gork? No. Instead, he's being sensible and brought Gaze of Mork here, just looking for some magic missile damage and Fists of Gork as well. He does have the new Mumbo Jumbo chant, which will freeze Wurzag in place and give a nice melee attack, weapon strength, leadership buff. Interesting ability there. He kind of does a little jig to buff his units up, right? He's got some Squig Herds, looks like Black Orcs, Regiment of Renown, Goblin Rocklobber has a disgusting contact effect, minus 24 melee attack and defense. And yeah, the Ruglud's Armored Orcs as well. They're basically like Orc Quarrelers. They're armored, crossbows with shields, good all-around stats. Very interesting unit, but already the breath attack landing on that Hammer of Gork and doing some pretty serious leadership damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very, very good start for Tim out of the gates. He gets a very effective Burning Head there, able to cook some of those Armored Orcs. Also, routes off the Forest Goblin Spider Riders using his Scourge Runners. But, you know, if he doesn't finish off that Hammer of Gork, it's really, the breath attack is just kind of a moot point there. But objectives currently belong to the Dark Elves, so using their skirmishers to control that. We do see Witch Elves being called in reserves as well. So Tim opens with a relatively mediocre infantry corps, but immediately looks to rectify that by bringing in a corps of Witch Elves, of course, with their Witch's Brew, getting ready to get crunk and do battle here with the old Greenskins. And, oh, man, I'm so excited to be seeing Shielded Black Orcs. They're so cool. Like, elite infantry are back on the menu, sort of. Hopefully, I hope they at least perform and hold this game, you know? I just love to see elite infantry in action.
Yeah, right now they're absorbing some of the shots of the Scourge Runners, which are doing some damage, but not probably the most efficient target to be shooting at. I don't know, there's not really... Wurzag's hiding here in the woods. There's not really a lot of great targets to shoot at, to be honest. I don't know, what do you think? Would you rather shoot the Armored Orcs, maybe, or just go for the most high value in the Black Orcs?
So probably what I would do, and obviously it's easy, I'm just sitting here eating potato chips on the couch, but I would probably not shoot at all right now. I would just take off fire at will, and I would use them to charge. The Greenskins only have one cav unit. They have a Savage Orc Boar Boy, although Wurzag is a big deterrent, though, now that I think of that. And we do see the... Oh, did you see that magic missile on Wurzag just hit the ground?
No, I did not.
Oh, that was really unlucky. But, yeah, probably just save your ammunition. I mean, you have the objective. The Greenskins are the ones who have to advance. Just continue harassing with your Supreme Sorceress, and another great Burning Head there, though, huh?
Yeah, really nice. The armor of those Armored Orcs does help them not just get completely blasted by it, but definitely good damage.
Yeah, I like the Ruglud's Orcs here as like a counterattack against Dark Riders. The 160 range is very unusual for Orc Archers, and they're durable against the Burning Head. The fact that they've eaten 2 Burning Heads and are still pretty combat functional is a really, really nice. I mean, they might not get their value, but if those Burning Heads had been used on other, you know, Orc Boys or any of the more squishy units in the roster, they would have folded like paper. But these guys can still provide their 68 models to the battlefield, and Tim just continues to call in infantry and is getting ready for the big bump and grind with the Orcs here.
Yeah, these Witch Elves are definitely going to get some good value here if they can get into the engagements without taking too much damage on the approach, which, I mean, there's not, like, a good volume of archers here. The Armored Orcs are still operational, but they're not going to be able to do enough damage to 2 units of Wood Elves. We do see some Savage Orcs coming in with their new icon there in the back. Some more Boar Boys. Looks like Squig Hoppers as well. So both sides just kind of building up their forces right now, but in the process, Greenskins are definitely taking a lot more skirmish damage.
Yeah, they're taking a beating for sure. The Supreme Sorceress just used a breath attack on the Black Orcs there, was able to get some work done. But, you know, that's the thing with Elves. Ammunition can run out, and suddenly, you know, it's all fun and games till your Scourge Runners are out of ammo, and then the Orcs are going to come unga bunga for you. And the Orcs do have some pretty big advantages in this matchup, one of which being, I think, is the cav situation. You know, Cold One Spear Riders are all right, but Orcs are just so dominant in the cav engagements, like against Empire, against Brettonia, against Kislev. Like, they're so cost effective. Like 650 gold for like an Orc Boar Boy with their armor piercing and their charge bonus is so damn cost effective. And yeah, potentially like the infantry situation is going to be rough for the Dark Elves too, right? Because we see the Squigs being able to press the Witch Elves, and we do see the double summon. So we see the Squig Herd summons being called out. And man, do they just last obscenely long? 99 seconds? Yeah, that is a long time on those Squigs. They
last a long time. The Spiderling summons from Snagla also last a really long time. I had a game where I was I had the Regiment of Renowned Skull Crushers, right, against the Greenskins, and my opponent kept summoning Spiderlings to try and bog them down. And I mean, granted, the Skull Crushers have enough mass now, I could just like run away and ignore them, but they were chasing me the entire game.
Yeah.
It's just like
Yeah,
continuously having to like, no, don't like ignore them, like continue attack ordering, whatever was more important. So definitely those summons, the new summons, I feel like probably last a little bit too long, but
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that the Night Goblin bosses, you could probably reduce their summon count to 1, and they would still be very good. Because they also have a healing potion, which makes them pretty powerful. But Dark Elves are able to fend off the Squigs at a very minimal cost. The Witch Elves take some damage, but it's not the end of the world. So really, the summons weren't too devastating there. But now the Wog is going to be moving forward. Their artillery continues to bombard the Witch Elves, and Tim is going to have to deal with the brunt force of the Greenskins, as we do see a Savage Orc Boarboy charge with Goblins on the eastern side of the battlefield, and Squigs engaging, it looks like Squig Hoppers, just regular ones. And the Black Orcs, now I think there's just one on the battlefield. Are there 2 Black Orcs? No, one of them Savage Orcs, and the battle is on.
Yeah, it looks like both players getting involved in melee here. We need to see the next wave of Squig herd summons. It looks like he's actually targeting the Dark Riders, trying to force them out of position and prevent them from firing.
Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. And are they going to be getting buffed as well? Look, so he summons the Squigs and he puts Fist of Gork on them, which is kind of cool, like a mobile anvil. And they get a rear charge into the Dark Riders, and you were exactly on point with that analysis there. They are just hunting down the Dark Riders because that's one of the biggest sources of DPS against the Boarboy Cabin. Oh, we get the Acid Burper coming into the big boys rolling in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
having
dude,
a good old
go.
time.
Those things are so awesome.
Wurzag is in a little bit of trouble here, though. He's kind of locked in with the Dragon right now. He's got some Boar support, but definitely trying to get away. Dragon Sorcerer doesn't look like she's doing a lot of attack animations right now, but let's see if Wurzag can hold out here.
Yeah, he'll probably be fine. He's got the Savage Orc Boarboys and the Squig Herds nearby. I don't know if he's used his Effigy of the Get. No, there it is.
There it
so
is.
Snaring down the Supreme Sorceress. And the Acid Burper is crushing those infantry over there. So you see how he's using his Fart attacks? Dropping the Stomach Acid, and obviously will be terror routing some of those units. Man, Colossal Squigs do have really good attack animations. I find that they connect very consistently, and the only downside, of course, being the Rampage.
I'll be honest, I actually haven't used the Colossal Squigs that much, or I've fought them a couple times, but both times I was able to just blast them with missiles, and they didn't do very much, so I haven't really seen them do a ton here, but this is, I mean, he's having a great time.
Yeah, they're really strong. They're very good, I think.
That 90
I've been
speed.
seeing... Yeah, 90 speed is nuts on a hard-hitting SE like that. And we see the Mumbo Jumbo chant going down from Wurzag, which is super awesome. So all the nearby Greenskins getting a fat buff, dude. 57 melee attack on these Squig Hoppers. Leadership buff, which is super clutch for Squigs and kind of low-tier Greenskin troops. And overall, though, Wurzag is taking a beating. It looks like Ahriman is actually on the revenge path as his Colossal Squigs and his Black Orcs starting to dominate on the objective. We do see it flipping back to the Greenskins ever so slowly. And though Wurzag did take some damage, the Druchii army is looking a little bit raggedy on the battlefield here.
Yeah, in terms of army damage value, Ahriman's got a pretty good lead, about 2,000 points, give or take. Let's see if he can maintain that and continue to seize these objectives. But the way things are going right now, it's looking like we may get a game 3, but let's not call it too early.
Yeah, certainly. Acid Burper is, I mean, even though they're anti-infantry monsters, it's one of those SEs that has super high melee attack, so it's still able to connect pretty consistently with the big monsters. And now we see the Acid Burper as well as the Squig Herds going fisticuffs with the Supreme Sorceress, who does respond by popping an Opal Amulet, but taking a lot of damage in the process. We do see the Greenskin Cav coming around the flank to intercept the Cold Moon Knights to try and prevent the escape of the Sorceress. Objective 2 still being held by Tim, so Tim's scrapping there, trying to pull value back where he can, but he does not have Soul Stealer. So this is a very accurate reflection of the situation. Dark Elves winning some engagements on the home field, but for the most part, the Greenskins seem to be cackling pretty hard, with the centerpiece of the Druchii being put in the can a little bit, and the Squig also rampaging.
Yeah, these metal Black Orcs, too, just cutting down a swath of Elven, like, militia infantry here. Oh, yeah.
Love it, dude.
Holding out strong by that tower. Yeah, it's looking like the green tide is definitely flowing on all fronts. But we do see a few more Dark Riders. Looks like the Dark Elves are going to try and get a little counterpunch going here. Maybe rout off these Savage Orc Boarboys. Start to roll up maybe the Squig Hoppers. That 50 charge bonus on those Dark Riders is definitely very nice. And
yeah, absolutely.
Murderous Prowess
they do
active.
Work. How long is Murderous Prowess active? It's 90 seconds, right? So a minute and a half.
Yep.
We do see the Dark Elves with a very big points lead, so this could devolve into what I like to call a Helm's Deep situation where, you know, you're losing the value fight, but, you know, you've had control of the battlefield long enough that you can win on objectives, and then you have the advantage of being able to just defend your home point with the closer spawn location. Burning Head going down to the Blorks right there doesn't really do much. And, oh, you see that? He popped the Immovable Bulwark, so the Black Orcs rocking 66 melee defense right now, trying to impersonate their Ironbreaker homies. As more Savage Orcs do arrive, it seems that the value discrepancy is getting worse and worse. Ahriman is crushing Tim on the battlefield in value. His Acid Burper is going bananas. And I think that even if it does become a Helm's Deep scenario, Dov, I think we're going to be seeing the Greenskins have enough momentum to probably just triple cap him.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot for the Dark Elves right now that can really challenge the Acid Burpa. And the fact that he has so much speed, he can just get around these different points and really affect the battlefield in a pretty big way. It's not looking good for the Dark Elves right now.
Look at the Mumbo Jumbo Jam being popped again. So we see the Squig Hoppers here with the big stat line buff, the Savage Orcs. The Acid Burper, I think, was in range while it was active. Hammer of Gork still shooting. This thing has gotten about 900 value, so Tim definitely probably wishing he had like a Harpy or something. Although Wurzag a little bit trapped up here. That could be a game-flipping play if Wurzag were to get karate chop. Greenskins hate losing their Lord.
Preemptive effigy to get there to just freeze the Supreme Sorceress away, allow him to take out those Cold One Knights with the Savage Orc support, and then move on, try and get the Acid Burper in a position where he can protect Wurzag in case that dragon dives down.
Indeed, and look at the treachery on the back objective. We see Tim going for a little bit of a spec ops operation, using his Forest Vanguard point, calling out several units of Dark Riders, which of course will crush Squigs probably in combat, but the Acid Burper are probably going to roll back here and diminish their success. Greenskins controlling Objective 2, a massive wah rolling up on Objective 1 here. We got the Squig Summons, regular Squigs, as well as Night Goblin Squig Hoppers. Most likely going to be able to secure that from Tim's Dread Spears. And Tim, out of desperation, calling in Witch Elves, but Witch Elves are going to be countered by Squigs pretty effectively.
Ooh,
and the Green Tide... Oh, is he in trouble?
Oh, he gets jumped there. Big couple of hits and a terror route, and he might be off the field. We'll see. It looks like the big boss trying to do whatever he can to help, but I think the Dragons probably got Wurzag done for at this point, so it might help the Dark Elves perhaps stabilize the situation.
I don't think there's any way. It's just too big of a value. 4,000 gold. I mean, there's some variables that don't track effectively on the damage meter, but Tim would have to hold this back objective for a long time. And yes, he does have some spears back there, and a leadership would be a big problem for Greenskins. You're certainly right. Wurzag does get karate chop, so he has been finished off, but I don't know, man. That's going to be a tough hold. The Goblin Big Bosses, there's lots of Squigs heading over there, and in the woods, we also have another unit of Goblin Squig Hoppers, which will be very good against the infantry. It's going to be up to those spears. Are they going to be able to hold it?
Yeah, the spears. We've got one Witch Elf coming in for support as well. They just popped their Witch Brew, so they're fully charged up. You know, 64 weapon strength, 82 melee attack. They're ready to absolutely rumble. You see, RMM just kind of pulls back, just refusing to fight the Witch Elves while they're all juiced up. It's definitely the right call.
Well, not to interrupt you, Job, but somebody on my channel is saying that your stream is blocked and you're only showing the scoreboard or something.
Oh, gosh.
It's all good. Move. It's just one game. Don't worry about it, brother. I've done that many times. At
least everyone could hear my excellent commentary.
Yeah, dude. Visuals. It's like the 1940s radio commentary. It's like old baseball. It's fun. But as you fix that, we'll continue getting into action here. We do see Objective 1 being held by Tim in just pure desperation, setting in waves and waves of Bleak Swords. I mean, there is a chance. Like, here's the thing. On Objective Uno, Tim does have a fair amount of infantry still holding. He has the Supreme Sorceress, which is a terror-causing monster against the Greenskin army, mind you, that is missing its lord.
Yeah.
So there is a chance here that Tim might be able to just chain terror out a lot of the Greenskin units off the back objective, but I think the real MVP that's probably going to maybe win the Greenskins the game is going to be the Acid Burpa.
Yeah, he's going to have to make it happen quick, though. I mean, the time is definitely ticking. We see the Witch Elves get terror routed off here. Acid Burpa needs to follow up and just rear charge to the blob where the Supreme Sorceress is at. Try and terror out all the way, all the supporting units away, and get a couple big attacks on the Supreme Sorceress herself. That's exactly what we see playing out here.
Yeah, he's certainly hunting his prey. Savage Orc Boar Boys getting a nice charge from the Bleak Swords, and they have a great charge bonus for their cost of, I think, 50 or 60. And they do manage to roll those swords over, which is going to be massively diminishing the capture weight. Now, one big variable that's going to give the Orcs an advantage here is the Night Goblin bosses arriving. That's 6 capture weight, really sustainable, really grindy. And the Dragon, like you said, is now going to be kept in check by the Acid Burpa. So the Acid Burpa is going to be able to hunt down that Supreme Sorceress and really, really just give it the business. And yep, the capture weight is flipping, and as soon as that flips, man, that's so rough for Tim, right? He is literally just over a minute away from winning, and the Greenskins come in and are able to clutch it. So beautiful play here from Araman, who looked to really get crushed in Game 1, but he comes back and wins the clutch victory here against Tim in Game 2, which is going to be taking us to Game 3, because he's going to get this. There's no way. Tim doesn't have the manpower to retake anything on the battlefield.
Yeah, man, love to see the squig build, kind of very thematic and loreful, and also very strong here. We see the the new squigs put to good use. The big single entity here, squig hoppers, squig herds, the summoner, the mumbo jumbo chant. Also, there's a few times I saw layered with Fists of Gork for just massive melee attack boosts on low tier units, just helping them punch up. And it's a nice Greenskins victory.
Yeah, with Wurzag, it's even better, too, because I'm pretty sure he had Bonewood Staff. So even though Bonewood Staff did get nerfed, it still applies a localized buff when you cast spells. So you're getting Mumbo Jumbo Chant, Fist of Gork, and the Bonewood Staff. So, like, that's got to be, like, upwards of, like, 50 melee attack or close to that, which is nuts. Savage Orc, Boarboy Cab, dominating Dark Rider Desperation, Tim just sending in whatever he can, because Tim knows if he recaptures the objective, even for, like, a minute, he's going to have a chance here. And, we could probably actually just fast forward to the end here, Dov, because this one, my friend, is a done deal. It ain't our first rodeo, but a very, very nice swing back here by Armin as he gets back on the board, and it is going to be a 1-1 contested series, my friend.
Yeah, it's what we'd like to see, right? Lots of excellent high-level games for all the fans out there. And, the Acid Bertha, I have to say, definitely an MVP here in this particular battle.
Yeah, they're really good. And in matchups, like, yes, they say anti-infantry on them, but I've been seeing tons of practice games between these guys. I've been playing with all these guys this whole week, and we've been seeing double Colossal Squig being brought in a ton of matchups, even when they need to be used against large threats, right? It's very, very good. Scourge Runners did okay. They were probably the weak link of Tim's build, actually. Like, no Scourge Runner eclipsed, like, 600 value, really, which is really tough. The Dragon was super good. Everything else in Tim's army did okay, but really those Scourge Runners, which were the epicenter of his strategy, didn't seem to perform against the Greenskin army. Yeah,
I almost wonder if he expected more like flingers or single entity based, because there wasn't really a lot of high value targets for the Scourge Runners to shoot at besides the Colossal Squig, and it's so fast, and because it was in reserve, he brought it out when they was already plenty of screening elements, and the Scourge Runners had used a lot of their ammunition already. Yeah, it ended up being a little bit of a suboptimal pick for sure.
Yeah, certainly was. Looks like these guys are in the process of playing the third game here real quick. So let me check in with these gentlemen and figure it out. I got all those messages about the scoreboard.
Yeah, blocker, I also looked. I'm like, oh, why do I have 25 messages on Discord?
Yeah, and popular, man. Just popping off there. So they're playing their game 3. So we need to wait for this one. We could try jumping into it live, although I think they just launched, so it's probably better for us to just kind of chill out and hang tight. So they'll be ready with that in just a moment. But in the meantime, we'll just enjoy each other's company, man. And once that's done, we're going to be going to third place as well as the grand finals. It should theoretically be a pretty consistent stream of games from there. We got to try that VPN thing, though. That sounds like a pretty sweet thing.
Yeah, definitely sounds like a good option to try and get around some of the lag issues, because I know like certain regions of the world, especially like if you're connecting from like Southeast Asia to Europe, or like it can
be very tough.
Can be for sure.
Yeah, because there's like tons of it's a shame because there's a lot of great communities. Like, for example, I've been getting sent some replays from the Chinese community and from the Korean community and just all these parts of the world that are very laggy for us Westerners to play with. But there's such great talent there that oftentimes is obfuscated by the fact that we can't connect effectively, and time zones are enough of a problem, but with the lag it's been tough. But yeah, the replay system works pretty well here today. Certainly not too bad. If we had to go back to the drawing board for the Druki build, this is always something that I think is kind of fun. I like the Sorceress pick. The Burning Heads didn't seem that effective. If you look at Armin's army, it was mostly goblins with like a couple armored units, right?
Yeah.
And monstrous infantry. So the Burning Heads were kind of subpar. Maybe that's a situation where like a Soul Stealer Dragon Lord would be better because it's just consistent AoE damage and blob fights. Could have maybe killed Wurzag earlier. The Scourge Runners Dark Shard battle lines, are those common in land battle? Do you ever see like Dark Elves just marching up with like a 20 stack with like Dark Shard spears and Bleak Swords and things like that?
No, typically depends on the faction. A lot of factions can't really use infantry skirmishers as effectively in land battles because mobility and single entities are so prevalent. It's often they get blown up before they can really do much.
Copy that. Yeah, and Dom, you see that more. You'll see the Dark Shard battle lines are not uncommon. Like Dark Elves will come in with like cheap infantry and then like 4 or 5 Dark Shards, and it's pretty damn effective. in some matchups, which I love to see. They're certainly a great unit. Man, look at the value on those Greenskin Cav, though. If you move over to Aramen here, you can see the Savage Orc Boar Boys, 1,700 value, 1,000, 1,400. I mean, man, those guys performed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that I think is the biggest strength of Greenskins, man, is their medium cav. Like their Orc Boar Boys and their Savage Orc Boar Boys. I'm not even talking biggins. Like I personally feel like the age of the Orc Boar Boy biggin is kind of past. And now people are just spamming the medium tier cav because they do good enough against big targets on the charge. And they just do work, man. The Acid Burper getting 2,000 value. Like, man, Greenskin mobility is no joke, dude. They're no joke.
Yeah, the Squig Hoppers are, again, they're anti-infantry, armor piercing. They're pretty quick, right? And especially having them plus the boars, because they're a little bit lighter in terms of mass, right? So you have kind of your lighter, like anti-infantry, your sort of generalist, a little bit heavier cavalry in the boar boys. And like with Squigs now, you've got a single entity that can really keep up and affect that mobility game in a big way, right? Like I remember when Brood Horrors came out for Skaven, that was a big deal because Skaven especially don't have a ton of fast attack units, but like having a monster that speed, it just opens up a lot of tactical options.
Yeah, it certainly does. It certainly does. It's really, really nice. Looking at the Druki army, I'm looking at the value on the secondary page of their reinforcements. I'm not really seeing anything that paid for itself. Like the freaking Coldwind Riders got 175 value. The best one did was 641. So really just showing the Greenskin dominance in the cav fight game. And it's so hard to fight them because the Greenskin infantry is probably going to be favored against Druki infantry already. And then you have the cav advantage too. And yeah, unfortunately, the Dark Elf monsters are bad, right? Like the Hydra is incredibly mediocre, and the Charybdis is just a complete meme tier unit. So really, you just rely on your dragon for terror. Medusas have made some appearances. We've seen them being used in competitive Dom at high levels, sometimes like double Medusa builds. But I don't think they would be good against this Greenskin build because the Greenskins just presented such a chaff-centric front line that the Medusa would just not be getting much value and probably would just be tar pitted, I bet.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to really workshop this and see, but it seems pretty nasty in terms of a Greenskins build, like in presenting enough threats that you don't have the greatest tools to deal with, because even just Squig herds, like, they trade so cost-effectively with so many things on your roster. And like you said, from a cavalry perspective, Greenskins, I would say, are one of the best cavalry factions in the game, sort of on the whole. But the Cold One Knights and the Dark Elves are probably on the lower end. Like, they're not terrible. They're at least present, unlike some other factions, but it's not great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Ain't that the truth, man? So, while we have some time, too, we can go over the players playing today. So, if we look at Tim the Wilder, we can talk about their track records and competitive domination. Tim the Wilder has won one major event. So, he won the third Creative Assembly official event. That was his major victory. Lord Chickenfeed, who is currently going to be fighting for third place, won the fifth Creative Assembly event. So he won the most recent one. Solasora is the most recent major event winner, having won the Total Tavern Season 8 championship or Season 7 championship. And Aramen, though, has not played a lot of Dom. I have not seen them playing too many Dom events. I know they qualified through yours and took down some good players. Although Aramen did lose in your qualifier to Lord Chickenfeed and got second place, but certainly playing very, very well today. Is Aramen a player that you've seen in land battle before? I would imagine so, yeah?
A few times, yeah. Like, I know he joined the South Sea Mercenary League, sort of land battles with Caps before Conquest was technically even released. And, like, I know, unfortunately, there was a lost clan war between VM and XMT that happened, like, was it like October, I think, when they were releasing like almost a hotfix a week. All the replays got screwed up like right after they got played, so that clan war unfortunately never saw the light of day, but I know like I saw him play in that, and definitely a very skilled player. Like VM definitely has some very strong players, and Aramem has been one recently, you know, like Crabling's the vet. He's been around for a long time. He was also, you know, placed pretty high in the tournament, the qualifier I hosted, but RMM definitely seems like he's on the warpath right now.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. And on that note, it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. We have Game 3, the deciding match in this series. So let's get that. Did Tim send it to you as well?
Yes.
Sweet, sweet. So we are good. We're going to get this loaded up, and the wait is finally over. And as soon as this is done, we're going to be jumping into our next series, which should be great. So let's go ahead and hit play here. Load up the game again. We are good to go. Yeah, that was actually a close game though. Like even though Tim did get outvalued, he had battlefield control, which is a big variable because that's kind of how Dom balances itself. Is that if somebody's going to be defensive and wants to sit back and artillery and poke, they're going to be yielding battlefield control, which rewards the other player for being more aggressive and attacking more heavily. So at the end of the day, it kind of balances out in that way.
Oh, I think I loaded the wrong replay, so you have to give me just a second to get the right
No worries,
one
boss. No worries. So I am extremely interested to see how this goes because I had been playing this matchup against Tim and several other people. It's going to be High Elves. So we got High Elves for Tim the Wilder against Khorne. And I actually have seen Tim training this matchup as High Elves versus Khorne. I've watched this matchup. I've played it several times. I'm not gonna say the outcome until that I saw in my experience till we get to the end. But yeah, I'm really, really excited for this one. This one's gonna be super fun as we do load in here into Game Trace. And I'll pause as soon as we get in Dov, and we should be good.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm almost loaded in.
Yes.
No rush. I had only one game of this matchup in LAN battles, and I mean basically what happens is the Hellforged Bellows killed everything.
Yes.
So
well, that's the case. So we practiced. I played this with Tim. I played this with a couple other guys, and the Hellforged Bellowers and the Skull Cannons were crushing the High Elves until this forbidden tech, which you're going to be seeing, was discovered, and then it basically just hard counters the Hellforged Bellowers. Like that Skull Cannon has at least in my anecdotal experience, had no chance of being effective against this composition. So you're going to see. Let me know when you're loaded in. I'm very excited for this. This is going to be fun.
I am in, so I'll give us a count off. A quick one.
I'm on 4 seconds. 4 seconds.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. And yeah, it's Frost Phoenix plus Omen of Assyrian plus Moondragon Caster, Lore of Life. We got Spearmen, a couple of archers, looks like more Spearmen coming in, and just some light cavalry support. So yeah, this big single entity, flying single entity all in, and I'd imagine Frostheart Phoenix is here to slow the cannon here and try and pin it down so that these single entities can try and snipe it.
Yes. It's basically there. So the idea of this build is the Frostheart Phoenix and I'm very sure, Dov, that there's been some sort of a change to foot characters and infantry-sized characters getting hit by monsters, because in my testing of this matchup, Valkia gets absolutely just bullied by these birds, teamed up together with the dragon. And then the Skull Cannon is mediocre at shooting against these skirmish cav, and the High Elves just dominate many of the fights using their monsters. Now, it's going to come down to micro, of course, but if Khorne doesn't index into some serious anti-large, whether it be massive amounts of Marauder Horsemen or Minotaurs catching one of these monsters, they're going to have a very, very bad time versus this Air Force squad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised with the pick of Valkia, to be honest. Like I said, I'd had a lot of success with using Karnak in tandem with either Arbal or Skulltaker, and against the High Elves, for me, the build that I played in, I didn't face quite as much of a threatening Air Force, but I was up against a Star Dragon, and those two seemed to be able to perform, or at least deter the Star Dragon enough. And here, I don't know, maybe 3v2, it's not quite enough with the Phoenixes and the Dragon all together, but I still think it'd be a risky enough engagement for the High Elves. You could maybe dissuade them from trying to land here on the Skull Cannon, but right now these High Elven single entities just kind of chewing up the flanks of the Khorne formation here.
Indeed, and it looks like the Elves are going to be playing Objective 3 and Objective 2, kind of maybe yielding Objective 1 to Khorne and just poking with their spears and all that sort of good stuff. And yeah, that single entity squad is really foul. The debuff from the Frostheart Phoenix really nullifies the attack effectiveness. I think -8 melee attack. I'm very confident that the Frostheart Phoenix, the Arcane Phoenix, and the Dragon with healing are going to be able to just bully those Minotaurs. Though Minotaurs are good anti-large fighters, against that kind of stopping power with archer support from downtown, it's going to be very hard. Looking at Khorne, we do see a Cultist being called in, Marauders, Valkia very much on the defense. The Skull Cannon is doing brutal damage, absolutely brutal damage, but Tim seems to be pretty comfortable here might even be able to steal Objective 1, and Objective 2 belongs to the High Elves, and Objective 3, very, very sneaky, solid play on the low ground here from Ahriman, as he is able to grab Objective 3 away from the Elves. And I wonder if Elves are going to call in like Silver Helms to maybe try and wrestle that point. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I feel like Silver Helms are a pretty inefficient trade. I mean, I don't know. Against Fleshhounds, the armor helps a bit, but I don't know. Silver Helms, in my experience, they're decent, but they're maybe among the worst mid-tier cavalry in the game.
So probably just like Reavers with a little bit of monstrous support or something will get the job done. Tim does have the double cap though, so he's got the 1-2 cap, so he's going to be sitting on those and just kind of absorbing the Hell Cannon shots. Value trading more or less even. Nice breath attack there on the Minotaurs, going to be taking down some HP before Ahriman can react. And yeah, Valkia is definitely very afraid here, as Tim looks like he's going to be using his mobility to grab Objective 3, forcing back the Khorne Dogs, and continuing to just control the momentum of the battle using his SEs, as I would wager Ahriman is banking to maybe call in more anti-large. And yeah, you see a second Minotaur of Khorne being called in here.
Yeah, you've also got both these cultists kind of biding their time in the woods. There's also a unit of bloodletters here as well. So it looks like Ahriman's trying to build up some forces here for the engagement. All while this Skull Cannon continues to feast. It's up to 122 kills, like 1,000 damage value. It's going to have to go fight in melee, though, to get more ammo. So he might be forced to advance soon.
Yeah. Yeah, it hasn't paid for itself yet. You know, it's going to, for sure. That's going to be another nice shot there, potentially wrecking those spearmen. Certainly feels bad. But that Skull Cannon is probably the second strongest thing in the DLC behind the Mangler Squigs, which of course we had to ban today because they're so broken. 2 cultists advancing on Objective 1. A little bit vulnerable potentially to being charged, but we do see the Minotaurs in the trees lurking behind. The Elven Archers being annoying and poking. And
very
the
odd.
Skull Cannon unsummoned. You see that?
Yeah, very odd. I was going to say, that's interesting choice. Rather than try and engage in melee to get more ammo, he's just going to choose to unsummon it at full HP to get the maximum refund and then just resummon it, I guess. Interesting choice.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to that. The shooting is very, very powerful, so that certainly is nice in that regard. But in doing so, he does lose a lot of momentum on the battlefield, right? Because if he's just going to be waiting to resummon that thing, he does get a 700 gold refund in doing that. And Tim actually going to be taking the fight with his Frostheart Phoenix. He charges into the Minotaurs. Very, very dangerous. But he has Archer and Spear support nearby, so I don't think he's stressing. But yeah, Tim pulling a massive lead. 400 points against 187 is no joke. And High Elves are highly mobile. If they can get to the point where they can win on one objective with their monster core, that's like a power fantasy for them, right? Because the High Elves are just going to have a hard-on for fighting in a blob on one objective with their monsters and just forcing Khorne to deal with those AoE debuffs and the healing and all that kind of nasty stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, hindsight 2020 here for sure, but the Chosen Halberds, although they are elite infantry and domination, it can be a little bit risky. You know, knowing that like the biggest threat to some of your important tools as Khorne is the High Elf single entities, right? If you get the Chosen onto an objective, they'll just lock that objective down, and the single entities won't really be able to engage in that area. So, you know, they can only be in one place at a time, and they are halberds, so they're pretty slow. But we do see the Skull Cannon being resummoned here, so definitely a little bit of an odd tactic. But in terms of army
Tim
damage
has a lot of
value,
healing, too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, he's been getting the Life Bloom procs, which has been healing a lot of the DPS from the Skull Cannons. And on top of that, yeah, I mean, Tim is just looking so comfy. On the subject of the halberds, they are a little bit risky just because of the Dragon Breath attacks. That's pretty much it. It would just come down to the effectiveness of that. Tim just taking little like bird pecks wherever he can, landing his pigeon squad and nibbling on some marauders, which is effective over time. Tim is going to be broaching 1,000 points here soon. Khorne is going to have to sound the horn of war. They're going to have to move up. Ahriman really doing 3D chess in his head, trying to figure out how to break through this SE formation. Because it is nasty, dude. I trained this one a little bit with Tim, and I really struggled from the Khornate perspective to deal with this bird squad. Even with Minotaurs and Valkia, which you think would be able to fight, like that combination in AoE debuffs, and the durability of the freaking Arcane Phoenix. That thing has a rebirth ability.
Yeah.
And do you see the Omen of Hope ability? That thing is so good. Vigor, it constantly replenishes the vigors of your SEs. Now, one of the big weaknesses of single entities is vigor. When they get tired, they lose armor, they lose combat stats, but they never. With the Omen of Assyrian, your SEs are permanently fresh.
Yeah.
The entire game, which is insanely good.
Yeah, you can see the difference here. Yeah, I mean, these, like you said, still fresh. Even the Omen of Assyrian itself is just barely getting winded. Whereas,
and
I
it's
guess
it's gonna heal here. It's gonna heal up too. Yeah.
exactly. Like the Skull Cannon's already winded, right? So it's definitely makes a difference. And now that Vigor is represented on active stats, people will realize, like, especially once you get to Exhaustion, where almost every single stat is being debuffed significantly, is in the late game, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, Khorne is definitely playing very scared here, and this is super dangerous. Tim is at 1,000 points, so he can easily win on one objective. So if Tim can just trade evenly with you, he can afford to yield 1 or 2 objectives and just continue value trading and just kind of then fall back to his last hope, which is going to be objective 3. So the High Elves in a very favorable position, but this is a matchup. I was talking to Tim last night. We played together and trained together quite a bit, and he was mentioning how he had been practicing for the past 10 hours. So he's just sweat training these niche matchups and trying to figure out how to beat the new hot stuff, which is of course the Skull Cannon.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if it's going to work out or if Armin's going to counterpunch him. But as it currently stands, Tim does seem to be in a comfortable winning position here.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to punch back right now. Khorne getting some good shots as their units engage in melee, but these Minotaurs up front eating a face full of arrows. See a little countercharge from the Illyrian Reavers. Yeah, that
was a beautiful one.
Out of ammo, just kind of interrupting here. Yeah, body blocking, doing a really nice job. These Reavers over here just get karate chopped, but that's okay. But the thing about it is, these kind of blobbed up units of cavalry are going to be a little bit more vulnerable to the shooting of that Skull Cannon.
And now we get to see the forbidden power of the SE combo. So you're going to be seeing these Minotaurs just get wrecked here by these 3 monsters that have spear support. And the Minotaurs currently have their stats debuffed and are taking quite a beating. The Cultists could potentially fall after that, depending on the circumstances. Tim using his light cav super effectively, and we do see your favorite unit, the Silverhelm, being called in. But like I said, Tim can just value trade and then just fall back to objective 3 to try and win in the late game. 1 unit of Minotaurs karate chopped into the other dimension, and now we have to see where the SEs are going to go, most likely after Valkia here.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to get caught here up in the air. Again, another reason why, like, Karnak plus a horse character, I mean, you can lock down breath attacks with the silence, right? And then once they come to the ground, you've got the snare and then countercharge them. So just in general, like, I think Valkia is very good, but so often I see her as a trap for Khorne players.
Yeah, it's a trap, and this is the tech, though. With the new, I know I keep harping on this, but foot characters are getting hit better by monsters now. Sword of Khorne coming in from in the middle, did not do a lot of damage, does wreck some of the light cav, but overall not terribly devastating. Khorne does manage to wrestle objective 1, but the Elves actually starting to kind of get that one back a little bit as Bloodletters are called out from the Cultist. Second Minotaur unit still alive, and it looks like a third one was called out as well. In the meantime, Valkia is being hunted, so Tim getting really aggressive. Oh, he's going to be leaving the birds. So he's leaving his pigeon squad, and look at Valkia's speed, 55 speed.
Yeah.
She might actually get killed by these pigeons here.
Yeah, she might honestly just want to land on the ground and go, like, stand on those Bloodletters just to get a little bit of help. It's probably not going to help enough, but it's better than nothing.
Dude, this is like deja vu of what happened to me yesterday. So he hit me up at like 6 p.m. and he's like, I want to play Khorne High Elves. And I was like, why? So we played it like 3 times, and dude, these monsters were just karate chopping my Valkia over and over. And the High Elf mobility is also providing a lot of fast capture weight. The Khorne infantry aren't even trading super well. Armin is up in value, but Tim has probably healed like 2,000 or 3,000 value worth with his Earthblood. So this is a very, very, very probably High Elf favored game. Maybe equal in value, but on points, Tim is just dominant. And now Tim just needs to hold objective 1 for another 50 seconds, and he's going to win this game. And Elven leadership is no joke. There's plenty of spearmen. Khorne trying to take objective 3 with some Desperation Hounds, but Tim will probably call out some Reavers to chase them down.
Yeah, not looking good. That Skull Cannon's going to fire its last few shots in here. Leadership is kind of breaking a little bit on objective number 1, but Hiles have been able to hold out long enough. There it is.
Dominant victory. And that, so yeah, man, in the testing we did, this High Elf build was such a good tech against Khorne. Because every Khorne player right now just has the biggest hard-on for using the Skull Cannons, right?
Yeah.
And this build just mitigates the effectiveness of the Skull Cannon so effectively. It doesn't present any good targets for the Skull Cannon except Chaff Infantry and Light Cav. And then the birds are just so powerful. They didn't get a lot of value. There wasn't a ton of fighting until the mid-game. And you see the value on the monsters isn't great, but it kept Armin off the objectives. He was too afraid to engage. His centerpieces couldn't really fight effectively. Valkia had to hide. The Skull Cannon still got 2,100 value, but that's off 2 summons, which did not pay for itself. 2 summons is 2,800 on the Skull Cannon. So that, air quotes, super OP Skull Cannon didn't even come close to paying for itself.
Yeah, well, especially bringing like that massive light cavalry, like using the Reavers, even if they didn't necessarily get a ton of value in and of themselves, just tactically being able to like waste a lot of the ammunition and do some nice leadership damage there. Yeah, overall, nice kind of combined arms performance from the Wood Elves, honestly, or the High Elves rather. Very Wood
Yeah.
Elf like almost, to be honest, with all the archers and light cavalry and everything. And then yeah, those strong single entities. And on the flip side here, the cultists, like you said, maybe they're popular, and like I get the reasons why. At the same time, with Khorne's hero options changing, I think you have much better options now.
Yeah.
And I would definitely switch this entire leadership core. And then the Bloodletters as well. I mean, they do trade well into high elf stuff, but I think with a build like this, you probably want to take more mobility. So I might option in like more Flesh Hounds, get some Furies, more of the Warhounds as well, and really try and like counteract the mobility of the High Elves with your own mobility, and then you have your own ground, very strong single entities to fight whenever they try and come to the ground. I think there's just some potential better synergy here than the Valkia double cultist.
Oh yeah. Well, historically, Valkia and the Cultist combo was very good against High Elves, but High Elf players weren't playing like this. They were usually going wider, using like maybe Imric with like a life caster. So the Cultists would be really good at grinding the spears and rangers off objectives when summoning Bloodletters. But this SE playstyle was basically just like a brutal counter to the existing Khorne meta, because Armin's build is pretty identical to what you would have seen in a competitive domination tournament, with the exception of the Skull Cannon just being a regular Skull Cannon. And Tim, obviously, he's one of his biggest strengths. He's got very good micro and decision making, but he's a great prepper. Like, he preps a lot for tournaments. He practices the meta matchups and just has like weird counter tech schemed in the shadows, which clearly worked very well for him. So let's get this bracket updated here. And we are going to be seeing Tim the Wilder advancing on to the grand finals. So let's go ahead and get this. And we're going to be alternating between the grand finals and third place, although we should actually probably just do the finals first, because third place will probably need to be played via replays because of the lag. So
yeah, let's.
We could also, Dov, what we could do is we could just do the finals, since we're pretty deep into the stream already. And we could just do, third place on, one of our channels or something. We could cast it via replays as well. I think that works. So we'll just, because finals shouldn't be laggy. I had Tim and Solasora last week and there was 0 lag. So I think we'll just do the grand finals, and Aramin and Chicken Feed will play. And Dov and I will split up the replays and cast those separately so you guys can see the outcome of that as well. I think that's the best solution for keeping things going smoothly here.
I agree.
So right on, man. Right on. So Armin's going to be going third place, the power of technology. And let me just notify the players here as we get ready for the grand finals. Cool. Yeah, so we've seen almost everything, right? Like, we haven't seen Skulltaker. We haven't seen Arbol yet. We haven't seen Golg. We haven't seen Gorbad, but we have seen a lot of new units. We haven't seen the new lords.
I'm surprised no Snagley either. I mean, I guess the Squig summoners are just seen as more cost effective, and the snare maybe isn't as impactful in domination as it is in land battles, maybe.
Yeah. No, it is. Like in the training, we've mainly been seeing. So the lobby is up. It's called Soli, and they do have a password on that, so they should have the 2 spec slots for the grand finals. And now we just get to chill out. Now, one warning to you, Dov: these guys do take a long time to do their builds, so we better enjoy each other's company, because you know what's really funny about this? This is a rematch of the grand finals of our last major event. So we had our season finals, the culmination of like 3 months of competition last week or 2 weeks ago, and it was Solasora versus Tim. So this is a rematch, number one. Number two, these guys are training partners. They train together nonstop. They know all of each other's builds. Tim actually took Solasora under his wing to train Solasora in domination, and then Solasora defeated Tim in the grand final. So it's like the classic Sith apprentice situation. So there's a lot of fun history between these two players.
That's gotta love when players know each other well and have played against each other multiple times. That usually leads to really competitive close series. Exactly.
And the funny part is they know all each other's builds too. So like, I wonder if they've been training separately, in the shadows. Like, I wonder if they've been keeping secrets from each other, because even though Solasora doesn't have the clan tag, Solasora is an RTK. Is an RTK player. So, yeah, they have like the same pool of builds, the same training partners. That is the conundrum of being in such a dominant, competitive clan. Is you're often going to have to team kill your guild mates, right? When you get into the finals of tournaments and whatnot. So that is very funny for sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's also, I mean, it just worked out this way, but yeah, Chicken Feed and Aramem are the two finalists from my qualifier last weekend, so it's like we're getting two rematches of the matchups we saw just a couple of weeks ago.
It's going to be fun. Last time, Tim, I think it was a 3-1 series. It might have gone to game 5. It might have been 2-2. I'm a little bit old. I've had a lot of concussions playing football, so I might need some help with that. If anybody in chat remembers the score of Solus or Tim, I'd be greatly appreciated. I'm going to let the players know in Discord your entire series through. Send replays. And Solusora and Tim, we are going live with you guys the entire time. Keep army building under 10 minutes, please. Okay, so I've tried to give a warning here. So the game plan is we're going to just hang with these guys the entire time. Hopefully there won't be any lag. These guys shouldn't be any issues. Solusora lives in Germany, I think, and Solusora is originally, I believe, from China. So it's a Chinese player who I think now lives in Germany. And Tim, of course, lives in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. Dav, you're over in Utah, and I'm in California. So we should have it pretty smooth here, indeed. This is best of 5. This is a best of 5 finals. This is going to be nice and sweaty.
Oh yeah, I'm sweaty already. So
I'm sweating, dude. Yeah,
what would you
say,
sure. Like out of this DLC, what would you say has been your favorite, like unit, lord, hero aspect of it?
So my favorite elements of the DLC are the greenskins. I think that Gorbat is super fun and a viable lord, and very like cool to have a force multiplying kind of mobile lord like that. I love the new greenskin units. I love the goblin big bosses, the bolt throwers. The colossal squig is freaking great. The shielded black orcs are probably my favorite unit of the whole DLC. Like I love just what they bring to the table. Looking at, and then Arbol. Arbol is probably my other favorite element. I think he's so freaking cool. Like the Khorne, like him just calling in the wrath of Khorne, and the blood speakers are so cool too. Ogres are fun. Like I think they're cool, but yeah, those are my favorite. How about you?
Definitely pigback riders are one of my tops. They're so silly. I love them. And they're also like can be flimsy and just die, but they also can be very good. And that's what I love about it. I love when it's risk reward and just the silliness of it. And definitely all the squigs. I love squigs in general. I'm holding my squig plushie right now that Creative Assembly sent me. Just very happy. Cool.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah, you could. If you were to play tabletop like Warhammer: The Old World, would you think you'd probably play Empire, right?
I'd probably collect Empire and Greenskins. I'd probably play both. To be honest, I actually have some like ancient Games Workshop, like original fantasy orcs back at my brother's. We have like a huge collection of the the Lord of the Rings tabletop game that Games Workshop made for a while.
Yeah, I have a Gondor army.
Yeah, we've got a huge collection, like a big old Harad army that has like a Mumakil, a bunch of Cav.
Dude.
We've got a pretty good sized Gondor, Rohan armies, like dwarves. We pretty much have at least like 12 of every faction, like 12 models of every faction. But
that's awesome, dude.
Along with that, we have like a couple of Warhammer sets, including some boys. So definitely
you should delve into it, dude. It's great, man. The greenskins are very, very strong. I wouldn't say like top 3, but they're probably the most balanced, solid faction in the game. Like Warriors of Chaos, Tomb Kings, and Brettonia are probably the top 3 factions in tabletop. Not in that order per se. Brettonia is probably the strongest, followed by Warriors of Chaos and Tomb Kings. But greenskins are very solid in the middle, and they're very, very balanced and fair. So they probably won't get changed. It's a very like safe investment. Just a blast to play against too. Like Fanatics are awesome. The squigs are great. You can bring Mangler squigs. Just it's a great time. Black orcs are some of the better infantry unit in the game. Even though infantry suck in tabletop, Black orcs and night goblins are like top tier. Very good. So I highly recommend it. Did you see the new Empire stuff that they're releasing?
I haven't looked at it too much.
So the War Wagon is being brought back to tabletop, which is awesome. And there's a new general. They're releasing a new general. I forget his name, but it's like General Hans something. It's like the new leader of like the Empire armies. I think he's like the Reichsmarshal or something. I'm not sure, but he has a really cool thing where, or maybe not. Maybe he's from Nuln. I think he's from Nuln actually, so I could be wrong. But he allows you to bring a ton of mercenaries in your Empire army. So you could have like mercenary ogres, mercenary dwarves. Super
Nice.
fun character. Yeah, he's like a mercenary guy. So
Sounds
yeah,
amazing. Sounds like I need to put together my combined arms gun build with him, some pistoliers, maybe get some dwarven cannons, steam tank.
yeah. You could just use the Empire Great Cannon rules and then just put dwarfs in the crew, and it fulfills the lore because Empire cannons are actually better than dwarf cannons in
Oh,
tabletop. They
nice.
do one more damage. Yeah,
Wow.
they're just better all around. So yeah, it's great stuff though. Empire and tabletop, the best units are their cannons, the Hellblaster volley gun, the steam tank, and Demogryph Knights. Those are like their bread and butter. So
Nice.
Pistoliers are good though. Well, Outriders are better, but Pistoliers aren't bad. You can use them as like a distraction unit. The only downside of Pistoliers in tabletop is they have an impetuous special rule because they're like young and brazen warriors. They like want to get into the action. Is that sometimes they charge against your orders,
I mean,
which is
that's
yeah,
literally lore friendly to how I play my pistoliers in Total Warhammer. So,
yeah,
if you're not charging
yeah,
your pistoliers into melee, like, what are you doing with them, honestly?
yeah. So you'll be right up your alley then for sure. Empire is probably one of the hardest factions in the whole game to play, though. They're on the weaker end of the spectrum, but they're about to get a massive update and new units, so that will probably change how they play.
Nice.
But you really get the underdog aesthetic, you really, really get it. Yeah, it's going to be freaking sweet, dude. So I think we might have our first match here. It might be Beastmen versus Khorne, which is Solasora is a top tier Beastmen player. I cannot tell you, I have not been punished as hard in a domination game than I was about 2 days ago playing my Khorne. But my ogres against their beastmen. It was rough, dude.
Yeah.
Beastmen are insanely good in Dom. Yes. Khorne Gores.
I had one battle actually published already on my channel is I fought, ogres with beastmen, and I brought maximum anti-large infantry, like Korok's Man Rippers, Khorne Gores, and Ungor Spears, and it was very good.
Yeah, it's brutal, man. It's brutal. Khorne against Beastmen, though, like what new things will be? Definitely Khorne Gores, because Centaurs, Minotaurs are all weak to that. So Tim will probably bring Khorne Gores. Is this still a Valkia pick? Like Valkia is very good at bullying Beastmen lords, like the Bray Shamans and things like that. Or do we see Arbalin come in here? Maybe Skulltaker? Probably not Skulltaker. He's extremely fringe niche, in my opinion. Whereas Arbal has like two abilities that are immediately impactful, right? Like Spawn Summon, Explosion. Who do you think is going to be the Lord here?
Yeah, I mean, Valkia seems like a solid option for sure. Honestly, I know you didn't name Scarbrand, but historically, Beastmen have had problems with big, scary single entities, and I know that's not probably true right now, but being able to try and lock stuff down with the rampage maybe and get some quick tear routes just to collapse one area of the battlefield. That being said, I think out of the cheaper characters, Arbal seems like probably the best option to me. Valkia's upside I feel like is a little bit limited here. Especially considering Spear Slopnir, you're likely to just face mass Centaurs and a lot of mobility and probably not have a ton of infantry to use it on. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, but Karnak to be able to shut down whatever caster they're taking. Malagor, obviously, he's up in the air, just cackling, flying around. Not a lot you can do about that, but any other caster you can shut down pretty hard with Karnak.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. I know he's super popular in land battle. You don't see Karnak used as much in Dom for some reason. I don't know why, but he was really, really popular when he first came out, and then he just fell off. I don't know what the causation was for that, but he just became extremely, extremely unpopular. Saying I sound different? Oh, it should sound pretty much the same. Granted, I do have headphones on, which makes me talk a bit louder because I can't hear myself. So that could be it. Best of 5 grand finals. So this is for people just joining. You can take a look at the bracket. We already had Tim the Wilder versus Araman. Tim defeated Araman 2-1. We had Chicken Feed versus Solasora. Solasora won that series 2-1 also. And we're doing the grand finals now. So we're going to do Tim the Wilder versus Solasora, best of 5. Followed up by Chicken Feed and Araman being done off stream. So Dov and I will be splitting up those replays and doing it off stream. So because there was a little bit of lag, Araman was lagging with some of the other players. So we are going to do those via replays just to be safe. And so now we're in the finals with the great Dov plays and standard kind of 4-player tournament. life is good, man. No complaints.
Yeah, happy to be involved. Definitely a big thanks to CA and to you, of course, for allowing me to be a part of this. It's always a good time. And yeah, I have
we've
to
known
say,
each other a long time, dude.
it's
Long time.
I was reminiscing with someone, who was it the other day, about just the old times, man. It's been great, honestly, doing this for all these years, and it's afforded me the opportunity to meet and interact with so many cool people and have so many excellent opportunities. So yeah, it's been fun, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We've known each other since I think 2017, 2016.
Yeah, I think I jumped in multiplayer 2017 is when I like really went into it, when the Brettonian update came out, I think, actually.
Yeah.
Like prior to that, I'd played a little bit of multiplayer here and there, but yeah, once Brettonia was released, man, they're definitely one faction that I enjoy playing. So it's interesting you say they're the most powerful in tabletop. Like, until the Grail Knight nerf recently, if you didn't have any rules in land battles, they probably would have been the most powerful.
No, interesting. Yeah, even so in Dom, they're completely unrestricted. Grail Knights, Hippogriff Knights, all allowed in droves, and they've never been problematic. So it's really funny when Brettonia got nerfed because of the land battle. They took HP hits to their Grail Knights and to Hippogriffs. Right, it was a big blow to Brettonia and Dom because they were already not like super good. So then they just got karate chopped even more. But top tier players still win with them for sure. But yeah, and hey, big surprise, man. We are getting the dreaded double skull cannon. And just a heads up, Solosaur does load slowly, but they have a good connection. It's just the slowish kind of loading on the computer. So
yeah, it's just still running off a hard disk. It's all good, you know.
yeah, just getting there for sure. Yeah, Total War can be taxing on your computer for sure. So this map is the Edge of the Darkwood. It's we can talk about the map a little bit while we load in. It's one of our custom maps made for tournament play. So you can see the spawn zones are in each corner with one objective in the middle and 2 home objectives, but the home objectives are not near your spawn points and they are near your opponent's forest, which makes for some really cool ambushes. Like Beastmen will often vanguard in the trees and ambush your home objective like immediately. So a lot of really interesting tactical play on this map, and it's definitely one of the most popular maps. But we've loaded in and there doesn't appear to be lag, so that is freaking awesome. We are all set for the grand finals. Yes, let's get it. Dov, would you like to talk about the Bray Herd?
I will go for the goat. Let's get it. We got Ungor's Spearman Herd up front, Gore Herds, and 1 Khorne Gore to start. Butchers of Kalkengard, the Doom Bull. He's got his amazing Dazed Contact effect that can help control speed, debuff melee defense. This looks like he's got the Slaughterer's Call, kind of passive AoE buff as well. And then, yeah, Butchers of Kalkengard, they're regenerating cows with their shields. They're going to be very sturdy, 56 melee defense. Terror, a lot to like about them.
Dude, do you see what's happening though, Job, with the deployment? Do you see it?
Oh yeah.
The Forbidden Ambush. I love this. Is one of my favorite maps for this reason. It just makes for like such weird like engagements that you normally wouldn't have historically seen, right? Like just these kind of forest, very lore friendly matchups. For Khorne, they're going to be vanguarding Khorne Gores, which is very smart. So basically, Tim is going to be vanguarding the Khorne Gores to make sure he knows the Beastmen are going to be ambushing his back point, so he's going to be using his own Beastmen to move over and try and contest that point. For the rest of his army, Valkia is meta in this matchup. She's great. She's really good against the Minotaurs. She's good against the Bray Shamans, the Doom Bulls. What's not to love? And the rest of the army is going to be Chaff with double Skull Cannon, which are just so powerful right now that you're probably going to see them in every single Khorne matchup. You know, although there may come a time when people like figure out how to counter them too effectively, and then you have to kind of go back. But we do see some fighting on Objective 3 right out of the gate, Stav.
Yeah, it's looking like the shot's going to be loosed into the forest there. That is one thing, sort of, again, talking about the infantry situation in this matchup, why we may not see a ton of infantry for Beastmen, although the Ungors having stock means they can potentially not get blasted by the Skull Cannons as much when they're trying to get into position and capture those objectives.
Indeed, and we do see Valkia and Khorne getting off to a very good start. So the objective is being contested over here, but Valkia is bullying that Bray Shaman, and Skull Cannons have actually made pretty good direct contact. And the downside of the Beastman Vanguard here from Solosaur, looks like there's going to be a Slavnir coming in. Nice cast, is that the Skull Cannons are going to be able to effectively punish this Beastman army, which is a little bit spread out. They don't have their Lord there. The Butchers are out of position. So Khorne is getting a massive force advantage here, and probably is trading a little bit better, I would say.
Yeah, the one thing, though, about firing into melee, we see a few shots land there in the Khorne Gores. There's definitely the danger of friendly fire in this situation.
Yeah, Traderkin going down, going to be nailing the Khorne spell resist. Certainly very, very nice here. On the far side of the battle, we do see the Marauder Horsemen charging into the Ungor Spears, trying to break them and failing. And now it looks like the Butchers of Kalkengard and the Mighty Doom Bull have arrived.
Yeah, the Beastmen reinforcements are here. We've got more Centaurs running over quick, some more Goreherds being summoned there as well. And then the Beastmen units that had taken that center objective are now kind of collapsing to interrupt more advance. And Butchers of Kalkengard, nice rear charge into those Khorne. See if they can tear out them away.
Yeah, this is very much Solasaur's playstyle also. Solasaur loves when they play Beastmen. I played maybe 5 or 6 games with Soli this week, and whenever they play Beastmen against me, it's always a stuff tactics. So when I say stuff tactics in domination mode, it means that you're going to take like extreme aggression in order to push your opponent on into a triple cap. So you triple cap them, and even if you do lose out on value a little bit, if you can keep it somewhat similar, you can win on points, or even if you lose it, you have the opportunity late game with your points lead to fall back and win. So some aggressive factions like to do this, and factions that have really fast units like Centaurs. And we do see Solasaur doing this, and honestly, is it just me, or is this Khorne army and Khorne getting folded up by this Beastmen core? You see these Khorne just breaking, the Butchers are fighting, and Khorne is looking to be on the back foot.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them. That kind of buy our blood effect that the Khorne have does kick in Unbreakable, but it unfortunately kicked in for both of these ones after they were terror routed, which is definitely something that can happen. But, I mean, Khorne's getting beat up, but they are punching back. These Butchers of Kalkengard have taken a ton of damage, and value-wise, Khorne's actually ahead a little bit.
Yep. Khorne is ahead a little bit. There's a little bit of healing on both rosters via Gore Feast on the Skull Cannons and the Butchers of Kalkengard. As far as the objective fighting, it's going to be Marauders fighting versus Goreherds on the outside, so nothing terribly significant. But the Beastmen do have that rock hard triple cap. But Khorne, are they going to get the momentum here to get it? I don't know. We see more Centaurs arriving, and that Doom Bull is going to be very tough to remove from that objective. Granted, Valkia could probably beat him one-on-one in a fight. He does not stand alone and would not go down easily. Tim using his Marauder Horseman to try and finish off the Butchers of Kalkengard here. Meanwhile, the Skull Cannons are on the run a little bit, but getting cost-effective shots, but we do not see that objective flipping. The Beastmen really, really super sticky on this point.
Yeah, and we see some chariots now. The Tuskor chariots sweeping around the far flank, helping to take out those Marauders of Khorne. They'll help hold back all of this infantry and kind of keep things tied up. But this one, Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, they're flaming damage. They've got great charge bonus, great weapon strength and melee. They're going to rear charge these Butchers of Kalkengard, just finish them off.
Yeah, I love Khorne Horse. I think of all the Marauder Horsemen, the Khornate ones are my favorite. The fact that they have like 40+ melee attack and hit quite hard, fat charge bonus, really fun utility. But I like the Tuskor Chariot call-in too. Tuskors do have 80 armor, so they'll be somewhat resilient against these Horsemen and Marauder units, and they can kind of pull back through spears, but we'll see if they get caught up here. Now, is Khorne anywhere close to getting their home objective back? We do see Tim calling in Khorne out of desperation. Skull Cannon now going to be getting engaged melee, but a nice Traderkin coming down from Solasaur does nail the Skull Cannon, the infantry, and potentially is going to be tickling these Khorne, but it looks like maybe just the Skull Cannon there.
Yeah, I hit the wounded Khorne, but that dazed contact effect now in contact with the Skull Cannon. It's speed being debuffed. The Doom Bull should be able to keep up with it here, but that Brave Shaman gets caught up momentarily surrounded by Khorne and just takes a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, that could be a huge win for Tim. I mean, getting rid of that Traderkin caster this early in the game is massive. But if Solasaur manages to stabilize it, he is probably just going to run it to the trees. Okay, the Brave Shaman is breaking and running, and if Tim is paying attention, he needs to get his Fleshhounds right now, move those bad boys over there and run that thing down. Although, Solasaur is getting some blood back here by beating down the Skull Cannon and potentially getting a kill on it. So very, very back and forth trading here. Granted, Soli is maintaining objective control while keeping the value close enough to not yield too much ground.
Yeah, and he's fighting pretty far forward, but he's also able to mostly get his reinforcements to the battlefield. That's one big advantage of the Beastmen, just like the Wood Elves. Lots of Vanguard, super high average speed of unit, so even their infantry can get into the fight much faster.
Yeah, and Brave Shaman's gone, so that's a big loss for Solasaur, not having their caster. Granted, Khorne, I guess, never had a caster. There's no Blood Speaker here, but in the back, we do see some Khorne being called in. A desperation out of Khorne. They're going to be trying to save the Skull Cannon. And immediately, Solasaur recognizes his very quick reaction speed, pulls the Doom Bull back into this pit fight, and we're just seeing complete Beastman dominance here. I feel like there's some variables that aren't being tracked in the value meter, like the Traderkins probably weren't being tracked. A lot of funky business, because, dude, look at this battlefield. There is almost no Khorne. We just see orangish yellow everywhere. And I think that this game is going to be going to Solasaur. Just complete Beastman dominance with mobility. And once again, we see the Forbidden Double Skull Cannon losing again today. Though they have had some wins in the Demons of Chaos vs. Khorne match, have Skull Cannons lost every game they've been used today? It's been pretty close, right? I
Yeah,
think they might have won one.
yeah, they're definitely. I mean, it's a unit I would take. I don't know if I would take the second one, to be honest.
Yeah, it might be too much, right?
In this matchup especially, where I feel like you need some like counter mobility, the new Blood Crushers are very, very expensive, but given how strong they are, I don't know, they might just get detonated by Traderkins as well. It's tough to say, but I would probably switch one cannon out for maybe more mobility.
Yeah, just keep the ROR probably, and then just get a little bit more to contest the field. Because with those, the thing was the Skull Cannons were like not in the fight. You know, they were kind of, that's, 2,500 gold sitting back, while the Beastmen were pretty much all in on aggression, and they didn't seem to get their value back quick enough for Khorne to really get into the game. Solosaur is now just crushing Tim in value. 9.5 against 7.8. Solosaur showing why they are the current standing world champion and are the #1 ranked player in the world in Domination. And Tim is pushed back, and that is a Brayherd victory. And, I have to say, it's always a little nice for me to see older factions, or a faction that isn't a DLC faction, being able to beat some of the newer stuff. Granted, Beastmen eat so damn good. They just get all the scraps from these DLCs. They're getting the freaking Corngors, the Pestigors, the monsters. Like, dude, Beastmen have basically gotten like 2 DLCs, on top of the the other factions, right? So there is that.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to look at all the stuff that Beastmen have gotten and all the different ways their roster has been added to, and then you look at Norska and you're like, oh, wait, this faction actually still exists. But yes, I mean, the Corngors, Centaurs of Tzeentch, definitely have all had their time in the sun, but in this particular build, it was really, the Corngors were the only marked units that were brought. It was just classic Beastmen, Centaurs, mobility, chariots, all in, kind of working together to try and win the battle, and they were definitely very effective in doing so. The Butchers of Kalkengard also, despite the fact they took a bunch of damage, did manage to survive until the late game, so, providing some key terror routes there as well.
Yeah, overall, the Beastmen army was hyper effective, and you see what I'm saying about Centaurs. Like, you look in the reinforcement, there's like 6 or 7 Centaurs. I think it's actually only 5, but he did have Razorgors and some Baconators as well. But yeah, the Corngor is a nice addition, but I honestly think Beastmen could have won that even without the Corngors. They could have used Pesties, they could have used Angors, it would have been like fine, right?
Yeah.
The Skull Cannons were like good value pieces. One of them only got 600. So probably, again, we're seeing that trap of people knowing a unit is overtuned and just going and shoehorning it into matchups in which it's maybe not the best. Because I have seen Khorne beat Beastmen in a high level, not consistently, but it's pretty back and forth. In previous patches, but they weren't using the Skull Cannons, right? They were using, a wider army, better quality infantry, Minotaurs of Khorne to contest the Centaurs and the Butchers. But in this case, it was very heavily reliant on the Skull Cannons, which just didn't get the job done. And once again, we see them being a bit of a trap, I would say, in this matchup.
Yeah, when you're talking about halberds, I'm just sort of thinking through in my mind here, like, given Beastmen's sort of, like, reliance on their large units, yeah, I would almost say like 4 halberd warriors, 4 Corngors. Just take 8 halberd infantry and walk forward, and like with the skull cannon ROR, it seems like a good base to start from.
Yeah, I agree. Dude, I would have loved to have seen the chosen halberds though. Like you said, oh man, that would have been so fun. Traderkin might punish them, but don't they have 35% spell res?
Yeah.
At the very least, the chosen halberds would not have yielded that back objective. Probably, it probably would have stayed in Khorne's hands.
Right.
So then they would have had more time. But yeah, it's hard. I think you cut the skull cannons completely in that matchup. Maybe keep 1 skull cannon in reserve, like the ROR. I think that's nice. So then like you can kind of read the field, and if it's like a heavy skirmish game with a lot of raiders, you call it out. But if they're all out aggressing you like that, you need more stopping power probably there on that point,
Definitely.
So let's see what the next map's going to be. So I'm going to the Discord real quick. The next map is going to be, scrolling up, it is going to be for the grand finals, the Changers Madhouse. Oh, dude, you're gonna love it. Now, I know you're more into like land battle and conquest, but there's definitely some really fun maps that I think you'll appreciate because you get wonky maps. This one is a Tzeentch flavored map, and it has wild Vanguard points. You can literally like Vanguard right on top of your opponent's army, just about. And it this is a really really cool map. You're gonna dig it. It's got some serious chaos flavor. Now Solasora is a very good Empire player, so maybe you'll get some Empire play. Tim is very meta, so I suspect we're going to see Wood Elves here. Probably a Wood Elf pick would be my guess.
Yeah, it would be nice to see some Empire for sure, but I know like as far as win rate goes, they're sort of middle of the pack in Domination, right?
They're like 48% win rate, 50. Empire, like every single season of Dom, they've been 50% win rate, like on the dot. They're like one of the most balanced factions in the game. They steam tanks and land ships have been historically banned in domination tournaments. All at various points in history. Sometimes land ships are allowed. It depends on the host, but now they're both free willy. So you can bring the steam tank commander, which has gone through their nerfs. This patch, this update, Omens, you probably know it was just movement speed, turn speed, and something else, right? And charge speed, right?
Yeah, I believe. I believe it was charge speed. Yeah, turn speed. Like the regular move speed. Did it also? I know it lost firewall moving in the last patch.
Yeah, I think it can't shoot in melee effectively now either. I'm not sure, but it's still very good. Like I've done test games with the tank commander, but it's more balanced now. Like it's not as easy to just Benny Hill run through formations and like blast them with cannons while you're moving and just get like 4K value doing nothing. Like it's a unit that is slower, less maneuverable, but still quite powerful. Pigeon bombs is great,
Yeah, oh yeah.
But it feels good. Like I'm happy that it's fair now, so we can use it and experience this cool unit. That's my biggest sorrow about the Mangler Squig is that it was too strong to be used in today's tournament.
Yeah, because honestly, the animations, like the sound design, everything about it, honestly, just makes me so happy. I love them, so it makes me sad.
Yeah. Well, it'll probably be in the next patch, and usually after there's a DLC, there's like an update within like 2 or 3 weeks, like a hotfix patch that'll probably address them. Yeah, another Vader versus Palpatine battle. Yes, this is literally Vader. So I mean, Tim is Palpatine for sure, and Solosaur is Vader. And last time they faced each other, Vader threw Palpatine into the pit, just like in the movies. So we're gonna see if that happens again here today for sure. Should be fun. Who are in the land battle community? Like, is there any rivalries or like people that? I mean, I know the old school ones from Warhammer 2 and loosely know some here, but are there any two players that you see perpetually like meeting each other in the grand finals of tournaments?
There's maybe like a rotating cast. I don't know if there's necessarily like two per se. To be fair, I haven't watched a lot of Human Boys tournaments. But like Alfredino, I know is like one of the top players for sure.
Yeah,
and like it, like Alric Rao won my South Sea Mercenary League.
Nice.
Which, is maybe not surprising, but there's definitely some old names still hanging around. But yeah, from a land battles perspective, yeah, I would say Alfredino is probably the top one I could pull off the top of my head. And then, of course, the Forbidden Void, if he would play honorably, would also probably be one of the top players in the world, to be honest, but chooses not to do so he's not allowed.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's a shame. There's some talent there. Like definitely would just be winning tournaments, but yeah, it is what it is. I have the picks in the Matrix, so we can discuss that. So the 3 faction picks for Solosora are Khorne, Ogre Kingdoms, and Wood Elves. And for Tim DeWilder, his 3 faction picks in the Matrix are Tomb Kings, Dark Elves, and Kislev. So Tim is probably the best Tomb Kings player in Domination. He's very good at Tomb Kings, and I think Tomb Kings would have good matchups into the new Ogres probably, and also are decent against Wood Elves. I'd be interested to see Khorne versus Tomb Kings, but we're very soon going to have their matchup. Kislev historically has been an absolute terror in Domination, but after a couple patches of nerfs, they're actually very fair now. They have like a dead even 50% win rate, so that's cool. How often do you do your South Sea Mercenary League, by the way? Is that like an ongoing thing, or you do it every couple months?
Depends just kind of on life and stuff, what I'm available for. But like this year, I was only able to host one like tournament series of it. But like next year, I'm hoping I can maybe do one in the spring and one in the fall. But it's a pretty substantial prize pool. So if I was doing it all the time, I'd go broke pretty quick.
Yeah, it adds up for sure, man. It adds up. We should add the on the Total Tavern. I could add a Hall of Fame section for land battle. That'd be good. If you want, you could put like all your winners there in the top 4s and stuff. I think that'd be fun for people to be able to see the champs of old.
Yeah, definitely. I think it'd be nice, and also just to have some aspiration of like you could be here also. If you enjoy land battles. So.
Well, the plan is for the website is so. We have some awesome folks volunteering their time working on Total Tavern, and we're going to have an update sometime in the next year. I don't know when. no rush on that. But when we do, the idea is we're going to have a conquest leaderboard too. So it will have a domination leaderboard, as it currently has now, and with unlockable avatars, and then we'll have a conquest leaderboard too for like land battlers, right? So you could even host your stuff on there and draw players from that, which would be really fun too. Yeah, so we have our match, by the way, Ogres versus Kislev.
Ogres versus Kislev.
This is fun. I'm hyped. I'm hyped to see pigback riders impact in this matchup. I feel like they're going to be huge.
Yeah, I think they could definitely help, counteract the heavy cavalry. They could help counteract like wild things in the woods. I don't know if that's probably not a common pick here, but
yeah.
From Kislev's perspective, it's interesting that obviously Kislev warriors, right? But then beyond that, don't really have a lot of anti-large infantry, or actually anti-large in general. Like, are Warbear riders very common pick in Domination?
Oath Brothers get picked. Oath Brothers, yeah, they get some juice. If I was a betting man, Solus Sora is going to go mega wide with Noblars, probably. It's either going to be that or a Healing Thunder Tusk build, which I think could be a trap. Tim is probably going to go mega wide with Warrior, Kossar, Bo Kossar, and maybe some Streltsy with a little Grom. Because I think with the Pigback Riders, it's a little risky going for Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion, so you'll probably just see Dervishes. The Lord choice is up in the air, but probably just Tim's the type of guy to bring a cheap caster Lord, not like a Boris or something. But
right,
yeah, this is a fun matchup though. It's a very, very good one. And Ogres. Oh, we might see Yetis here, actually. Maybe to try and counter any, Cav play. But that also could be risky if Tim doesn't go Cav. This might be a Yeti matchup, I think.
Yeah, I think a couple Yetis in reserve seems like a pretty safe bet. Even, Oath Brothers of Tor, right? Just to, lock them down and help other units try and take them out. I could see maybe a couple Yetis in reserve, just in case there's a bunch of cavalry. But definitely, trappers, pigback riders, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's such a solid core of infantry. Trappers are so cost effective. I think, especially Trappers wreck Kislev warriors too, because if they just ninja dart them and does a lot of damage against the unarmored warriors. Yeah, Tim's got to go wide. I think if he's got to just get a massive bow gun line, this map is relatively flat. It's very friendly to bows and guns, so I think there's not a lot of line of sight blocking. I would say this is more like a traditional land battle style in Domination. Domination utilizes way more terrain than land battle does. A lot of maps are heavily forested. They have pillars for line of sight blocking, but this one is more like OG, like Warhammer 2 style. So
yeah,
Little Grom. I think one Little Grom is really strong. Even if they go wide Noblar, you can just sit it on the Ogre Lord and pressure him, right?
Speaking of maps, not to derail the conversation too much here.
Oh, you're good.
But I know a while back there was the Land Battles with Caps mod, right, which I actually used sort of as a precursor to Conquest before it was released. Yeah. In that mod, there were included a bunch of the Total Tavern maps that the map makers had then converted for use in Land Battles with Caps. And I guess it would really ultimately be up to the map makers themselves, right? But do you think there would be interest in maybe a Conquest map pack? Because I'll admit, these maps are amazing. They're super high quality. They're much better than the maps that Creative Assembly has made. And personally, I'm a little bit jealous that we don't get to use them in Conquest. So who knows? Would you think the map makers would be interested in making a Conquest map pack?
I think when Total Tavern, when we launch a Conquest leaderboard, I think that'd be a really good time to potentially do that. And what we've done with the maps historically, we have a dedicated map making community who's churning out maps. You can see how many we have. It's insane.
Yeah.
And they just do such a freaking awesome job. You can see the map builders, actually. You could definitely reach out to some of these guys. They're great. And I'm sure some of these would be easy to convert. And secondly, holding a contest is a really fun idea too, map making contests. So that's a cool way to get the community involved. And the winner wins a cash prize, and it's voted on by your YouTube channel community. That type of stuff's fun. Wacka, so if you look in my chat, Wacka 3000, he's the godfather of map making. He basically taught the other map makers how to do it in our cartographer group we have. He says it would be easy to make additional versions of the maps if modders decide to do so. He says it would be easy. So nice. Yeah, Conquest uses a lot of terrain too. That's nice to hear. Glad to hear that. That's cool. Yeah, I love Conquest. It's amazing.
It is, and a lot of the maps they've selected, most of them are classic, land battle staples, Pillar of Bone, and so forth. Which unfortunately, a lot of those maps they're great in so many ways, but a lot of them are a little bit too small.
Yeah.
And then you have on the other side, there's like MP Peak Pass, which again is definitely a favorite classic map, but that one's huge, right? They're probably a little bit too big. So it's I feel like these maps are a pretty good sweet spot, and you also have a lot of different variety in terms of aesthetics too. Like there's not really any good like god-specific chaos maps, because all the Warhammer 3 maps are not amazing, and I don't know if any of them have actually been converted for Conquest, but like in the mod, right? You've got like quite a few, set in the different chaos realms. Really nice maps that are super high quality, right? It'd be great to have. So yeah, I'm honestly in awe sometimes of the work that some of these modders are able to put in.
Yeah, it's like Domination would just be dead without them. And we have the Tzeentch map. There's a really cool map, which was one of my favorites. It's still newish, and we've used it in tournaments. It's very unique. It completely changes the way the game is played. It's called the Pit of the Everchosen. So if you scroll down, you'll see it somewhere. So basically, the players, their two armies spawn face to face with one another, like right on top of each other. Basically, like their battle lines are just like meeting, and the objectives are like behind them and like off to the sides. It's a really interesting. And there's the deployment zones on every edge. So like it's just this pit fight, which is really fun.
That sounds super cool.
Yeah, like that's one thing in Domination is that probably more so, if memory serves, in land battle of days of old in Warhammer 2, you typically had, I wouldn't say a set meta, but the builds didn't vary too much. Like sometimes there would be, like at the highest level, you would usually see Dark Elves using Scourge Runners, whatever. But some of these maps are like very, very, they completely changed the meta. Like you almost can't bring the same build on a lot of the maps, because they might be close quarters, have a ton of line of sight blocking. The home objective versus the line objectives that you see on like it's the map. The maps like determine everything, which is really cool.
The land battles, like it depends on the faction you're playing. Definitely some factions more than others can take advantage of like unusual terrains, right? Like
makes sense.
Wood Elves Beastmen, obviously, but just in general, like. If you're a faction that relies a lot on like direct line of fire, guns or artillery, you might have a hard time, right? But yes. I think I agree. It's nice to have a good variety of maps because the factions are intended to be played sort of in different ways, and it does change, the specifics of individual matchups and sort of the meta and things. But with land battles right now, just because of how big the game is, I would be very surprised if the meta, from what I've seen, certain things stay pretty stable, but definitely some things are dynamic, and you see sort of development of builds throughout the course of a patch, which is always nice.
Yeah, like Pillar of Bone would have a drastically different build than like Blue Reach River or something like that, right?
Right.
Like there's definitely plenty of that in the days of old. You're upgrading Pit of the Everchosen this week. That's really fun. Yeah, we could definitely do like add conquest maps to this map pack. I think that'd be cool. So you could just kind of have it all in one place. And then another thing I thought would be a cool addition to the Total Tavern map pack that we use for tournaments would be more data metrics for the casters and players. So at the top it would say like how much gold is remaining, how much Winds of Magic is left, something like that. So I think that'd be really, really useful.
It would be nice.
So here we are. Can you see the map?
Yep, we're loading in, and this is wow, this is quite impressive.
Yeah, look at the Tzeentchian like pillars on the outside, like that one big tower with like the eyeball in the middle, and like, dude, how cool is that?
So cool. Tzeentch is so cool.
Yeah, Tzeentch has definitely got some of the coolest aesthetic. I'm a Nurgle fanboy myself, but it's hard to deny the swagger of Tzeentch for sure.
Definitely got the bling.
Yeah, so Sully will be loading in here in a second, and we'll break down the map. So you can kind of see the objectives right now, Dob. You see there's one in the middle that has like two little like elevations on either side, and then there's each player has a home objective. So there's objective 1, 2, and 3, and the home objectives though are threatened by Vanguard points. So that's very common in Domination. Like the player can attack the enemy's home objective using their Vanguard points. So like dervishes and other Vanguard pieces can feast there pretty hard, but. Would you like to break down the Ogre army? Oh, looks like it's going to be the Thunder Tusk. So people going all in on them today, and we're going to see if Sully can have a difference. But
the double Thunder Tusk is definitely an interesting choice here. Going to be backed up by pigbacks. We've got 5 of them, including the Knights. Looks like the Paymaster, very cheap. Great support lord, honestly. He can make it rain coins, which is my new favorite ability in the game. This Cash Cascade gives extra melee attack, leadership charge bonus, and an AoE. Very good stuff. And then he's also got a nice passive, +8 melee attack, plus 10% weapon strength. All good stuff. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. The pigbacks, the 2 big monsters, the Paymaster, and then we've got Lore of the Great Maw here for this Butcher.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff from the Ogres, taking advantage of the new Thunder Tusks, hoping that their durability and tandem with their hybrid DPS will get the job done. Looking at Kislev, we do have the Horse Archers. You see they're vanguarding on the point, right? So that's immediate capture pressure, which is really nice. And, just good utility for chasing down routing units. It's just like bringing hounds or any sort of skirmish gap in the old land battle. Kislevite Warriors, backed up by Little Grom, and we do have some anti-large here. So Kislev does have the Ice Witch on the Frostworm, which is an anti-large fighter, potentially able to fight the Thunder Tusk, and a Patriarch for healing. And that is it. Now, the question is, Dov, are those Bow Cossars and the Little Grom and the Ice Witch going to be enough to take down the dreaded Thunder Tusk? Earlier when we saw the Wood Elves take them down, that was a way more stopping power, right? That was like 5 Blade Guard Starfire Shafts, like a lot of spears. I don't know. This is going to be probably a little bit harder for Tim. We're going to have to see if that Little Grom can connect.
Yeah, let's see. The first shot goes off. Looks like it might have just straight missed there. But, yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see sort of the different usage as well. It looks like Solisora from the start is, he's kind of leading with the Thunder Tusks. So let's see if he tries to take more of a long skirmish game or if he's going to develop a rush and quickly try and get in there and mix things up in melee. But, yeah, I mean, the healing, too, here could be, like, if Solisora is able to manage the damage, right, and kind of take damage on one, pull it back, heal, while the other takes damage, and then kind of cycle them back and forth in order to sort of spread the damage around. It's going to be up to Tim to make sure he's disciplined on focus firing, and not spreading that damage out too much.
Indeed. And now the Snowballs of Doom, Dov, they're here. We do see the big Thunder Tusk dropping the snowballs on the Kislevite Warriors. And on top of that, people forget that Thunder Tusks have I don't know if they're anti-large. I'm pretty sure they are, but their Howdas on top, they throw the Hunter Javelins, which makes them insanely good. So already the Ice Witch has taken a lot of damage. She's taken like almost 1,000 damage. Ogre's calling in some reserves in the back. We do see the Ogre Bulls and the Noblars rushing towards the Kislevites' home objective. Tim does call in a Snow Leopard summon from his Ice Witch, and now he's going to have to push back soon, lest the Ogres get too far ahead on points.
Yeah, Soli's definitely applying that early pressure, kind of making sure Tim is not just able to sit contently and shoot him and build up his forces, obviously. But, yeah, the Howdah, I didn't realize the Ogres on the Howdah did quite so much damage. They're already putting in some serious work against the Snow Leopard, while the Thunder Tusk is just mooning it, just facing away. Already leadership broken, so the summon there, not really having too much of an impact. Little Grom is doing some damage. One Thunder Tusk is about quarter HP down, but that's something that can pretty easily be healed, so not too impactful yet.
Oh, dude, It's time. Monster fight. We have the Incarnate Elemental Beast coming out. Now, I don't know how I feel about this pick. It's an anti-infantry fighter. It does okay against big targets. Thunder Tusk will probably out-trade it with the Javelin fighters on top. Ogres are pressing the home objective of Kislev, which Kislev really doesn't want to lose, because that will take away so much time for them to fight. Although we do see the Ogre Paymaster. It looks like the Ice Witch. What was that? So the Ice Witch is using some sort of witchcraft on him? Is it the Ice Shard ability, the Bound Magic Missile? Have you seen that before?
Rarely, but using the Frostbite to good effect there, going to try and trap the Packmaster. The Ogres did get a good block, though. The Bulls were able to kind of stop the Incarnate Elemental Beast from getting in there. And right now, the Paymaster's in a bit of trouble. The Thunder Tusks probably need to run over there and fight in melee with him, give him some support. But right now, that Frostbite and the damage... I mean, granted, if he is lost, it's not a ton of cost. Like, losing your Lord definitely doesn't feel good. But he's pretty cheap, so it's not the worst loss in the world.
Yeah, the Ice Witch is getting work done, man. And that Incarnate Elemental also with some nice AoEs. And it seems the Ogres are getting routed off on Objective 3. And that is one of the dangers in Domination of going, like, pure heavy SE. Though it's very strong and hard to break at times, a more mobile army can take advantage of your lack of battlefield presence. And the Paymaster probably regretting being so aggressive. Soli had a good thing going, hanging out on Objective 2 and just poking Tim, but now Tim is able to swing back. So it looks like Palpatine going to be Force Lightning his apprentice here. And we do see the Paymaster get karate chopped, and the Ogre Butcher, by the way, is trapped here, but big AoE damage from that snowball, potentially countered by the Salak Lullaby.
Yeah, it's getting some good contact there. The other Thunder Tusk kind of ran into the front line to help try and maybe tear out some units. He is cycle charging these pigback riders as well in the infantry fight, as well as getting one back and shutting down that little Grom momentarily. The dervishes are going to come through. They're going to lose pretty badly to those pigback riders, I would imagine, although pigbacks might have not had a countercharged orders, so it'll take them some time. But let's see, this one Thunder Tusk getting pretty deep stuck in here. The Ice Witch, you know, trading okay for now, but the dervish, or the horse archers rather, having some tough leadership issues. Butcher also getting leadership routed here as he gets surrounded by the Kislev warriors and horse archers and whatnot. Ooh, we got some man-eaters great weapons coming though. Some elite anti-large, looking to collapse that pocket. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, they'll definitely be very good against the horse archers and any of the cav. There are some Kislev warriors there to provide some anti-large buffering, and I think if Solasora had actually lost the Butcher there, like if it had died, that probably would have been game over because he would lose the Troll Guts on the big Thunder Tusks, but he does manage to salvage it and does get a Troll Guts up here on the Thunder Tusk fighting your objective number 3. But look at this, the Kislev Monster Core, the Incarnate Elemental proving me wrong, as well as the Ice Witch just getting a ton of work in. And if that Thunder Tusk does get broken off the battlefield, which I anticipate it will because Tim the Wilder is on point with his Dervish call-in, that's probably GG. I think that that's going to be pretty brutal. The points are close enough that Tim isn't super far behind, and with one big expensive Thunder Tusk routing off at almost full health, that's probably going to be, in the words of the old Chappelle Show, game blouses. Patriarch just healing here, the Kislev Warriors holding like absolute chads, and the other Thunder Tusk Dob is also quite low as well.
Yeah, it's definitely taking a serious beating, and that Thunder Tusk, you know, leadership is not, base leadership's not incredible. It's maybe the one biggest weakness. It's 70 base, which is okay, but for a big expensive monsters, you'd like it to be a little bit more. But getting the leadership break there on the pretty much full health one, able to chase it off. This Incarnate also, that AoE kind of Flock of Doom effect. Mortis Engine is just feasting on this big blob right now, and it's looking pretty grim for the Ogres, but they're still fighting back on the far side here. Let's see what they can do to try and stabilize. Looks like that one Thunder Tusk, the one that is remaining, is pretty much heal capped at this point. It's been able to shut down the Siddlegrom. Piggyback Knights are doing all right, although getting shot in the back by the Kossar Spears. But let's see. Tim definitely pushing in the back line here.
Yeah, the backfield situation for the Ogres, I mean, getting the push on the Little Grom is very, very good. Potentially something that can kind of help them claw back a little bit. But the Incarnate Elemental in tandem with the Ice Witch, I think, are going to be too much for the Ogres to handle. They're just not going to have anything on the field that can contest those units. We do see Solasora calling in the Ogre Paymaster again, but he is just going to be tar-pitted either by Kislevite Halberds, or the Ice Witch is just going to be like, all right, you ready for round 2? And she's going to come in with her anti-large and just bully. Yeah, Incarnate Elemental is feasting at full health. Tim looking very, very good. He has objective 3, so his home objective. Objective 2 is about to flip to him, which at this point, you know, Tim can win the game by just playing objectives 3 and 2. He doesn't need to go for his opponent's home objective or be hyper-aggressive. But if there's ever a time for Solasora to make a comeback attempt, it's going to be consolidating the Paymaster and the Thunder Tusk here, and with some pigback riders and maybe trying to get a pick, but I don't see it going well.
Yeah, it's not looking great, especially with both the Kislev single entities fighting together. Thunder Tusk's odds are not great right there, and the Winged Lancers here just kind of screening the Ogre Paymaster, keeping him separated so he can't buff the Thunder Tusk up. But you see the Butcher's also trying to get close. He doesn't have Bull Gorger, it's just Troll Guts, so really wouldn't even be able to heal that Thunder Tusk given it's already heal capped, but could put some healing maybe into these Man-Eaters great weapons. They've taken some solid HP damage, and the Ogres trying to amass value here to take objective number 3. It looks like they might be able to if they're able to collapse these Winged Lancers.
Yeah, Winged Lancer is pretty damn solid for 1,000 gold. On the backside, though, like Dov said, the Winged Lancers and the Kossar Spears are fighting back a pretty tough Ogre army. We do have 12 Man-Eaters, so 12 of the 16 models still pretty damn effective, and they also get a Troll Gut. So I think that Kislev might get folded up on their home point, so Solasora actually kind of pulling the value back a little bit. Remember, Troll Guts is active, and Kislev does have Patriarch healing, but probably not going to be as much raw value generation as just like a Troll Guts, although it depends on the circumstances. Out of desperation, Tim going to be calling in a Dervish unit to try and buffer his durable fighting by our Blood Warriors here, but Ogres may be able to eventually get through that, although we do see some Kislevite Halberds rallying, and once again, the Butcher, you better be careful. He's already broken twice. If he keeps breaking, there might be a shatter on that. And on objective 2, Kislev probably going to be favored in this fight. Granted, oh man, the Pigback Riders are getting a lot of work done, Dov. Look at that.
Well, the rear charges, and look at the Pigback Knights coming in to just finish it off. All of a sudden, The Ice Witch is completely isolated, like her and the Incarnate of Elemental Beasts realize they have no support whatsoever. The Paymaster's almost been killed a second time, but he's going to run in here for a risky second engagement, 2v2, to try and even the odds a little bit here on that single entity fight. A little bit of AoE damage is going to actually lead to a massive terror out of Noblars here from the Ice Witch as she tries to stabilize the fight.
Yeah, that was a very scary situation. Like, Kislev felt comfortable, then suddenly they're surrounded by all these new anti-large Noblars, which is a big game changer. Ogres do get some big scary cav coming in. The Mournfang cav Great Open should be pretty excellent. The Thunder Tusk here is in the danger zone. 1800 HP on this bad boy. It looks like, was there another Troll Guts on it? I don't think so, but the Ice Witch is very low. Patriarch's going to need to get some fat heals off. Kislev does get the win on Objective 3, though. That's really big.
Yeah, very clutch.
The Butcher's down. Yeah, Butcher's down, and now all the Kislevite reinforcements for Urson going to be charging into the middle. It's so fun now that Kislev is balanced in domination. You can actually root for them and not feel bad, and you can root for the Ogres. It's just a feel-good situation for all. But Ice Witch does pull back. Nice archer fire from the Kossar Spears poking into the Paymaster, and we got a pit fight on Objective 2 here. Yeah,
the Thunder Tusk fell there, but I checked the value before it did, and it was over 4,000. So I would definitely say it did its job before succumbing to the Kislev's tough units there, but a little rear charge here from the Blood Vultures. The lack of terror could be a little bit of an issue here for the Ogres, as they themselves are subjected to terror routes. Mournfang Cavalry getting pushed away there, and I think that was kind of the last gasp for the Ogres. I don't foresee them having enough resources to come in and actually win this fight. It's looking like Kislev's probably going to take this.
Yeah, the momentum is really in Kislev's favor now. That Howl of the Great Beast was so freaking cool. Lowers the leadership by 8, triggers the terror routes here. The Kislev Shot Cav coming in and reinforcing. Very epic battle as they move forward. And Objective 1 is certainly on the menu, boys, as the Ogre Lord is going to get just absolutely slapped by this Incarnate Elemental. Looks like he's at about 10% HP, and it's going to be kind of a non-factor at this point. Ogre's making a bit of a weird play for the middle from the flank with the Butcher and the Man-Eaters, but a single, Kossar Spear is going to be able to fend them off. And Tim does win on just the 2 points here, if I'm not mistaken. So he can just comfortably kind of value trade here and go grab Objective 1 whenever he's feeling comfortable. Solosaur will probably tap out here in the next, I would say, minute or two.
Yeah, we'll watch for it, but definitely an interesting one for sure. Iron Guts being brought in here, try and stave things off, but yeah, not looking good. That Incarnate of Elemental Beasts, almost 3,000 damage value, 2,700, pretty good stuff. Yeah. The Ice Witch also 3,000 damage value, so both single entities for Kislev just proving their power.
Yeah, and once again, right as you talk about and hype him up, the Incarnate Elemental just absolutely annihilated that Butcher. So the caster is down, and that's kind of the thing. Ogres are going to be indexing more into Pigback Riders, right? So having the anti-infantry monster, which is also viable against big targets, seems like a good tech there. So yeah, it was great stuff, and everybody and their dog is bringing Thunder Tusks, right? So Tim didn't seem to even respect the Lead Belcher Iron Blaster play because he was so sure that Sully was going to bring the Thunder Tusk, and he did, which still egregious value, right? One of them only got 1,300 though, but the other one went just insane at 4,200.
Yeah, and had that other one not been routed off, if it had been able to hold its leadership and kind of keep that far flank anchored, definitely think that the Ogres could have maybe held on for the win there. But
yes.
Yeah, I mean, just insane performance from single entities on both sides. Definitely, Little Grom, gets shut down and doesn't fully pay for itself, but just the tactical kind of value of being able to pull your opponent into an unfavorable position. But overall, Kislev just kind of holding firm, using those single entities to good effect, able to pull out the win.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think some Lead Belchers might have been really useful. Potentially Iron Blasters are interesting, but they get countered by Little Grom really hard, so maybe not that, but the a core of triple Lead Belcher could be nice. But also some people in chat raised a really nice point about keeping the Thunder Tusks together, because they did get separated. One stayed in the middle and the other one was on the far side, whereas if they're together, you have a really nice critical mass. So that was troublesome when they split up there.
Definitely. We're
so
even
now we got
on the 1-1.
1-1, yeah. So Palpatine and Lord Vader here are 1-1 here in their best of 5, as we're going to be going into Game 3 of the finals, which is best of 5. So potentially more time. It could go a lot longer if we go to the rubber match. I mean, this could be another hour and a half, 2 hours, right? So that's total Warhammer for you. Let's see what the map is. So we have this is a cool one, Dub. You're gonna like this one too. This is the Terracotta Graveyard. which is a Cathay-inspired map.
Oh yeah, I think this one was in when I played with this a few times before, and like when I believe it was in the land battles with Caps map pack. But yes, it's definitely nice. Again, like any of the new factions, Cathay, you know, all the demons, monogods, whatever, like don't have great representation in multiplayer maps, so it's really nice to see the map makers, you know, be able to deliver on that. But
Yeah.
yeah, we'll see. What do you think in terms of matchups here, sort of knowing both of these players? Do you think they'll try and get into a specific matchup or faction?
Let's see here. So, I'm gonna check this. Sorry, I just had an admin question from one of the players real quick for the other one about the picks and bans phase.
No worries.
Okay, so answering that. And the last thing, okay, so I think we're all good there. Sorry, could you ask that question again?
Yeah, so do you think either of these players will try and get into a specific faction or matchup? Like, what do you think we might see here in terms of picks?
So let's see what their global bans are for the series. Yeah, so the global bans I can ask. So let's see, what are global bans here? So we still have Wood Elves on the table, Khorne, Tomb Kings, Dark Elves. Tim really likes Dark Elves, so those things could come into play. But yeah, definitely going to see some Wood. Definitely going to see some Tomb Kings at some point. Tim is about to fill me in on their global ban as well. So we're going to see which ones are out of the picture for the entire series, because each player gets one global ban that just eliminates it for both players. So that's how you kind of deal with like overpowered stuff, right? So if you were worried about like Ogres and the Thunder Tusk, for example, you could just global ban those, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay.
far, the Thunder Tusk has been good, but I don't know. I think two is maybe too much. What do you think? Would you take, like, in my land battles that I've fought with them, one has been successful a lot of the time. But I'll be honest, I haven't really tried two that much, but it seems a little bit too all in, do you think?
Yeah, it depends on the matchup. I think against like in Dom, it's very different. If you have a home objective that's very safe, like having two consolidated on the middle can be very nasty. Like that game, for example, I think if Solasora had just kept the double Thunder Tusk on the middle objective, it would have been much harder for Kislev to break them because they could fight back to back and would have more support from the Pigback Riders. But yeah, two can work, and I think against like average intermediate players that could be very devastating. By the way, so the global bans that we will not be seeing in the grand finals. This just in from the players. We have Greenskins are banned for the whole series because you know they're very very strong, and we've already seen them a lot today. We had a lot of Greenskin games, and Demons of Chaos are the other faction that are banned for the entire series. So
Two very sensible picks.
yeah, these guys, Dov, have very similar faction representation. Like they don't play. There are specialists in our community who will like play Coast and Chaos Dwarves and you know Cathay, but these guys are not amongst those. They'll typically be more meta. These two, I would say.
Yeah, so we'd probably see a lot of factions with good, very good mobility, probably not too many defensive, just, you know, from a faction perspective, right? Like the defensive factions tend to be less good in domination, whereas factions with excellent mobility tend to be better, right?
Yeah, I mean, and by defensive factions, that the way you're articulating it is that you know Cathay and dwarves really fall into that category.
Yes.
Like the other factions, like Empire, is very dynamic. They can play hyper defensive or aggressive if they want to.
Right.
Kislev is similar; they're often on the defense, but dwarves went through a period of actually being like a top 3, top 4 faction in Dom for a long time. Their staying power is very very good on the objective. So once they get them, it's very hard to get them off. And blasting charge Vanguard is brutal in Dom.
Mm.
And they also have really good hero hammer. So hero hammer is a very viable strategy in Dom too. Like you can have, you know, like a Thoric, a Felix, and a Gotrek, or like a Thane or whatever, and have them just sit on a point. And it's an unholy nightmare to get them off.
Makes sense.
So yeah, it's for sure. Their dwarves are very good. Cathay is the one that I would say you hit on the head very well. They're very hard to play in Dom because Cathay is awful at taking objectives. So yeah, that would just be my 2 cents.
I'd imagine Coast are similar just because the zombies are slow and relatively flimsy.
So Coast is actually a bit of a weird one. They're very fringe played, but the people who play Vampire Coast like get a lot of dubs with them. As a matter of fact, in the current season, Vampire Coast is the number 6 ranked faction
Wow.
So out of 20, 24, 25, whatever we have now, Vampire Coast has a 55% win rate and is actually doing very well. There's a couple high level players who main them and really do well consistently, but like Coast can do like melee pushes, like zombies, animated hulks, Morngulls, crabs, like with bomber bats, like fast pushing up to clear flanks and stuff. So
Hmm.
Coast is actually very decent on. They're very map dependent, but very decent, I would say.
Makes sense.
Um, yeah, but Cathay is one that is, I would say, one of the hardest factions in the game to play. But Cathay is what I would say is a fringe counter pick. So if you're on like Itza, like a close quarters map where you can immediately cannon people and the objectives are very close and you can like get good Iron Hail gunner positions. Whereas like in Conquest, Cathay is very powerful, right?
Yeah, historically, Conquest in land battles, Cathay's been one of the best factions. Right now, they're probably only A tier and not S tier, and that's probably been the case since the Empire DLC, maybe. I mean,
Understood.
like, Setang, after he was nerfed, then it just wasn't. I mean, he was carrying them in some instances. They're definitely, like I said, A tier. They're very strong, but right now, I think the most degenerate thing is like War Drum, like peasant blobs, because peasants will just like, if you have like, one of the dragon siblings with the extra harmony modifier plus the War Drum, like they just out trade anything near them in cost and even like double in cost sometimes. So
that's crazy. Yeah, that's very cost effective. It's in Dom, the people do that. So if you have a defensive objective and you're going to be fighting over the middle, there's a map here called the Imperial Road where you have like just one objective in the middle you fight over. Cathay is not an uncommon pick there because they do the same thing. They get a drum, dragon twin, they move up to the middle in a box, and it's like, they get to, roll, they get to LARP land battle basically. But yeah, in general, Cathay is a bit weaker. Like even if they do value trade up, they often have trouble pushing up to getting the points because Jade Warriors have like no killing power.
right.
So yeah, it's tricky, but they're good. They're like reasonably balanced, like in a fair faction fringe, but good applications. Like Iron Dragon just like busted in land battle too. He's so freaking good.
He's
that
very
heal
strong.
and, like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Lewin is like the god of land battle though, right? Is he just? I've heard whispers that he's like an unholy terror to deal with.
Lewin is very strong, especially now. The best lord in land battles? That's hard to say, honestly. Because, like, there's so many good ones.
Remember the days when Volkmar was good back in Warhammer 2, and like him on his pimp cart was just like a nightmare for people?
He's
like,
actually been coming around recently. I've been seeing him more just since
he got buffed.
Yeah, since he got buffed a little bit, and like against certain factions, especially like against like demons, or if you need a lot of magic or AoE damage, he's been making a little bit of a comeback lately.
Yeah, he knows how to party. This is a Creative Assembly official tournament, Domination, and it is myself and Dob plays casting, and that's what's cracking for anybody just joining. I saw a couple questions there, but most flavorful matchup in the game. That's a good question. What do you think? For me, it's probably like the classic Empire versus Chaos is like the most flavor. But yeah, what would you say? I mean, Dwarves versus Greenskins, Dwarves versus Skaven, a lot of flavor there. Wood Elves, Beastmen.
Yeah, I was almost going to say Dwarfs versus Greenskins, like Orcs and Humans.
Yeah.
It's like the original, right? But yeah, also Elves murdering each other is great. So any elf versus any elf is also acceptable.
Yeah. There's a lot of good flavor matchups in this game. That is for sure. Let's see here. Okay, so they're updating me. So, oh wait, we have Empire on the table this time around. Oh, did I not see that? Oh yeah. Okay, so the matchups now, we have not the matchups, but the potential play. Tim has the Wood Elves, the High Elves, and the Beastmen, and Solasora has Tomb King's Empire Dark Elves, I think.
Looks like.
Oh, they're playing High Elves Tomb Kings.
Yeah, High Elves Tomb Kings. This is a fun matchup. Definitely a dynamic one. High Elves don't have as much fire damage as they used to, so it's not as threatening. I really wish Creative Assembly would give fire damage back to like the High Elf dragons and the Chaos dragon. Like it really makes no sense why it was taken away, to be honest. But given that fact, it's less risky to get your Lord sniped by a dragon here. Although I don't know if that was ever that effective in Domination, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. Lord sniping is still very big. It's not as much as land battle, but it does exist. And it's very effective in some matchups. Here, I mean, it's hard to snipe Tomb King's Lords too, though, because the Sepulchral Stalker ROR is like always cackling in the backfield, just waiting for you. And they have such good tar pit cav. Like skeleton horsemen, Hekar horsemen are just so annoying. If they can surround you, it takes like they have good enough mass to pin down SEs. Yeah, solely here. This map does have a fair amount of line of sight blocking and like terrain. Screaming meme catapults could be viable. Maybe one Ushopti Grepo, like the ROR, probably going to be brought by Soli. I wonder how Tim will play this. I wonder if he's got like some weird forbidden SE tech, like what we saw earlier for him to defeat Armin. Like maybe he's got like the birds, like the Flamespire Phoenixes with their bombardments can wreck skeletons. I don't know. Should be interesting.
Yeah, I could see a Lore of Fire caster for sure. The nice thing about High Elves is you have almost all the, well, you do have all the common lores in the game, right? Plus high magic.
Yeah.
So
yeah, just no necromancy, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, you're set for choice, but in this matchup, like Burning Head historically has been the bane of Tomb Kings, and I think it just got a slight buff in this patch, if I'm not mistaken.
Wasn't it a nerf?
You might be right. It seems more effective, anecdotally, but it's also possible I just haven't used Burning Head in a while.
Yeah, it's very good. I mean, Burning Head is freaking sweet. And yeah, it's pretty much an auto take. I mean, Tim, though, is the type of guy to go like Life Bloom spam, like go very wide and use like Life Bloom to just get like mass army wide healing nonstop. Fireborn are kind of cute in this matchup, but they're very weak against Great Bows, and also the Sepulchral Stalkers can poke them pretty effectively. Yeah, Tomb Kings are really solid in Dom. They're like just this battle line, and it's very lore friendly. Like this, this phalanx of skeletons just backed up by just really nasty stopping power. Very fun. But yeah, the meta has been Cetra, actually. Is it like that in Conquest 2? Because nowadays people just use Cetra on the Sphinx. He's super meta with Usirian's incantation to counter the high heavy cav. Yeah,
the Sphinxes in general, yes, super meta, and especially Cetra in particular. I mean, his magic kit, like Blessed Blade of Petra, if you have the money for it, gives him blinded, and just he's really good. And I think I'm trying to remember. I'd have to actually look at Fruit Rules. I know they came out recently with some more restrictions because Sphinxes are so strong. I want to say, are they not limited to one, are they? I think they're two, but I think Necro Sphinxes count as the same unit, so you can't take like 2 War Sphinxes and a Necro Sphinx. But yes, they're one of the most cost-effective best monsters in the game, for sure.
Yeah, I understand them being restricted in land battle and stuff for sure. And Dom, you don't really need to restrict big monsters too much, just because the nature of objective play spreads them out and makes them less effective in a consolidated fight. So Double Sphinx is common. It does sometimes lose in the same way that you saw the Thunder Tusks lose in the previous games, in that they couldn't like control the field as much. But yeah, doubles, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Double Sphinx for sure. But Imric can bully them a little bit. I also do have nets if they want to also. But yeah, I doubt we'll see like Sisters of Avalorn. I'm going to go refill my water real quick. I've just run out. And you hang tight and enjoy yourself with chat here. And I'll be back in about 45 seconds.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Hopefully everyone's doing well over there in Turns chat. I don't actually have it pulled up to read right now, but you all are great. And it's been very enjoyable today. Domination. I haven't been always the biggest Domination supporter, but Creative Assembly's improved it a lot over time, and most of my issues have been ironed out. I still personally prefer to play land battles and conquest, but casting this event between the qualifier and this today has been very enjoyable, and it's definitely made me think that maybe I need to host a couple Domination events every now and then, and again, just as a nice change of pace, because it is a little bit of a different game, very similar, but some minor differences, as we have been discussing this whole time, but definitely a lot of fun. So more power to people who enjoy playing different game modes. I think it's great to have some variety, and like I know people who enjoy switching between the two different game modes, right? Some people prefer one over the other, which is totally fine. But it's nice to be included in an event like this for sure. So it looks like both players are almost ready to go here. And it's going to be pretty pivotal. Game 3 here. The winner of this puts themselves in a good position to try and win the whole series. But of course, we'll have at least one more game after this, possibly 2. So be sure to stay tuned, go get yourself hydrated, grab some popcorn, whatever, snacks, drinks. Feel so inclined. Definitely going to be in for a good time.
All right, I'm back, brother. How we looking?
Looking great. I think they're...
No surprises. These guys take a long time to build. I usually have to give them a nudge, so I'm going to do that here in a minute. I'll give them like another 2 minutes. Usually, like the rules I have for my events is like 10-minute build time. Like after the pick and bans, once you're decided on your matchup, it's like 10 minutes. But Yeah, you kind of feel bad rushing them on a high stakes event too, right? Like this is for all the marbles, so like you want it to be like perfect, you know.
Yeah,
It's I don't mind
yeah.
hanging out, so it's
I
no
tend to
biggie.
be a little bit more strict, definitely in like, early rounds of tournaments. Like
Yeah,
when you're holding up a whole bunch of people, then that's when I have, issues for sure. In a situation like this, like I'm fine to just chill, let them take their time because it is a big consideration. Like, what do you want to do? What is your opponent going to try and do? Um,
yeah,
there's a lot of different ways of thinking about like how to build, like, in terms of thinking about you could do like win conditions, right? Like what is my opponent's most powerful things? Like what do I absolutely have to kill in order to win? That's a little bit more of like a land battles perspective, but in domination it's also like what do I need to hold, right? What do I need
yeah, oh,
to
yeah, certainly.
bring in, the timing of different, reinforcements and different things. There's a lot to consider.
Yeah, there's a lot of different win conditions in Dom. You could play objectives, you could play build up, you could play value trading. Lord sniping is certainly viable too. There's like builds that like to do that. Those are very high risk in Dom. Whereas I mean, you remember in Warhammer 2, the World Championship was decided by like a Lord snipe in the first like 30 seconds. Do you remember? It was Game 7. It was Evenstar versus Alfredino.
Yeah,
It's like it was literally just like one Tempest caught the Wood Elf Lord, and he just like died to missiles, and it was over. It was like the whole match just done, right?
yeah.
Yeah, those games always feel kind of bad. Yep, Cetra. We got Cetra as we load in. You could see, and Tim with the dreaded light archers, dude. The extra 10 armor coming in the clutch, huh?
Yeah, they'll have a little bit of extra melee defense as well, actually. So if they do get run
Nice.
down by like skeleton horsemen, they should be able to fight them back just fine.
Yeah, that'll be fun. We got melee Shopti, some other neat stuff. But yeah, Usirian's is really good, and I think that's a Firecaster. Oh no, it's an Archmage of Life. Okay, so he is going to be doing the Earthbloom spam, which is Tim's like favorite thing. He loves it.
Yeah, with wide
Now,
armies, definitely works very well, and especially high elves because they have such great leadership and just overall good stats. Like you prolong your martial prowess potentially, right? Like you're helping to shore up
yes.
their own defensive stats, so it gets some good direct synergy.
Oh, dude, you absolutely, man, absolutely. And how do you like this map, by the way? Take a look. Isn't it
Oh
cool? You
yeah,
got all like the warpstone craters and everything.
super cool. This massive like pile of like discarded sentinels.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Oh, I just looked close. Wow. So they have those textures in the game. That's so rad. Yeah, like the old like yeah. This is the elephant graveyard here, but for the Sentinels. Now, would you like to talk about the Tomb King's army?
I would love to. I love the Tomb King's aesthetic. So iconic to Warhammer. And we've got
Yep.
two War Sphinxes here, standing proud and ready. A couple of melee Ushabti as well, skeleton spears. One Nehekara warrior, tastefully for some anti-infantry. And that's pretty much it. So, like you said, phalanx plus constructs. Very classic Tomb Kings.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Cameron Warsphinx is pretty brutal. I'm curious to how the High Elf army, which doesn't seem to have too much mass, will deal with them. So we got Reavers on Vanguard to contest mobility, grab objectives early. The rest of the battle line is going to be the most vanilla of High Elf armies, which is literally Spearbow. So it's going to be Spearmen to hold with their 50+ melee defense while the defensive buffs are active. Archers are decent in this matchup. They can deal with the enemy skirmishers, skeleton horseman archers. But High Elves are going to need some stopping power to deal with those melee Shopti as well as these Sphinxes. And the Archmage is on a dragon, which is certainly up to the task of maybe fighting one Sphinx, but two Sphinxes, including one which is Cetra, no mere Sphinx, but the mighty imperishable one. That's going to be tough. So I would wager the High Elves will have to call in something, maybe Fireborn. Looking at the Tomb King's army, though, Dov, it doesn't seem like they have great answers against the Fireborn, right? Outside of maybe just Sphinx attrition.
Yeah, Sphinx attrition, maybe some Sepulchral Stalkers since they have Vanguard in the reserve. But yeah, both players with their initial starting armies having some kind of clear weaknesses. This is definitely like a turn 5 High Elf army minus the dragon,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah, that's a really funny description. It is. Yeah, you got like the Reaver and Archers. Yeah, you could literally have this army on like turn 5 or 6. Yeah.
yeah, totally.
Whereas the Tomb King's a little more late game. They got like the late game tech. They got the Sphinxes. They got Ushabti. A lot more going there. And I don't know. Like, what do you think? Like Tim's SE build of earlier would have been stronger? Like some sort of like a bird squad to hunt down those Sphinxes, or are the Sphinxes just too elusive and too durable?
I'm not sure. I want to say, just from a single entities numbers game, you're going 3v2, with that flying single entity blob, plus all the stacking debuffs. I would think it would have pretty good odds, maybe like a 60% chance to win. Like, it's not a guaranteed win. Like any single entity combat, there's a lot of RNG involved, but
Yeah,
I would say you have a good chance to win for sure. But this is a little bit different. I mean, I'm curious to see what the High Elves can bring in here. Maybe just looks like Silver and Guard. Are they just going to try and win through attrition here, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, they could, try and play the objectives on the sides as well and just, Yeah, I mean, spears can grind out big monsters and bows can also. And you'll notice Tim is consolidating his bows towards objective 1. So he's moving away from objective 2, which is smart because he's going to be forcing his army into like a classic RTS concave where the archers can all focus fire in like one epicenter. And isn't going to be playing spread out, which is smart because the mobility of the Sphinxes would really punish a spread out army. But having it all consolidated, they can crossfire, cover one another, I think is really, really clean positioning. And he's just going to slow push here. Value trade, and his first call-in is going to be Narnia Lions here.
Yeah, Sully getting a little bit ahead maybe with this War Sphinx. There's not really anything to punish it, but it does look like, well, here comes some more Lions. A little bit of AP just to kind of zone the Cameroon War Sphinx away, not allow it to just get free value there. But it does look like, likewise, you predicted a screaming meme when we've got one here. Ready to loose some skulls across the field and hit these spearmen. So a little bit of range pressure, not allowing Tim to just take the initiative here.
Yeah, the catapult's so good. I mean, Screaming Skull catapults have been good against Elves for a long time, but on that same coin, Soli did make a bit of a mistake, potentially, by calling in the catapult and not having enough supplies to call in a defense for it. So that's very common, is you save up enough supplies to call in the catapult and the unit you would need to defend it with. Like a stalker, but he doesn't. And the breath attack whiffs though. Oh, that was really
that was nasty.
So, yeah, that sucks. So now there's going to be an awakening of the wood coming down, but yeah, the catapult will endure and is going to continue punishing the Elves as the Sphinxes just go bananas in the backfield here.
Yeah, they're just absolutely mauled those Lions on the opposite side, and now they more or less have free reign to just kill all these spears. So the High Elves are definitely taking some damage. We see Sully already like a 600 value lead and counting. He's in a pretty good position right now. He's kind of got Tim a little bit uncomfortable, you might say.
Oh, dude, yeah, I think that's even an understatement. Like, Tim's army did not seem well designed in dealing with Sphinxes. And I mean, it's not to say High Elves don't have answers. I mean, he could call out Fireborn, he could call out, Phoenixes. Dragons are always going to be pretty good against those things. And Tim is making some aggression on the backfield, and it looks like if he can get the catapult to crumble out here, I think that could maybe salvage his initial start. You see the catapult crumbling, getting rid of that screaming meme would be a very, very nice play.
Yeah, he drops down the dragon there. The Realm of Souls so far hasn't kicked up much, so there's not really any like healing imminent for the Screaming Skulls, assuming they don't actually get subjected to Realm of Souls, actually. Now that I check it, but yeah, so they're crumbling. They're probably just going to go. They're likely already done. But then this center engagement here, you can see the skeletons starting to march forward, ready to back up now that the Sphinxes have done some damage. But Cetra getting a little bit caught up and taking some arrow fire is definitely going to hurt him a bit. Already down to half HP almost.
Yeah, something I didn't notice. I don't know if you caught it, but these are actually Silver and Guard. So these are no mere Spearmen. These are Silverens. And though they don't do that much more damage than Spearmen, their staying power is very good. And Cetra's getting whooped on just by spears and haggard bows, which is, I guess that's how High Elves survive, right? And now the main lines are going to be clashing. Melee Shopti and the Nehakara Warriors will be meeting the Silverens in combat. Narnia Lions battling in the backfield versus some light skirmish cav. Objective 1 being held by the Elves. They really don't want to lose that. But their Archer Corps seems to be generating a lot of value.
Yeah, they're getting some good contact. The Archmage had been locked in Horseman jail momentarily, but has finally extricated herself and popped back up into the air, ready to find wherever she needs to land. Right now, the Tomb King's definitely, overwhelming this far flank here with the two Sphinxes and pressing on all fronts, but not necessarily winning. The Skeletons, obviously much lower quality than the High Elf Spears, and especially the Silver and Guards. They will just lose out, although it will take quite a bit of time. So let's see here. This one Skeleton Horseman goes in the back line chasing some routing units, just gets crushed on a countercharge of the Reavers. And the Catapult's back online.
Oh my god, did it actually come back? That's so unfortunate for Tim. Because now he has to spend 30 seconds sending his dragon back there out of combat, whereas that could have been crumbled before. That breath attack might be able to get it to crumble. Looking at objective 1, the Tomb Kings are getting momentum. There was actually a big flank overload on the top side. A couple Nehakar and Skeleton Horsemen came in and were able to get into the High Elf Archer lines and did end up pushing them off the objective. Brutal splash attacks by the way, from that Screaming Meme Catapult, breaking the leadership of the Spearmen on Objective 1. So
Yeah.
overall, the High Elves look like they're getting routed. They're going to need to find a way to reinforce that, while on Objective 2, the Silverins getting slapped by Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, which is going to do considerable damage. And the Elves, though they're value trading evenly, do seem to be on the back foot in terms of battlefield control.
Yeah, their units are being continuously pushed back. That Incantation of Vengeance is just synergizing great with the Nekara Warriors. They're able to put that anti-infantry bonus, only +7, but still gets put to much better use with that nice debuff. And then, yeah, like you said, the leadership effects. One of those High Elf archers routed with like 3/4 HP left. It's just so painful if you're the High Elf player here.
Yeah, the archers are very awkwardly positioned. And the catapult fire, dude, that's so... Poor Tim, dude. I actually feel bad for him a little bit. That freaking catapult has eaten 2 breath attacks in Awakening of the Wood and Dragon attacks, and it still just didn't hear no bell. It's got 13 leadership, and it's generating fat value. In the meantime, the Dragon character goes for a Desperation kill on Cetra and Objective 2, but the Skeleton Horsemen are going to be used as the tar pit and just tie down that Archmage. So Archmage not going to be able to get there. And I think the Tomb Kings are starting to take over this game a little bit. Value is still close-ish, but the Archer line is in full retreat, which is going to be a huge DPS mitigation for the Elves, and the Ushapti summon is being dropped on the 2 archers in the back, which is probably going to be enough to butter their bread, or at least keep them offline.
Yeah, the more time the archers spend marching, less time shooting, right? Like you said, DPS drops, and that time can be used well by the Tomb Kings to continue developing attacks in other areas, dealing damage with the Sphinxes, and just finishing off the Silverin Guard, which, you know, they're not the cheapest unit to be just getting killed like this, so it's definitely, yeah, although Sully's value lead isn't huge right now, it's his battlefield control is definitely very impressive.
Yeah, Cestra's just kind of guiding the dragon and just cackling, and of course does have spears to fall back on. Could even turn around and fight the dragon with the assistance of the other Khemerian War Sphinx, which would probably be the metaphorical Bane Batman backbreak here, as we see the Archmage fully surrounded, being attacked by these Sphinxes, and also there's going to be some Nehakar Horsemen coming in to make sure the dragon cannot escape. And I would say that's probably GG here. I don't see too many avenues for the Elves to get back. They're just stuffed back. Their Lord is going to be probably surrounded and or potentially killed here, which is going to be just brutal. The Archer lines do reform the ranks. You can see that the Archers have been split up, so Tim has staggered his lines well. But man, he is just so far behind on points as well. And Solasora really is just the master of this brutal pin-you-in playstyle that seems to be punishing Tim's Archer playstyle here, as the Dragon character does go down, and Tim will probably tap out in the next 30 seconds. Oh, called it. There it is. All right. Yeah, GG. That was a very, very crushing victory. Tim just didn't have answers for the SEs. I mean, you have to know the Khemerian War Sphinxes are coming, and he just had the Dragon and Archers, and he made the best of it. Like, he did get Cetra down low quickly with his Spears and Archers, which was great. But, like, melee shop these Sphinxes, he had no answers for any of those things, you know?
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising, just given how strong the Sphinxes are right now. I would have thought that they'd be sort of something you almost plan your entire build around, but it just really seems like Tim lacked the tools he needed.
Yeah.
And like you said, made the best of it, you know, was able to do some good damage, but ultimately just couldn't measure up to the quality of the War Sphinxes there.
Well, that's where Chadrick comes into play, because Imric has always, I would say, been the kind of soft count, not even in count, a bit of a soft attack against the soft counter against the Sphinxes. He can bully them super hard. And his Vuvuzela, the horn he blows, also buffs your whole army and lets you kind of grind better into the Tomb Kings with, you know, maybe some better quality infantry. That many archers is also precarious against Tomb Kings, I feel. I mean, some are good, but the catapults, the carrion, the horsemen, they have a lot of pressuring tools that make it very risky to go that wide with archers, but yeah, overall, it was a very decisive victory. I think that really was just a superior build from Solasora. And, you know, it was reflected in the results. So now we are 2-1 in the grand finals. And if Soli wins this, they're going to be the grand champion of this major event. So everything is on the line here for Tim in Game 4.
Yeah, it's, you know, you don't think of the Tomb Kings as, like, a very powerful light cavalry faction. But in fact, like, Skeleton Horsemen and Nehakara Horsemen, they have so much going for them, and they're so cheap that, like, you really have to respect Tomb King's mobility in a way that, like, some players, especially if you're newer to the game, you might not think, like, they're just Skeleton Horsemen, like, what's the worst they can do? When, in fact, as we saw there, they'll lock you in jail and let Sphinxes beat the crap out of you.
Yeah, that certainly was a prison sentence right there. That was not a pleasant one for the old dragon character. Mapdov, we are on the Haunted Vale, which was a cool map. And if it goes to game 5, we're going to be on the Imperial Road. Hey, Wicked, thanks for the donation, bud. He says, an elf, an ogre, and a rat walk into a bar. Setcher does not serve. The end. I love it. That's good. Yeah, Setcher the bartender. That's pretty solid. That's a good one there, Wicked. Value on the Sphinxes, we got 2,300 and 1,800. So nothing egregious. It's just that the elves didn't have any answer to them. Did anything on the elf army generate value? Silverin. Okay, one Silverin at 900 there, and the other Silverin at 1,300. So really just the good quality infantry are what got value that game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you said no Sisters of Avalorn. Makes sense to a degree why, given like all the threats that are presented to them. But yeah, the High Elves AP options, everything's expensive. But
yeah, it's true. I wouldn't have hated a Silverin wall, like 4 or 5 Silverin guard, no archers. A couple Reaver archers to fill the archer role and contest the points on the sides that are undefended. And then just like a couple big monsters for High Elves, like a dragon caster, and like the Arcane Phoenix, something like that. Could have maybe done it, right? Because the Silverin were Giga Chads. They generated value against the Ushopti and against the monsters and held against the infantry. And then you just have like the monsters winning against the Sphinxes. And maybe that's the direction you go. Hard to say, obviously, but
yeah,
definitely needs to go back to the drawing board in that build.
Definitely. Well, and I think you make a good point with the Silverin Guard. Like because your single entities are flying, like you can charge in, like screen through the Silverin Guard, go back up in the air, rinse, repeat, and can almost dictate the engagements. With the Sphinxes in a pretty major way, rather than just letting them run shop all over you.
Yeah, they were just rampaging on those Haggard Spears. And the Silverins did do well. Arcane Phoenixes do fire damage, right? So there are some relevance in that matchup. And they also have that like AoE bombardment that you can drop on like a chaff blob and do good work. You could go Peckless. Peckless isn't bad. Like you go Techless on Bird, and he has a net, right? So Peckless on Bird with self-healing, and then you mix in another Arcane Phoenix with him, and then like you can net down the Sphinxes, stop them when they move into your spears, you net them, you double charge them with Arcane Phoenix, and just potentially can them pretty quickly.
Well, and a bonus too, because he's got Kindle Flame, that net will increase the damage of the Sphinxes, right?
Hell yeah, hell yeah, yeah. So there's definitely ways for Hiles to beat Tomb Kings. Tim would not have. Tim is such a skilled player. He would not have picked that matchup if he hadn't won with it before or hadn't won in that matchup before. So clearly it's doable, but I think he needed some sauce there. Let's see if he's sending me the matchups for this one. Okay, here he comes. So, okay, we got even more different faction variety. And man, this is really, I don't know if it's like this. I'd be curious to hear your take on land battle and Dom and stuff, or Conquest, but this is like the golden age for the meta. Like, there's so many viable factions in competitive Dom. You almost we have single faction tournaments like 5 or 6 times a week, and there's almost a different winner every single time in terms of the factions. But Wood Elves, Skaven, and Norska on one side, and then it's going to be, what does DL stand for? DL? Is that dwarfs? No, that's not dwarf, right? Am I crazy? What would DL stand for on a pick matrix stuff?
Dark
Elves? Yeah,
I don't know.
Probably Dark Elves. I think it's Dark Elves. I think you just mistyped. And then Tomb Kings and Ogre Kingdoms on the other side. But yeah, like, is the meta very varied in Conquest, or is it mainly just like the same 5 factions crushing it?
Yeah, I mean, you do see, I would say between the S tier and the A tier, there's enough factions. Oh, and also the pick and ban formats as well. Like, you see a pretty good variety of matchups for sure.
Who's S tier right now? Who are the big dogs?
I mean, it'll definitely be changing with this update, but previously it would have been like Dwarfs, Empire, Kislev, Tzeentch, and one others. It depends on who you ask. Like Lizardmen, depending on some people might say, another faction, but
copy that.
Yeah, the A tier, the A tier and the S tier is where most of the factions are right now, I would say. Like, there's really not too many that are like B or below. Like, I'd have to really sit down and think hard. I haven't actually done a tier list in a while, but I just thinking through the different factions right now. Like, I don't know. Most of the factions have matchups where you can take them, and especially in like a multiple game series, like a 3 or 5 game series, depending on how the picks and bans go. Like, you'll have opportunities for them to shine for sure.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Yeah, and the picks and bans, like you said, they can definitely diversify the meta quite a bit depending on the format. Like adding globals in, you'll often see like the top 2 factions banned out in an entire series. Like today we had Greenskins banned in this grand final, at least.
Right.
because these two players know the power. Greenskins are very good. In Dom, they'll definitely be a top 3 faction, if not like number 1 or 2. I think Ogres as well. Ogres are very good. They're super strong in Dom, man. But yeah, everybody's going pretty hard on the Thunder Tusk today. We've seen double Thunder Tusk how many times? We saw it here just now. We saw it in the first series where Tim beat it with Wood Elves. I think twice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've seen it twice. How are vampire counts in Conquest? Because they're kind of like in a weird spot here where they're very, very extremes. Like they're great in some matchups and just god awful in others. It's probably like that in Conquest as well.
Yeah, it's pretty similar.
Yeah, nothing's changed.
Yeah, they're honestly vampire counts. I really wish they would give Blood Knights a similar treatment to what they gave Grail Knights. Because right now they should be a smaller, more elite unit, probably with armor piercing, like anti-large. It would help the vampire counts a lot. Because right now, like your anti-large AP options are not good. Although I think the Goose got a buff. It's okay. It's not great. I have been seeing some double Vargulf builds floating around again.
Yeah, Vargulfs are good. I think Vargulfs are great. They're just fast, annoying, regenerating.
Yeah,
they're solid monsters.
Definitely a classic. And the buffs to the Black Coach, actually, I've seen some games with it getting like 15, 1800, 2000 plus values. So from an anti-infantry standpoint, the Black Coach is a pretty viable option now, actually.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. The Black Coach is such a funny unit. But yeah, it did get those fat buffs, I remember. And did it get a damage increase? I think it's just easier to get its abilities activated now, right? Wasn't that one of the buffs?
Yes, that was one of the buffs. And they all 3 activate at the same time. They don't like cycle through one after the other, which I don't remember if it was that way before. I can't actually. Yeah, anyway. But it charges up a little bit faster. I think it has a damage buff. I want to say, did they give it a mass buff as well? I want to say. I don't remember all the details, but yeah, definitely is quite effective. And especially if you have good chariot micro, where you can keep it cycle charging the whole time, it will definitely do a lot of damage and take very little in return. Yeah.
I mean, I hope they become good again. So vampire counts, they do not have. Yeah, they're missing some units. So they're missing. I don't know if it's enough for a full DLC. So the vampire counts have a mount option, which is called an Abyssal Terror. And they also have a Coven Throne, which in tabletop, vampire counts can ride a Coven Throne. So it's kind of like a Blood Shrine that the Dark Elves have. And they also have a Abyssal Terror, which is like another monstrous mount option. They're also missing... Yeah, they're missing, I think, a Tomb Banshee, right?
Or like
I think so. They have a hero... No, they have that, right? No.
Yeah, they have the Hero Banshee.
Yeah, they have the Hero Banshee. Yeah, so they have that.
Spirit Hosts, right? Is like an infantry, like a low tier ghost infantry.
Yes. Yeah, so the Spirit Hosts aren't around. I'm looking at their units right now. Really, I mean, they have most of everything, though. It's just the Abyssal Terror. They have a unit in tabletop called a Necromantic Acolyte, which is like a really low tier necromancer, but I don't think that would happen. It's kind of redundant. Yeah, overall, I mean, they're not missing much. I guess... I don't know what you would add.
Yeah.
Does anybody in chat know? Any like Warhammer Fantasy people? Spirit Hosts are Ethereal Swarm unit. Okay, so they're like yeah, got it. Yeah, they could. I guess CA could like make some stuff up or like add some legendary lords, obviously, because vampires have a lot of legendary lords, right? You have like Neferata, Conrad von Karstein,
a lot of legendary characters. Legendary lords and heroes are always a great option. Yeah. I mean, the Graveguards with halberds. Like, I am not a Vampire Counts player. I'm actually known as a Vampire Counts hater, so take that as you will. But the Graveguard halberds, in my limited experience, definitely help some matchups. Yeah. They're pretty specialized, but like Brettonia, for example, is obvious. But like Brettonia Ogres, like any faction where you might need anti-large infantry, they help.
Yeah, I think the halberds were a nice addition, and Vampire Counts will probably just get like some Lord pack where they get like, a couple legendary lords, a legendary hero, and then they add the Swarm Host and maybe the Throne. Maybe they would add that Throne thing and the Abyssal Terror as like standalone units. Hey, Bio, thank you for the donation. He says release the Fishmen, Solasora. Fishmen are they an actual race in Warhammer Fantasy? The Fishmen?
They're like a mythical, like I think they've been mentioned in the lore, but they've never had any official like army or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of like weird fringe armies, right? Like
Yeah.
getting Moosey. Oh, Norska versus Dark Elves is the matchup. Okay, that's fun.
All right.
Let me make sure they're on the right map because they haven't switched maps. Okay, aces. Switch to right map. Okay, I don't know who the host is. It might be Solasora. Uh, Different map.
There we go.
Okay, it looks like we got it now. So we're all set on the Haunted Vale. So this map is very land battle-esque. You basically have you have 3 points in the middle that are all in a direct line with one another. So nobody has a home objective. You have the 2 forests where the armies emerge from. It's like a Vampire Count Sylvanian map. It's really cool, like graveyards and stuff. And yeah, it's just like a battle over the 2 middle objectives with like fringe skirmishing usually over the 3rd one on the outside. So this should be fun. What does Norska bring against Dark Elves, do you think? Probably just like a lot of good, like cheap infantry that are effective, and then javelins with like skin wolves.
Yeah, that's probably what I would go for. Definitely skin wolves. I mean, you don't have to worry about a ton of armor with the Dark Elves. Like, they might bring like 1 armored unit, so AP is not super important. Yeah, just like maximum DPS, I would think.
Yeah, probably maybe like a black. You could see like a fringe black guard in this matchup occasionally. I've seen. Solasora does. Oh well, Solasora's on Norska, but Solasora does play Dark Elves too and likes to use the Hargadeth and the elite infantry, which is fun. But probably won't see that here today. Tim is gonna go, just chaff centric with repeater crossbows. He might even try his Scourge Runners again. Actually, they're not terrible against Norska, but I like the repeater crossbows more myself.
Yeah, the Scourge Runners definitely, if they can pick the models off the Skin Wolves, it's good. But if they're just doing damage to them and not killing the models, and the Skin Wolves are just regenerating, then they're wasting their ammo.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. And the Scourge Runners do have some dual utility. For lore choices, probably Wolfric with Lore of Boats, right? As you call it. That's so good. I can't believe I've never heard that before. You came up with that, right?
I'm pretty sure somebody in XMT, like maybe Hadriz.
Okay, got it. But it's in the family, basically. Yeah. So, probably going to be a Lore of Boats caster, as you said. And for Dark Elves, I would, knowing Tim, it'd probably be a Supreme Sorceress on a Dragon. I don't think he's going to get too avant-garde here. Although, Malice Darkblade, I feel, isn't terrible here. He's impactful.
Yeah, he's got 2 lives. Malice is solid. Honestly, like a wild Hellebron, like countercharge, very aggressive. No, I don't think Tim would do that, but I've seen that, at least in land battles, be very effective. You can catch the Norscan player off guard and just smash them in the face.
Yeah, that happens sometimes in Dom too. There's a couple of players, Catholic Alcoholic, Serkia. They're 2 of our better elf players who have been in the season finals for pretty much every season. So those guys will do that. Hellebron James, they'll get her in there and steamroll a little bit, which is fun. Yeah, it's definitely a much riskier style though. That's like kind of gambling, I feel. You're like gambling your opponent isn't going to have some, tech against your infantry. Magic for Norska, probably Shadow Magic, or Death is okay. Buna is kind of expensive, but if you're desperate to kill a repeater crossbow, you can pop it on them.
Yeah, Fire's also great against Norska.
Yeah, Fire's always good, man. Just Burning Head is just Value City, because both these factions are pretty heavy in the lightly armored infantry.
Yeah, definitely. And Dark Elves don't have access to metal, do they?
I do not believe so. No, they don't Final Transmutation.
They probably
Norska can definitely bring it. Lore Metal is like, I think, one of the most ubiquitous, like steady lores. Like Searing Doom is good in like every matchup. I feel It's cheap, it's spammable, it's safe. So like my favorite, if I am like in a potato situation where I need to figure out like, okay, I don't know what magic's good in this matchup, I'm just gonna go Searing Doom and Final Transmutation. It hedges your bets, right? Because Final Transmutation will counter blobs and SE blobs, and then you have the Searing Doom, which is good against like everything else, basically.
Yeah, really Rex nice. Cavalry especially.
Oh yeah, butters their bread up. Looks like Tim is almost ready. They finished picking their armies in the previous round at 10 minutes and 5 seconds, so close enough to our 10-minute threshold, which is good. Yeah, Puggington in chat, a true OG. He says that against Dark Elves, you definitely bring fire. Yeah, Puggington's great. He's you remember Puggington from Warhammer 2, right? Of course, he's been crushing it in Dom when he shows up as well.
We've had many good scraps over the years.
Is Pug in XMT? Is he in XMT?
Yeah, I think he came in. He was in QSA, and then when QSA was folded into XMT, basically the clans, right? Like XMT is the crab of clans. Like, all the clans eventually evolve into XMT over time.
Yeah, Extreme Meme Team, yeah. Yeah, they've got a lot of good players too. And yes, you got XMT, you got the Rat Clan is a new up and coming one, which was fun. RTK, VM, ODM. BB is BBB still around?
I haven't heard much.
The Spanish clan. Yeah, I think they're still playing as well. What's the tournament prize? Yeah, we have time. Let's look this up. Dov, let's look together and see if we can find it in here.
Okay, I'll check.
Because it's exciting. You gotta get the hype going here.
Right.
It's a big prize pool though. By Total War standards, this is huge. Usually for my season finals, it's like $500 is the cash prize, which is big, but this is like next level. Could have sworn he posted it somewhere. Is it here? I don't know, man. I can't find it. I'm an idiot.
I also have no idea.
It's a lot, though. It's like it's substantial. I saw it this morning, and I just can't remember where. But I'm pretty sure it's like. I think the total prize pool is like between 2,000. It's 2,000 pounds, I believe. So I think it's 1,500 for first. No, it's like 1,000 for first, 500 for second, and then the third and fourth place will split the remaining 500. I'm pretty sure that's it.
That sounds right.
Yeah. Can Professor Pone be the prize and come to your house and hang out? Oh, that's a nice prize. You get to hang out with Pone for a day.
Yeah. Pone always sends me nice like birthday wishes and everything. He's such a great guy.
He's the GOAT, dude. He's the GOAT of Total War. That's the running thing. Prizes to visit the Shadow Realm? I don't think so. So Dark Elves are ready. Oh wait, Medusas could be. Oh, Medusas are actually good in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean anti-large and melee. Their shooting attack is multi-purpose.
Yeah, I think we could see that from Tim. Tim likes them. I've seen him use them before, if memory serves, unless I'm thinking of maybe Catholic. But yeah, the Medusa could be a nice kind of a surprise pick. Mammoth would be pretty ballsy here against Dark Elves. They're good at bringing down the Mumakil. Very good.
I could see though if Soli's like confident enough in his ability to shut down, because the crossbows are short enough range that the Mammoth, like, it's a lot easier to shut down than say like long range high elf crossbows or something, or high elf bows or something else. But like, Mammoth plus mobility, maybe.
This might be the time you get to see the classic Domination Dark Shard line. This is a very good map for the Dark Shard battle line, because you could actually hug the border of the field and kind of press two objectives at once with the Dark Shard line. It's very tough to break. So Tim might do that. But if your opponent hugs the edge of the battlefield, you just play the other two objectives, right? So there is counterplay to it, but it's Burning Head obviously is a good counter against that as well. I like Shades too. Probably not in this matchup, but Shades are one of my favorite units on the Druki roster. I think they're so cool.
Definitely. They're super cool.
Skirt. Oh, this is one of his favorite techs that Tim likes to use. He likes the High Beastmaster with the Tormentor sword. Super cool. So you get the High Beastmaster and Scourge Runners, and you just snipe things. And lore of Flock of Doom. It looks like. Yeah,
lore of Flock of Doom. Flock of Doom did get a very, very slight nerf to its duration, so it does whatever 1 tick less of damage, but basically still what it was before. Definitely still take it. The Beastmaster, if I recall, I think it was 5.3 that. After, how many years of his shooting attack being like one single Scourge Runner, it's now actually like single entity damage, like scaled for single entity damage. So he actually does like a few hundred damage, right?
That's great. Yeah.
So
he's back in the menu, dude.
Yeah. Since he was released way back, when did his DLC? Because he came with Malice, right?
It was I think it was Malice and Rakarth, right? And Rakarth was the FLC, or was Rakarth? No, Rakarth was just like a random FLC, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I think he came later. Maybe they came with Hellebron, actually.
I have no idea.
It's been so long. That's
ancient history. That was like 5 years ago, dude. Yeah, it's wild, dude.
It is.
Well, how about you break down the Dark Elf, since you were already talking about him? What do we got here?
Sure, yeah. So we'll take a look here. His missile damage is, I mean, on paper, it's 853 over 10 seconds. But it's like 200 AP, 56 base missile damage, 80 bonus versus large. Definitely solid. He's got the other Scourge Runners here. And then a line of Bleak Swords and Dread Spears. We've got 1 Dark Shard right now. I'd imagine more are going to be coming in as the first few summons. And then the Lore of Block.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. Just Flock of Doom. I mean, Manticore summons were pretty forbidden back in Warhammer 2. They were very good, but summons have definitely fallen off a little bit, at least in Domination. Looking at the Norskan army, it's going to be Wulfric the Wanderer with Lure of Boats, as Dav is coined. And it's going to be using the Sea Fang to just kind of wreck these static lines and very tightly packed infantry formations of the Druki. His infantry corps is going to be Marauders. You don't want to really present anything that's super juicy for the Dark Elves to focus fire. He does have one Berserker, however. Actually, 3 Berserkers. Okay.
Wow.
But you notice he's deploying the Berserkers near the wood line. So he's going to be using them to fight over Objective 3, which is going to kind of block up the missile pressure, which I think is a very, very good tactic here by Solasora. And we do have some Condom Wolves on the outside. And the caster is going to be a metal caster with Plague of Rust, actually, and Searing Doom. So pretty cool little armies there. And looks like the Norskan's going to be playing Objective 2 and 3, whereas the Druki deploy primarily on Objective 1, trying to use that kind of tighter area of the battlefield defensively.
Yeah, it goes back to a little bit with this magic selection. Like I said, Dark Elves might only take 1 or 2 armored units that you need armor piercing for, so he just brings Plague of Rust as his armor piercing. Right, so his non-AP units can perform well. Yeah, the Berserkers, interesting choice, potentially risky, but their DPS is amazing.
Yeah.
Let's see, it should be very interesting.
Yeah, they can chop up pretty much any Dark Elf infantry with the exception of the elites. They'll trade well, even into Blackheart Corsairs. They'll probably just win due to raw stat and damage output. But yeah, vulnerable against chariot charges, missile fire. A number of spells. So yeah, I really would love to see the Berserkers do well because they fell out of favor heavily. Marauder Champions becoming a lot more prevalent. So Objective 3 immediately going to be grabbed by the Norskan Vanguard, the Beast of Tashnar, and the Marauder Horsemen, whereas the Druki going to be advancing up with the Scourge Runners and looking to poke away. And yeah, very good targets. I mean, you just shoot at the Marauder Horsemen. That's very cost effective. Tim for sure needs to focus and make sure he grabs these objectives, as the Dark Elves, I think, call in more Dark Shards, just like the prophetic Dav saw coming. And now Norska going to be unga-bungaing into the trees and just chilling out and letting Tim grab the objectives.
Yeah, so it looks like just going to try and build up some value here. Both forces kind of split, aligned between these 2 different woods. And he's got some kind of counter tools here, so it doesn't necessarily have to just sit back and take this. But let's see. Right now, Wulfric on his horse, hiding in the trees, also trying to not be targeted by the Scourge Runners, especially the High Beastmaster. I think will probably do some pretty good chunk damage to him. It's able to just fire free, so we got some more, looks like Dark Rider crossbows coming out. Basically, mobile Dark Shards, essentially.
Yeah, they're very nice, and I think one of my favorite synergies here is the Scourge Runner with their Repeater Crossbow, right? Because one of the things you use to kill the Repeater Crossbows is Hounds, and Chariots wreck Hound units, right? So the Scourge Runners can like run with them and poke and then push off Hounds. Skin Wolves are a little bit problematic if they can catch these units, obviously, but the Scourge Runners also do have anti-large shooting, so in many ways, I like Tim's tech quite a bit, and now the tables have kind of turned from the previous games where Solasora was the one who was triple capping and kind of pushing Tim back, but Tim seems to be the bully a little bit more in this situation.
Yeah, Solus is just brought another Skin Wolf out there, so he's looking like he's trying to get as many Skin Wolves and other mobile units on the field as possible just before he advances here to try and make sure, as he fights in melee, he can potentially screen out these ranged units with his own mobility, try and protect these Berserkers as they go to town on this Dark Elf infantry formation.
Yeah, this is going to be a build-up. So we haven't seen it yet today, really, but this is a very common playstyle I've seen amongst RTK players, where they'll, if they really don't like what they see out of the gates, they're going to be doing a build-up, and they'll try and just use an overwhelming number of troops to alpha strike. But although Solasora not going to be waiting too long, I've seen build-ups go like 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes into the game and then pushing, which is really sketchy. But some people like it. But in this case, Soli's going to be moving out right now. We see the Norskan Unga Bunga monkey formation moving out of the trees towards Objective 1 and 2, while their Forest Bandits over here on Objective 3 are going to be advancing and pushing out. Wulfric on the hunt after that Beastmaster, though.
Yeah, the Scourge Runner's speed, 84. Wulfric's 90, so especially with
you know
the
what's
debuff.
Coming right now.
Tormentor?
It's got to be a Tormentor Sword, like potential snipe. Now this is going to be bad. Oh, this is not good for Wulfric if he goes for the strike here. Although the Norskins are nearby. You can see him there.
Yeah, the Norskins do have some support nearby. It's not completely hopeless. He also burned that Hunter of Champions But yeah, you see the damage once it starts to come in is pretty significant. Wulfric having to run, but bringing in some Skin Wolves on the other side. The Chariot's getting a cheeky little charge there into Berserkers, but not pulling out very quickly. They're going to very quickly start to get bursted down.
Yeah, that's not great. I mean, they do have 80 armor, but their melee defense is only 23, so they'll be getting connected with pretty hard. I think what Tim needs to do right now is he's had his fun in games and gotten a bit of a points lead. I would like to see Tim consolidate his army back to his main formation and just hold objective 1 and 2 rather than trying to hold the triple cap against the much more aggressive melee-centric Norskan army. But we're going to see how it works out. We see the Dark Shards are now firing off at the infantry, and the Dark Elves are forming ranks, but Norska does get the 2 objectives, and that Searing Doom might do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, at the very least, forces the Dark Shards to move, since they can't fire on the move, prevents them from firing while the Norskin's advancing. Here we get some charges. The Marauder Berserkers in the center hitting those Bleak Swords. The Skin Wolves also pursuing the Scourge Runner Chariots over on the far side. We'll see if they try and overrun. I heard the boats go off too. It looks like they just wrecked a Bleak Sword in the center.
Yeah, super cost-effective. Lower boats doing some serious work. Norska definitely getting really, really crunk in the infantry department, starting to fold up some of the Dark Elf lines near Objective 2. On Objective 1, Norska's dense infantry and the Skin Wolves are doing some damage, but also are the epicenter of the Dark Elf focus fire. And we do see a very rare column of a Manticore, which for some godforsaken reason is being sent into a spear unit, so maybe just trying to get a terror route, but overall that's a little bit of a sketchy play.
Yeah, the Manticore is not nearly what they once were. Certain patches in the past, especially in Warhammer 2, they were very good, extremely cost-effective. Now they're less good, but here, if they can get a good terror route going, it could definitely prove tactically effective at least. But Norska definitely pushing on all fronts. Dark Elves have taken a lot of damage.
Yeah, Solosora once again showing that they're the king of the objectives and really just getting some serious momentum. Plague of Rust being activated on the Cold Moon Knights in this combat, I like that a lot. It's going to make the Skin Wolves exponentially more effective against them. And also the Marauder Berserkers with their 50 weapon strength, 57, are going to get through that 30 armor Cold Moon Knight. You see that right there in the middle? That is a freaking brutal engagement. And once again, Tim's army is kind of looking to be in slight disarray as the Norskins are really swarming and pushing in, although there is some counterpunching, Witch Elves coming out. But Solosora laughing all the way to the bank with those triple points and sweet back pressure coming in from the Manticore and infantry.
Yeah, the Manticore forcing up the blob for the Searing Doom. The Dark Rider's path through the Searing Doom take a huge amount of damage and then terror route. That was a bad turn of events for Tim there.
Yeah, it's like it's interesting, like this, the way that Solosora is playing, like it looks simplistic, but like the build and just everything seems to execute well. Like when I normally see people play against Tim, it just seems like it's such a struggle for them. But like it just looks like on paper like Unga Bunga, but it's just pressure from all angles and just everything seems to be clicking in gear. Wulfric going for a kill on the Sorceress of Beasts. He better be careful. That's one way Norska could start to lose some ground, is if he gets killed. And Searing Doom on the Dark Shards here.
Yeah, that Searing Doom just proving so effective so far, doing damage, forcing units to move. But it's looking like he's maybe a little bit at risk of getting surrounded. He's got a lot of units just kind of standing around here, too, who could potentially come help. But, yeah, try not to overextend here. It does remind me a little bit, I should say, of the classic GOAT himself, Falcon. It's like a very aggressive rush, but, like, overwhelming to where there's no front on which you have any relief. It's just constant pressure. And it's a very enjoyable playstyle to watch, I must say.
Yeah, absolutely. Just pure pedal to the metal. And Wulfric does look like he's in some trouble. He's at 105 HP. Dude, this high Beastmaster has been dominating him. And in one of my training games I was playing with Tim, actually, he crushed my R-Ball with the high Beastmaster. He did the exact same thing. He would Tormentor Sword me and then Focus Fire me down. And it looks like Wulfric is being escorted off the battlefield, which could be the beginning. Oh, he's actually killed. So this could be the beginning of a momentum shift, as the Norskan army is going to be suffering that -16 leadership penalty right now. And we do see the Druki having a lot of success on Objective 1 as Tim gets his chariots and Cav in there with Flock of Doom also.
Yeah, that big blob of chariots. He's got a little bit of infantry mixed in there, some Dark Riders as well, and the Dark Riders behind, more importantly, supporting with their crossbows, shooting in very effectively. Yeah, you see here, Soli's just continuing to throw in units. He's got some Ice Wolves there. A really nice Searing Doom is going to connect well on the infantry. Won't do much to help against the chariots, though.
Yeah, you know, this game really just took a turn. Like, with Wulfric getting karate chopped, we see a lot of the Norskan infantry starting to rout, and the Dark Elves seem to have the momentum on the back. They have this blob of chariots and that high Beastmaster getting a lot of work done. The question is, are they going to be able to get the objectives in time? Because it's only a matter of like when, right? Like it would happen eventually, but is there enough time? I would say yes. I think the momentum has shifted in this game pretty heavily, and Tim does not want to go out, 3-1 like he did last time. I think the Dark Elves are going to win this game. I think they're going to get a triple cap here and probably bring this one back, right? Because what does Norska even have? They have like a couple Skin Wolves and tattered infantry and a beat up Manticore.
Yeah, it's not looking great. The fact that they do have the tattered infantry and the Manticore still kind of mucking up the back line. He's just got a couple of nice shatters here as well. It's not completely hopeless for Norska. This Cold One Knight as well. Plague of Rust, that Lore of Metalcaster, at least momentarily operational. It does look like he's going to be the next snipe target here for the Scourge Runners, and there he routes. So, yeah, we'll see. Norska not looking great, but not completely done.
Yeah, Objective 3 looks like the Dark Elves going to be trying to take that with some Dark Riders, although are they going to move off the point? Hard to say. Yeah, all I'm seeing is purple right now. Norska has some Marauders and some Wolves coming out, as well as some Marauder Horsemen and just baseline Marauders, but yeah, that's not going to be enough. I mean, the Chariots will just bully them. The Repeater Crossbows have more or less impunity now to shoot at whatever they want without being interrupted. Couple tattered Skin Wolves here and there, but Scourge Runner Chariots, I think, are out of ammunition, but even still, we'll probably be able to just, run over whatever infantry are left. Objective 2 in the process of flipping. Cold One Knights being called out with Bleak Swords as well to reinforce the battlefield. And yeah, Soli, I think, calling in. Oh, Wulfric's back on the menu, which, he's the eternal challenger. So I don't know if it's going to be enough. Maybe his boats will save the day.
Yeah, nice thing about him dying and coming back is he does get the refresh on the lore boats. And we see here these Ice Wolves just continuing to contest and kind of hold things down. Definitely seems like Soli is, trying to finish off whatever units he can. It looks like he did just get a nice pick on that chariot there, and like a lot of this stuff is very tattered, so I kind of see him pressing here on this objective number 1, almost feeling like maybe he has a chance to win there. It's definitely going to be a toss-up, but with Wulfric back on the low ground, it looks like Norska is starting to stabilize a little bit.
Yeah, the dreaded Unga Bunga didn't hear no bell. It's getting in there. Objective 2 looks like it might be flipping to Druki right now, but a couple Spears and Marauders are on their way over. Norskan Hound's going to be heading on over there. I think it's, unless my math is slightly off, I think that Norska could barely win on one objective right now. It would be like razor close, but I think they would just barely get the dub on one objective. So, I mean, if they could just kind of keep fighting loosely on objective 2 while not losing control of 3, they're definitely on the back foot a little bit. There's a lot of Dark Elves, but with Wulfric, like you said, being back online, he has a couple more boat charges. Looks like the Shaman Sorcerer is still alive as well. Maybe Wulfric is going to be able to carry the day on that objective 3 and just get that really grindy win, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, really nice late game summon here. These Ice Wolves, they just trade so well against the Dark Riders. They're Frostbite. I really like them here to try and hold this objective number 3, although they're now 2v1 versus these Dark Riders hiding here in the woods. I don't quite know it yet, but this is quite a scrap. Definitely very back and forth right now.
Yeah, it turned into a pretty good game. I mean, it kind of looked a little bit, bad for each player at various points in the game, and they both kind of found their way back. Objective 1 is precarious, though. The Dark Elves don't have a lot there. They do have a Dark Shard unit fighting with some Spears and Bleak Swords, but that Dark Shard's about to be compromised. And then maybe Norska might be able to threaten Objective 1, which would be freaking huge. In the meantime, fighting still rages on Objective 2 as the High Beastmaster pops his Tormentor Sword perpetually to try and keep Wulfric in check. Wulfric is getting smashed up again. Objective 3, though, Dov, could be under the threat of the Druki.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of cavalry developing here, multiple Dark Riders coming through. We have more Ice Wolves and some proper infantry coming in to hold as well. So the Ice Wolves did their job. They were able to hold long enough for the Marauders to show up, but then these tattered chariots in here as well. Yeah, the thing is, as long as Soli can keep scrapping, that's the thing. As long as he can keep the contest, that's going to be his key to victory here.
Yeah, and I mean, that turning of events on Objective 1 is probably going to seal the deal. I mean, I really thought the Dark Elves were going to run away with this game. At one point, it looked really bad for Norska, but Solosora just showing their caliber of a player and decision-making and just rerouting, rallying units to get them to where they need to be. Objective 1 goes to Norska, which is really backbreaking for Tim, because that's not going to be easy to wrestle, right? There's a Manticore over there to counter the Chariot. And
yeah, I was going to say, this Manticore's still alive, just from the back door with the terror-causing steel chair, I've been talking a lot of crap about Manticores the last few patches, because I don't tend to find them great, but in this objective here, just getting these critical terror routes, kind of helping to try and stabilize things, and, keep this objective held against the Chariots and the Dark Riders. This Manticore's coming in super clutch right now. On the opposite side, though, looks like a huge scrum.
Yeah, that's just a Royal Rumble, which is certainly going to be favoring Norska due to the infantry presence. Most of the Dark Elf units are just like kind of like desperation capture weight units. There's not a lot of meat, mostly potatoes there. The Dark Rider and the High Beastmaster are trying, but I think Norska, like at this point, Norska wins on one, right?
Yep.
And if Norska just sends waves and waves of their infantry towards Objective 3, the Dark Elves don't really have the killing power there. We do see a Tormentor Sword going down, but overall, I think that Norska is probably just going to hold. And that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Dob predicting the dreaded comeback. And now, that is a 3-1 victory for Solisora. Exact same outcome as our recent match. Close games for sure, but a very well-earned championship there. Major event win for Solisora.
A round of applause for me for both players. Man, what a series, what an event. Absolute blast. And who would have thought the Unga Bunga unupdated faction, on this, celebration of this new DLC, which has so many things which we love and which we've shown today. It's the Unga Bunga updated 2017 faction that comes in and wins the day.
Yeah, they did great, man. And we did have a good showcase of the other factions as well. We had every new faction got represented: Khorne, Ogres, and Greenskins, with good results too. I mean, Of course, some of them did lose, but they all performed well. We got to see a fair amount of new units. None of the new legendary lords in action, which I understand. People are still getting used to him. I don't think Golg is very good. He's okay. He's average. And then you got Skulltaker, probably not great. But the best of them, I would say, is Arbol. But yeah, Norska doesn't need no DLC. They're strong, independent Northerners. They got it done, man. That was a good game. It was scrappy. Cool to see Scourge Runners in action with the High Beastmaster. That's a very cool combo from Tim.
Yeah, definitely. I have a soft spot for like unloved generic lords, and the High Beastmaster definitely fits into that category, I feel. So a really cool tech for sure, and almost won it out. It was very close. Definitely could have gone either way on a number of different contingencies, but yeah, Dark Shards there getting some mad value, at least one of them. The one thing, the Cold One Knights just... they were not effective at all in their intended role.
Yeah.
And died pretty horribly. The Witch Elves too was another one that like he didn't get the value he needed to out of that DPS. So there's a few key engagements there.
Absolutely. Tim actually messaged me right after the game. He's like, the Dark Elf Cav betrayed me. And like that was the first thing he said. Like he realized how poorly his Cav did. Because many elements of his army did good, which is why we saw the momentum shift, like his Scourge Runners when they had ammo and were healthy, but then the follow-up units, the Cold One Knights, just seem to downtrade and not do super well into the bricks of Norskan infantry and Ice Wolves and Skin Wolves, which are just, a lot more effective for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah, well, that was a lot of fun. I think that's going to be wrapping it up for today. So congrats to our glorious winner, Solisora. Second place going to Tim the Wilder. Third and fourth place still being decided. Dav and I are going to work it out. We will cast those replays and put it up on one of our channels. And so you guys can see the outcome of third place as well. But the major event win is going to go to Solisora. So that was a pretty sweet one. And make sure to check out Dav's channel if you haven't seen it. We'll have some of our mods link it. I know there's a lot of new folks on both of our communities, so we'll be eager to check that out. And always a pleasure casting with you, man. That was fun. I think we've done some light casting before, I think, like casually, like 5 years ago. But this is our first go at it together, right? Like a big one.
Yeah, this is our first like proper major event together. And I mean, from my perspective, I had an absolute blast. It's been a pleasure, man. Just really, really fun games, really fun casting with you. And thanks for having me. Yeah, likewise, man. And we'll do it again. So whenever there's another clash, maybe we'll try and next time we'll try and see if CA wants to do a domination and a conquest one. That would be a lot of fun. I think it'd be cool to mix it up and get all the communities involved. But it was a pleasure, man. I'm looking forward to working with you again, and we'll be chatting soon. And GG's, brother. Yeah, thank you very much. We'll see you all later.